Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harish Premi. I'm a PhD candidate at Ravi Jamath High Center for Educational Innovation at IIM Ahmedabad. With me is Tanya Ahuja. She is PhD candidate in Public System Group at IIM Ahmedabad.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the IIMA Healthcare Alumni Special Interest Group and the Center for Management of Health Services, I extend a warm welcome to the third edition of the IIMA Healthcare Summit. Building on the vision of healthcare for India at 2047, this year's summit focuses on advancing AI in healthcare. At the heart of this conversation is how India can harness AI responsibly to build an inclusive and equitable health system.
In this third edition of IIMA Healthcare Summit, our conversations will span a range of dimensions, including integrated health system, governance and ethics, the economics of adoption, talent and leadership, equitable access for Bharat, and India's role on global edge. With the recent inauguration of the Krishnamurti Tandon School of AI at IIM Ahmedabad, this conversation also has a particular resonance for the institute. Before we start, may I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Please join us hand together for this ceremonial lighting of the lamp and a symbolic inauguration of the third version of IIMA Healthcare Summit. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries.
For the formal welcome address, may I invite Professor Amit Karna, Dean, Alumni and External Relations, IIM Ahmedabad. Professor Karna is Professor of Strategy at IIMA and serves on the IIMA Board of Governors. He chaired the Center for Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship, now IIMA Ventures, from 2015 to 2018. Professor Karna, may I request you to please deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Tanya. Honorable Srimati Anupriya Patel ji, Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemical and Fertilizers, Government of India. Srimati Punya Salila Srivastav, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India. Shri Pankaj Bhai Patel, Chairman, IIMA Board of Governors and Chairman, Zydus Life Sciences. Shri Manish Gupta, Founder and Chairman, Indigene. Director, Professor Bhaskar, my other colleagues at IIMA, distinguished attendees, speakers, our dear alumni, delegates, colleagues, and friends. Good morning, and a very, very warm welcome to the third edition of the IIMA Healthcare Summit. It is such a wonderful moment for us to see such an encouraging response, perhaps the highest ever response to this summit, with leaders from government, industry, practitioners, researchers, entrepreneurs, and members of our alumni committee come back to IIMA. The diversity that the summit reflects today in this room and outside reflects something very, very important. It reflects the opportunities and the challenges that the Indian healthcare, as we stand today, witnesses. And we are sure that all of us know that these are all interconnected issues. This year's theme, which is advancing AI in healthcare, brings us to one of the most consequential questions facing the healthcare industry today. How do we harness AI responsibly so that it strengthens our health system rather than fragmenting it, and so that it benefits the reach that many of us are looking for? With a country of 1.4 billion, this becomes a very, very consequential question. The timing of the summit cannot be more important. As India works towards the vision of a healthy and developed nation by 2047, the choices we make today about AI in diagnostics, access, governance, trust, talent, economics of adoption are going to shape the healthcare of the future generation. The Government of India's India AI mission reflects the importance being accorded to this transformation across the country, and the discussions today can contribute meaningfully towards a larger national effort. Honorable Minister was asking us why Healthcare Summit at IIMA. So IIMA has been having a long-standing commitment to healthcare. We started the Center for Management of Healthcare Services back in 2005, so over 2 decades. And to add to it, as my colleagues mentioned, the Krishnamurti Tandon School of Artificial Intelligence, which was inaugurated on March 26th earlier this year, both of them come together and add a dimension to this capability required in today's journey towards Viksit Bharat and a healthy India. In addition, the IIMA Healthcare Alumni Special Interest Group, very nicely and very strategically formed by Mr. Sudarshan Jain here, and it has now 400 plus alumni who are a part of this special interest group, everyone organically joining this group. They have come together to engage, and this summit is an example of how the larger IIMA community can contribute beyond the institute together to larger national priorities. The vision of Viksit Bharat 27 will ultimately be realized not by any one institution, any one technology, any one company, but rather through the collective ability to bring knowledge, innovation, policy, and execution, all of it together. We believe IIMA, our faculty, its alumni, its students, and its partners have an opportunity, and I would also say a responsibility, to contribute to that effort of the country. Healthcare, with its direct bearing on the quality of life of every citizen, is one of the most important areas to which this contribution can be made. This summit brings together perspectives across the entire landscape, from policy imperatives and governance to startups, which you can see outside once you step out on your left, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, care delivery, talent, and AI-ready healthcare organizations. I would like to place on record my appreciation for the organizing committee of the IIMA Healthcare Alumni SIG, the Center for Management of Health Services at IIMA, the organizing committee, and the Alumni and External Relations Office for bringing this summit together, the 3rd edition of this summit together. I hope it's a day-long summit, and by the end of the day, we leave not only with a clearer understanding of AI's possibilities, but a stronger sense of what it will take us to use those possibilities to build a better, more inclusive, more equitable healthcare for India and the entire healthcare community. To Madam Minister, to our distinguished guests, and to everyone in this auditorium, I once again welcome you all to IIMA and wish you a stimulating and a productive day ahead. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor. May I now invite Mr. Manish Gupta, Founder and Chairman, Indegene, for the welcome address on behalf of the IIMA Healthcare Alumni SIG.
Thank you. Good morning, all. On behalf of the IIM Ahmedabad Healthcare Alumni Group, it is an absolute pleasure and privilege for me to be standing in front of you and kickstarting this healthcare summit, IIMA Healthcare Summit 2026. Not surprisingly, the theme for this year is healthcare, advancing AI in healthcare. This is our third summit, and the first one was on innovation, the second one was Viksit Bharat. Here we are today discussing AI in healthcare. A very warm welcome to all of you. Honorable Minister Anupriya Patel ji, Ms. Punya Srivastav, Mr. Manoj Joshi, our own Pankaj Bhai, Professor Bharat Bhaskar, and Professor Amit. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us for this summit. Now, we are at a very pivotal point in AI in healthcare. Ours is anyway a very unique industry. On one hand, there is this pressure always to reduce cost, accessibility, increase accessibility, and not surprisingly, that's very important to do. On the other hand, this is also an industry where you got to invest, take risk. Innovation is absolutely important, and these two are contradictory poles. For a very long period of time, technology has been playing a role in making that balance a bit more, healthcare more doable, I would say. Today, AI offers a very unique opportunity to really balance these contradictory pulls and pressures and deliver healthcare at scale, efficiently, effectively, with innovation. In that context, for a country our size, scale, ambition, problems, the question is no longer about how will AI advance healthcare, but the question more importantly is how do we together harness AI to finally deliver much more effective, efficient, accessible, and innovative healthcare system. A system which not only serves us very well, but also becomes a model for the world. Today, we have been really fortunate to get industry leaders, of course, people from the government, policymakers, academicians, startups, technologists, people from the industry, together to exchange ideas, to finally even refute and have debate about held assumptions, and finally come up with a much better understanding of how do we march forward. So please make full use of this interaction. As somebody who graduated out of this institute in 1998 and along with a few other alum of this institute, started probably one of the first health tech company out of India and could get scale. I can promise you I benefited a lot from all the interactions, from all the alum, and the healthcare SIG has been, again, very useful. So please use the conference to the fullest, interact with each other, exchange ideas, and form collaborations and relationships that are going to be useful, again, for your life. Thank you once again for being here. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you, and have a great summit.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. As AI increasingly cuts across technology, organizations, and public systems, institutions of management have an important role in understanding not only what technology can do, but also how it can be governed and deployed. May I now invite Professor Bharat Bhaskar, Director, IIM Ahmedabad, to deliver the opening remarks. Professor Bhaskar holds a PhD and master's degree in computer science from Virginia Tech and a Bachelor of Engineering from IIT Roorkee. Before joining IIMA, he served as Director of IIM Raipur and is a recipient of recognitions like Keval Nohria Award for Academic Leadership in Management. Professor Bhaskar, may I request you to address the gathering?
Honorable Minister, Shri Anupriya Patel ji, Secretary Pharmaceuticals, Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Ms. Punya Srivastava, Secretary for the Healthcare Sector, and our Honorable Chairman, Shri Pankaj Patel ji. Also present on the stage our Dean AER, who has worked along with Sudarshan Jain in making this event a grand success, which seems to be by your presence here. And of course, Manish Gupta, who has been working behind the scene with all of us in trying to keep the SIG going together. Let me welcome you to the third edition of this conference. 2 editions have already established this conference as a major platform for a dialogue between policymakers, between the doyens of the pharmaceutical industry, the healthcare professionals, healthcare policymakers, and the management thinkers. Because in order to visualize the dream of Viksit Bharat, as my dean was talking about, Amit was talking about, no one organization, no one system can alone achieve it. In order to achieve it, we all have to come together. The better management practices, better healthcare practices, more accessible pharmaceutical products are the challenges of the time. Of course, the theme of this conference, which is advances in AI in healthcare, fully aligns well with our Government of India's mission. Our Prime Minister talks about always that about the India AI mission, because AI is providing that transformative force. Today, many things which were challenges can be addressed by AI to a greater extent, because after all, artificial intelligence is not about anything other than improving the efficiency and capabilities of the human beings. It's actually augmentation of what humans can do naturally with their limited resources. Their capabilities being enhanced and augmented through AI provide us a great opportunity for reaching to the next stage where healthcare can be available to one and all. Also, Prime Minister's past decades vision of bringing the convergence in the healthcare sector by PM Jan Arogya Mission through the IIMA Bharat Digital Mission and e-Sanjeevani and many other initiatives have created that data, has created that opportunity where the access now is available, and it has made impact greatly in the socio-economic sector. The access which was not available to many people from the marginalized communities, people who could not afford, rural communities, etc., and so on, has made an impact, but yet there's a lot miles to go. There's a lot more to be done beyond what we have reached, but it has laid the platform, it has shown the direction how we can reach that kind of a environment where healthcare is available to one and all, or every needy can have access to affordable healthcare. Is the biggest, larger dream, but it will take time to realize it, and AI can help in realizing that dream. Of course, India faces challenges. We all are aware, we are all from the industry, you are all from actually facing the challenges in day-to-day basis. Infrastructure still remains a big challenge. New hospital, the funding for new hospitals, etc., is still a challenge. But more important challenge is the access to doctors itself. India as a country has only about 64 doctors per 1 lakh of a population, or even lesser. And when we talk about really qualified and doctors who are specialist doctors, the access goes down to extremely low numbers. Yes, the government has done a great job in creating hundreds of medical colleges, new medical colleges in past 10 years, but the product is yet to make impact. It's a step in direction, but the challenge has not gone. To improve the quality of those medical institutions, I'm sure this group needs to think about, even though the institutions are there today, how can we produce quality doctors out of it? Because in the interest of all of us, whether you are part of the healthcare profession or you are part of the pharmaceutical industry, we all have to come together, because ultimately, if we need to improve and create the Swasth Bharat along with the Viksit Bharat, we need to have solutions in that domain as well. The market, as you know, of a healthcare and especially AI or assisted healthcare is growing and is expected to be almost about $1 trillion globally in next 5 to 7 years. With that kind of a growth, India also needs to tap into that opportunity. We have been a great provider of the generic drugs, probably one of the major suppliers of the world today, but we need to also move our capabilities beyond that, where AI-assisted market can also be tapped beyond the pharmaceutical industry's generic push, which it has done a wonderful job. The AI provides not only capability, but it also provides a great degree of interpretation. Because of the convergence of the Prime Minister's multiple schemes, we have created a database. Now the new mission which is talking about a health ID, the once every patient has a health ID, the data related to that health ID will be a major source of the database, not only for the diagnostic aspect, but also for what kind of diseases are likely to happen, the predictive aspect of it, and what kind of medicines which need to be created in advance. So that kind of a data availability is going to be a great opportunity for India, where we can actually leapfrog the competition, because as I said, anytime a technology disruption comes, it's an opportunity to leapfrog the competition, and we can be providing that leadership role to the world. The AI-led innovations, which are also creating the healthcare, today AI-assisted surgeries have become a commonplace, which is enhancing what we call the robotic surgeries, are enhancing the reach of the doctor, or capabilities of the doctor. Same doctor can actually carry out far more surgeries with the assistance of juniors, which earlier only few experts were capable of doing. So we also need to advance and make an impact rather than only importing all that equipment. Can our AI capabilities, because after all, you see, behind those machines are all AI programmers which are also of Indian descent, or many of them are of Indian descent. Can we shift that capability within India and become even begin to make an impact in those dimensions or those domains as well? Are the new challenges which we need to deliberate and think about. Much of these innovations will come from, of course, the established industries, but a whole lot opportunity exists for the startups. And that is why one part of this conference has always been the startup challenge. And I think 90 startup submissions had happened. Out of that, few have gotten selected, which will be presenting their case to this August body, where you may look into the ideas, and if the ideas are great, probably, I hope some of you may be coming forward and supporting those ideas, so India can also not only grow in the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector, but enhancing the technology for the healthcare sector, which is the new aspect where we need to make our impact. As already Amit talked about, we established CMHS way back 20 years ago and have been working at various levels. Today, we have established a school of AI. I'm sure our healthcare school, Center for Management in Health Services, as well as the School of AI will come together along with our IIMA Ventures, which is where our ideas are incubated and innovated. If all these three things come together, we have made major impact in deep tech, we have made major impact in space tech. Our IIMA Venture, with the availability of these two bodies, will be probably, I'm hoping, will be making a greater impact in the robotic surgeries, robotic equipment, as well as the AI-oriented diagnostics, etc., and so on. So these are the new frontier, along with our CMHS, we are likely to take up. CMHS has also carried out one of the preliminary conferences, or one of the early conferences in what we call the AI in healthcare, in the ethical or responsible use of AI in healthcare, which is a precursor conference or a pre-conference of the major AI conference which happened in Delhi. Our people had collected here 100 plus healthcare doctors and professionals and taught them or deliberated with them how AI can be used in a responsible fashion at IIMA Ahmedabad in January or prior to January of 26 itself. So these are some of the works we are doing. Of course, with a special interest group coming in, we intend this conference to become one of the major conferences. People talk about JP Morgan conferences, etc., and so on, is the major healthcare conference. IIMA Ahmedabad takes pride that we are seeding and establishing the roots of a conference which probably will be India's best healthcare conference, where all these ideas, policymakers and healthcare professionals as well as the management professionals will come together and solve and drive India towards the Viksit Bharat, because ultimate goal is that in 2047 we need to realize the goal. We need to be the leading country not only in the industrial domain but also in the healthcare domain. So we can talk about, we are not only a Viksit Bharat by 2047, we are also a Swasth Bharat by 2047. With this, I hope we'll have a wonderful deliberations in rest of the during the rest of the day, and hopefully some of those ideas which have come from our startup professionals will find some healthy feedback as well as some support from this august body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Sir. Before we proceed, I would request all of you to ensure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Also, since the house is full, for all those who could not find a seat, we have made live streaming facilities available in SR10 and SR12 on the ground floor of the same building. You can please find a seat there and make yourselves comfortable. Scientific advancement acquires wider significance when research, enterprise, and institutions come together to translate it into healthcare outcomes. For the inaugural address, it is my privilege to invite Mr. Pankaj Patel, Chairman, IIMA Board of Governors and Chairman, Zydus Life Sciences. Mr. Patel combines research and techno-commercial expertise. He has published over 100 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and is a co-inventor in more than 64 patents. He has served as president of FICCI and is a part-time non-official director of the Central Board of the Reserve Bank of India. He is a recipient of the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award in the Life Sciences category. Mr. Patel, may I request you to please deliver the inaugural address.
A very good morning, distinguished guests, Srimati Anupriya Patel, Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and Minister of Chemical and Fertilizers, Government of India, Srimati Punya Srivastava, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Pharmaceuticals, Professor Bharat Bhaskar, Director, IIMA Ahmedabad, Mr. Amit Karna and Mr. Gupta, all the members of the alumni group, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a special privilege to speak here at IIM Ahmedabad, an institution that I have honor of helping steward and one that has shaped the way this country thinks about management for more than 6 decades. To talk about the future healthcare in a room full of very people who will help to build it is, for me, is a genuine pleasure. I want to talk about artificial intelligence in healthcare, but I want to talk about in the way this campus has always taught people to think not as technology story, but as a management story. Because the truly hard issue in front of us is not the problem of algorithms, they are the problem of judgment, of incentive, of governance, and of trust. And those happen to be exactly the problem for which this institute exists for solving. Let me begin from where I sit, because I hope I shape everything I'm going to say now. I have spent my working life at the two ends of the same thread. At one end are the laboratories where medicines are discovered. How do we find other end are the hospitals, where those medicines finally meet the patient, and where the question is, how do we deliver better care? Most people debate. I have had the rare fortune to actually look at from both the ends. Let me dwell for a moment on the discovery end, because it is less visible from a hospital ward, but no less profound than that. For most part of pharmaceutical history, finding a new medicine has been a process of patience and luck. Screening enormous libraries of molecules, most of which fail over more than a decade at a cost that runs now into billions. AI is beginning to change the economics of the search. It can predict how a molecule will behave, propose candidate to a chemist that might never have been imagined, help choose which patients a trial should be done and recruited, and flag failures earlier, because they consume years and fortune for companies. We're not yet at the point where a machine-designed medicine will happen on its own, but we firmly at the point where good research team, amplified by these tools, can do things in months, not in years. And here is the connection I want you to hold on to. The very same intelligence that help us to find a molecule faster can help us to find a right patient for it sooner. Discovery and delivery are converging, and the wall between the laboratory and the ward is quietly closing down. Now let me turn to the ward, and to be precise about where AI already is delivering, because there is great deal of noise around that. The first wins are not cinematic, they are quiet. A scribe that writes a clinical note which the doctor simply listens to the patient. He does not have to write because the AI takes care of it. A discharge summary drafted in seconds instead of hours, which takes today. A long, complicated patient history summarized before the physician even walks into the room. A screening tool that reads a chest X-ray or a retinal scan in a district hospital where no radiologists ever have been posted. None of this sound like a revolution, but consider what actually it does. The clinicians are exhausted. Patients' volumes rise every year, and even our finest doctors now spend more time on paperwork than on people. So most valuable thing AI does today is not to diagnose the disease. It is to hand time back to the human being to write who is wearing the white coat. In a country with our doctors to patient ratio, as just mentioned before, giving good doctor back an hour a day is not a convenience, but it's a capacity that we can not get otherwise. And on diagnostics, the results are already serious. AI screening tools for cervical and breast cancer running in district hospitals are reaching accuracy above 90%, carrying on to a small town kind of expertise that once required weeks waiting and long tiring journey to a nearby city. Let me turn now something less glamorous than the discovery and even closer to the bedside, patient safety and quality. If discovery is the front end of the end, and AI now runs the entire length of it, Consider sepsis. Once one of the deadliest conditions in any hospital and a mass killer in today's days. Its cruelty that it is so often detected too late. By the time clinician suspects it, the clock has usually been running for hours. This year, the American regulator FDA cleared an AI warning system developed by Johns Hopkins that reads patients' record continuously and flags the danger anywhere from 2 hours to 2 days earlier, and then the conventional detection system which we use today. Across dozens of hospitals, it has cut sepsis mortality by close to 1/5. Think about what that means. Not a new drug, not a new machine. Simply a set of tireless eyes that never look away, buying the physicians the time and solution to save the life from sepsis. And here is the insight I want to carry from it. The value created before the doctor even suspects that everything is wrong. A human being cannot watch every patient, every vital sign, every trend, etc. An algorithm can definitely do so. And I think that is the first low-hanging fruit which is available, and a lot of startup, I would urge that you can actually look for it. Decades of quality in the hospital was a backward-looking exercise. We reviewed what has already gone wrong, often weeks after it went wrong. AI can turn quality into something real-time. It catches the pattern of harm while there is still time to act upon. But the most important lesson in all of this is not about the technology. It's about how you deploy it. If an alert fires too often, the nurses learn to ignore it. And a system cries wolf is worse than no system at all. If warning comes too late, it is merely a noise with a dashboard on the top. The algorithm alone saves no one. The algorithm plus a clear clinical pathway plus a team that trusts and acts on it, that is what saves the life. And at this point, something I will return to, the hard part has never the mathematics. It is the calibration, workflow, and most importantly, the trust. So how do you create AI system which will get trust from the physicians, nurses, etc.? There is even a lesson here about incentives. A theme I will like to talk about. In some countries, hospitals that adopt proven safety systems like this can be paid better outcome than what other hospitals do. Here too often, it is important that we must understand the limitation of technology and decide how do you incentivize people who use AI in healthcare systems going forward. We have a unique Indian moment, and that's what makes this unique Indian moment very important for all of you here. We are not merely catching up. In several respects, we are setting the pace because we are the only country attempting to do this at scale. I think something already mentioned about the strategic artificial intelligence in healthcare program by the Ministry, IIMA Bharat Digital Mission, the e-Sanjeevani, and so on. And this all is going to basically help in creating a database which is going to make it. The model here is going to help us that we do not have to depend on the Western data for which we have depended on very, very long time. Today, what kind of disease for which I should work, most of the time you end up using epidemiologic data from abroad, or end of the time all the learning which has happened outside India. But with our own Indian data, we would have a large opportunity to really find solutions for the problem which our own people are suffering for. And so, institution will be investing and benefiting a lot out of what the government has initiated now. The most important part is going to be how do you manage this thing in AI? And which brings me at the heart of thing which I wanted to say. The technology, believe it not, is an easy part. The hard part of everything, that the management is of it, and that's where the school can play an important role. Consider trust. Survey shows again and again that a clinician meets a wrong answer from an AI tool, even a handful of times, they abandon it entirely. So how do you develop the AI tool so robust that there is a trust? The second is incentive. The recent FICCI paper made a sharp point. Our payment and procurement systems often do not recognize the value that AI-enabled care creates. If a hospital cannot be rewarded for a better outcome delivered more efficiently, it has little reason to invest in AI. And innovator has little reason to keep building innovation. That is a textbook problem of misaligned incentives. And there is a need to really think about how do you create incentives. Consider governance also. Today, India has national strategy and benchmarking tool, but no binding law written specifically for AI in healthcare. In that vacuum, the temptation is either to freeze, to do nothing until the rules arrive, or let the staff quietly use whatever tools they can find with no oversight at all. Both are a failure of leadership. The right answer is to build our own guardrails now, a register of every algorithm we are going to use, its purpose, its risk level, and its measure performances. Government has designed deliberately, but not yet imposed on us. But there is a need at some time to impose also on us. Consider the equity part, which is the deepest test for all of us. AI can go one way or other way. It can concentrate the very best medicine for 5 metros, or it can carry the expertise to every district clinic in the country. The technology itself is inefficient. Which of these features will actually get to the people at the districts? I think we all need to think, deliberate, and find what we can do. If I ask cynics or evangelists, the cynics dismiss AI as a hype and is left behind. The evangelists deploy it because it's fashionable and puts patient at risk. What healthcare need is a harder middle path. The leader who genuinely excited by possibility and genuinity of discipline about the proof. Leader who ask every single time, validate before we deploy, govern before we scale, and never let efficiency quietly crowd out the empathy. And it asks you to remember something particularly about this industry. Here, unlike almost everywhere else, a management mistake is not measured in a quarter's earning. It's measured in human life. That truth should not paralyze you. It should make you more focused. To close, let me end where I begin, AI is not to replace doctors, but the institutions and the leaders who learn to use it wisely will set standards that everyone else must rise to meet. That is once an extraordinary opportunity and a serious responsibility for all of us. The future of medicine will not be written by human judgment. The future of medicine will be written by human judgment, amplified by the machine's intelligence. Our task, yours, as you leave this remarkable campus, and mine, for as long as I am fortunate enough to serve, is to make certain that human stays firmly in charge of the pen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. As technological possibilities expand, their impact ultimately depends on their ability to strengthen healthcare at scale. We therefore now turn to the perspective of public health administration and healthcare delivery. May I invite Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to address us. Ms. Srivastava is a 1993 batch Indian Administrative Service officer with more than 3 decades of experience across different levels of government. Before joining the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, she served as Special Secretary in the Prime Minister's Office and earlier held senior responsibilities in the Ministry of Home Affairs. She also holds a Master's in Public Management from the University of Maryland. Ma'am, may I request you to address the gathering?
Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Srimati Anupriya Patel ji, my colleague Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Shri Pankaj Patel ji, Professor Bhaskar, Professor Amit Karna, Manish Gupta ji, and of course Sudarshan Jain ji, and all the industry stakeholders, my colleagues from the Government of India, the association members, the startup founders, and representatives from across the healthcare system. It's indeed a privilege to be in this prestigious institution. Last visit was in 2007, so I thank Professor Sudarshan, and that was from a very different perspective as Director Port Development in the Ministry of Shipping. So I've come a long way to healthcare. And it's actually a privilege and an honor to be with the best minds in the country, both in management and healthcare. So today I will just try to give you a brief overview of the initiatives that Government of India is taking or has taken in the field of digital health as well as AI in healthcare, some of which have been mentioned by Pankaj Patel ji also in his address. So some of you might be aware that our Digital Health Foundation was laid in the National Health Policy of 2017. And this was further strengthened with the release of the National Digital Health Blueprint. The National Health Authority, the CEO of which presently Sunil Baranwalji, and he's here with us, laid out the essential principles for building a robust digital health ecosystem. So slowly but steadily, this is what has helped us at the national level in developing and adopting new technologies, both to strengthen service delivery as well as to enable early detection of diseases. And at the same time, every step we are reminded of the importance of paying attention to privacy. So what I would like to tell you is that we were working in digital health infrastructure, but that became even more evident, its essentiality during the COVID-19 pandemic, which reminded us that diseases and health challenges know no boundaries, and all of us needed that digital COVID certificate. So this digital health journey which started, we started digitizing hospital processes. We decided to take healthcare to the patient's doorstep, and now we are moving, as I mentioned, for responsible and evidence-based use of AI. Many of you may have participated in the February AI India Impact Summit, which Professor Bhaskar mentioned. And it was during this summit that the Honorable Prime Minister, his words actually, I think, capture the very essence of use of AI in public health. He stated that AI represents a transformative opportunity in India's journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047, leveraging AI mindfully with a strategic lens helps address deep developmental challenges while creating entirely new economic opportunities, enabling inclusive growth, bridging the urban-rural divide, and expanding access to opportunity. In healthcare, AI is already delivering impact. We are seeing AI-based solutions, and I'm sure many of the startups whom I hope to have a look at later in the day address early detection of tuberculosis, diabetic retinopathy, epilepsy, and many other ailments at primary as well as district health center level. So, as was mentioned earlier, our digital initiative, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, is an interoperable, open, standards-based digital system, and it is becoming a very comprehensive health ecosystem for us. So some of you would be aware, especially those from the Center for Health Services, that we have the National Health Mission with our multi-tiered delivery. Over 1.8 lakh Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, which are the sub-centers and the primary health centers. Then we have our community health centers. We have our district hospitals. We have Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, again CONHA leads that. We have the medical colleges, and binding all of this together is the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. All of us citizens, at least 96 crores of us, have our Aadhaar ID. We have been able to digitally link over 1,000 health records across 15 lakh facilities and 10 lakh professionals. But we need to do much more if this has to become a really relevant system. The Arogya Setu 2.0 that was recently launched shows the power of digital technology in the public health system, and I'm sure Sunil Baranwal ji will later talk about it. E-Sanjeevani that Pankaj Patel ji mentioned is our telemedicine platform, where we are using an AI-enabled clinical decision support system to support over 2 lakh doctors, and it has benefited 20 plus crore patients across Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. He is right. It helps not just bridge the distance, but it also helps our tired clinicians, provide some respite to them. The two HMI solutions that are in a way sponsored by government, one is the Next Gen platform developed by NIC, and the second is CDAC. We are trying to add voice-to-text solutions to ease the burden of prescription writing. So in this context, I'm so happy that Central Health Services and SIG have decided to organize this event. On the field of AI, as was mentioned by some of the speakers here, we launched SAHI, which is the strategy for AI in healthcare for India, and both, which was the benchmarking open data platform for health AI, which NHA prepared in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. But we are still having very intense deliberations on how to take forward the development of responsible and evidence-based AI in the health sector. And I will encourage, or rather request, Center for Health Services can also participate in the discussions that NHA has been organizing with all the stakeholders. I would also like to apprise those present here that METI has devised the AI Kosh, where it is developing a centralized national depository of data sets, AI models, and toolkits under India AI Mission. where it seeks to act as a unified hub to democratize access to data. And we are also seeing which are the data sets in the health sector which we can, some of this has reached the AI Kosh, and how to bring more such data sets into the AI Kosh. Every year under the National Health Mission, we also have a national summit on innovation and inclusivity. And in this mission, we launched the Swasth Bharat portal, where 40 portals of health sector have been joined together using the ABDM compliance as the unique identifier, so that we are able to reduce duplicate data entry, multiple logins and fragmented systems, while enabling better data sharing and faster decision making. So again, this is one area that Central Health Services, Center for Health Services can have a look and see how they can help us. Capacity building is important. We have modules which are designed by NHA. They have their own digital academy. We have the National Health Resource System Center. And at the higher level, the NBEMS, as you might be aware, they launched an online training program on AI in healthcare, which was very well received, and we are very fond of getting Guinness World Records. So it got world record of Guinness in most viewers of AI in healthcare lesson live stream on YouTube. So I would like to share some of the initiatives that I'm sure some of the startups here are aware of. One is the Madhu Netra AI, which has benefited over 7,100 patients across 38 facilities in diabetic retinopathy screening, again, to prevent blindness through early detection. And we are seeing how, now that it is evidence-based and well-tried, we are also seeing how to upscale it further. We have, under the Integrated Disease Surveillance Program at our National Center for Disease Control, we are, of course, it's a simple AI tool. It's a media disease surveillance tools, and it has helped get us 5,000 AI-assisted alerts, because we do depend on states to tell us about the outbreaks, to tell us about, to put in data regarding various diseases. But this helps supplement that, and it has helped us in responding faster to outbreak through our National Joint Outbreak Response Team. Under the TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, we have used, of course, AI-enabled X-rays, which have handheld X-rays, which have enabled us to take our X-ray count among the vulnerable population to over 10 crores. And this is indeed helping us conduct the TB detection tests and then arrive at people who need to be given TB treatment. But AI tool has also helped us in this round of TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. Based on various indicators, it helped us identify 1.58 lakh high-risk villages and wards for focus screening. So that has been a big support for us. Prediction of adverse TB outcomes, PATO, is being used to identify TB patients at high risk of early death or treatment dropout. So AI has been a very strong partner for us in our TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, and it is this which has contributed to a decline in 21% incidence of TB and 25% in mortality, as has been brought out by the Global TB Report. Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana depends heavily on AI tools to detect frauds, because when you have a scheme which is intending to provide over how many crore hospitalizations? 130 million hospitalizations. So you need to ensure that when you are reimbursing the costs, it is not fraud driven. And we have had some unhappy cases of frauds. And as Professor Patel said, the triggers have to be proper. Otherwise, states also ignore the alerts. So they have been fine-tuning all the alerts that come through their system. And I think it's become a strong fraud detection tool. And it has saved government a lot of money as well. So we have 3 centers of excellence for AI in the health ministry itself. One is at AIIMS Delhi, One is at PGIMER Chandigarh, and the third is at AIMS Rishikesh. We work in collaboration with ICMR, METI, IISC, NCDC, CDAC Mohali, NHSRC, and I would be happy to add IIM Ahmedabad to this list of partners. So a strong partnership is ready, is very important for us to achieve what we have set out for, and I look forward to the deliberations of this summit. I can see the regulator is here, the promoters are here, so and the scientists are here, and the human resource managers are here, so I'm sure we'll have very useful outcomes. Please do share the deliberations with us in the Health Ministry. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Healthcare transformation also requires us to consider the systems through which medicines are developed, manufactured, and made available. May I invite Mr. Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Mr. Joshi joined the Indian Administrative Service in 1989. His career has spanned health and family welfare, finance, commerce, economic affairs, and several other areas of governance. He has also served as Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Secretary in the Department of Land Resources, and as Counselor at the Embassy of India in Washington. Sir, may I please request you to address us?
Honorable Mrs. Anupriya Patel, Punya Srivastava, Pankaj Bhai, Director IIM, Ahmedabad, Mr. Gupta, and Professor Amit Karna, friends. AI is one area we have been working for last few months, trying to understand how much AI is being used in pharmaceutical industry, both on the drug discovery side, both on the drug discovery side as well as on the industry side. And what are the issues and what could government do to help them? Particularly on the, when you see nowadays, the more and more AI being used on the discovery side, and the exciting stories you hear about on the biological drug discovery, how the time gets reduced with AI. When we talk to a number of large industries, large pharma industry companies in India, we realize that their AI usage is more on the business side, on how do you improve your production, how do you improve your HR, how do you improve your marketing practices, distributions, stock holding. I think a large number of them are using AI on these aspects, and from the small to large companies which are doing service providing are working with them. When it comes to discovery side, you won't find large companies using AI, and there you find a large number of startups, particularly when you see it in Bangalore and Hyderabad, are using AI tools for drug discovery, particularly those softwares which are available for licensing on the discovery side, both on the small molecule side as well as on the biological large molecule side. A large number of them are using AI softwares, and which is leading to very quick shortlisting of candidates on which they should do a research further. I think that is what Pankaj Bhai was referring to, is reducing time frame in the drug discovery substantially. At least about 15 companies I've met in different cities which are using these tools for drug discovery and shortlisting of candidates. They cited few issues which we are trying to address in when we are doing with the National Biopharma Mission is, one is, yeah, they always lack capital. And not too many investors are, venture funds are investing in those AI startups which are doing drug discovery. So a lot of their fund investment goes into hiring of these softwares which are available, license fees. The compute cost goes into crores per year, and they are using CDAC facilities, but a lot of time that is in short supply, so they need more compute facility, which AI mission is of Government of India is now working on increasing the compute facility in the country, but it's on payment, it is available globally, compute facility, but it is an expensive part. And then the team building and all. So we are trying to address all of this funding requirements for startups. So if any of you are working on the pharmaceutical side of the startups, we would be subsidizing almost 75% of the costs of these startups in few months' time. We are starting that of compute cost, of the software license cost, as well as on the rest of the operational costs. We would be providing them investment for almost 50% of the costs. So data is another problem which all of these startups struggle. Most of them, as Pankaj Bhai said, the UK health facilities data is purchasable and it is expensive, but you can buy it is Caucasian data, but it is available to everyone, and most of the companies are using that data. In India, THSTI is a Department of Biotechnology Institute. They have done some work on Indian genetic data to be provided. So I think they need some more additional funding, which we would be providing to them to make this data accessible to Indian companies. So that is another work, the Indian genetic data being made accessible to Indian companies, maybe on a small payment basis, and to everyone else who wants to acquire that. That's another area which we need to work on. The area in which beyond drug discovery, a number of startups are working in Bangalore and Hyderabad is all those in silico work which you find. One is on the clinical trial side to add to whatever the missing gaps in the clinical trial and the finding right people for the clinical trial and reduce the number of people on which clinical trials to be done. So I think one of the companies, they said they made their credentials in one of Indian companies which was doing clinical trials in Europe. And there was some data which was rejected by the regulator. So they came back to the startup, and the startup worked with that data to build the gaps. And with the same data, they again submitted to the European regulator, and they approved it. So all the time which would have got wasted in doing the clinical trials again got saved. But that does require a capability of doing this in the regulator also. And our regulator has started working on that direction, but it's a mutual learning both for the regulator as well as for the industry to start using AI for clinical trials. Other area which Pankaj Bhai mentioned, that a couple of startups working is on which drug would work on which patient, using their genetics data to do this analysis. That's happening in Hyderabad nowadays in few hospitals. So you, in about 2 days' time, they take your genetic data and put particularly on oncology side, the drug which is going to work best fit drug. And so the effort of those companies is if they can give it in 5-6 hours, that result as to which oncology drug would work on which person best. That's happening a lot more in the US, but it started happening in India. That's another very opportune area for the startups. Mrs. Punya Srivastav mentioned a lot about data coming out of Ayushman Bharat and all. I think this is one area where non-AI startups probably we need a lot. I think the government, when we started digitization exercise overall, in general, initially I keep giving example of scanning of documents. In government, when we started buying scanners to digitize documents, old files, everything, now all government files are digitized. But if we bought scanners and office was doing scanning of those documents and doing a few documents in a day. Then suddenly a lot of startups came and they said we will do the fast scanning, and they brought in fast scanners and they started doing 24 hours scanning, and whatever pace we were doing, probably 1,000 times of that pace they started doing it. They had the profit motive to do it faster. So I think the entire digitization exercise in government, we need to bring in private sector profit motive so that we can do it much faster. For government hospitals, when you go to them, diagnostic side, a lot of work has happened, but on the patient care side, digitizing that data on its own, I think it's very, very difficult for government hospitals. Few of the good private hospitals have started doing that. What Pankaj Bhai was mentioning, the doctor dictating whatever is the prescription they are writing to the software, and software digitizing it straight away rather than doctor writing it. You do find it in some of the corporate hospitals, but that data, as well as whatever data we are doing, anonymizing it and making it available to pharma companies or other analysts is a challenge. Putting all of this together, because we are working on a piecemeal. So I think the role which we see for IIM Ahmedabad and other such institutions is helping government in managing this entire digitization process and making it available to private sector. It's all this cycle is a big challenge. The more the private sector profit motive comes into it, the faster it would be. On its own, it is quite a challenging task. But with, I think, increased government funding available, that is one area I think the government of India is best in, this check cutting. Doing is something which the private sector does best. So I think a combination of government of India providing grants and private sector using it, it has worked in a lot of sectors. In pharma also, in a lot of areas we have found it working. In healthcare we have found it working. So, and the management institutions have a role to bring the two together. That particularly on the healthcare data side is a very, very challenging area. So we in Government of India, both in pharma and IT ministry and in health ministry, have schemes which are providing funding for people to digitize data and use data. So we would be looking forward to startups working with us and taking our venture arms investment also for moving them forward. And thank IIM Ahmedabad for organizing this conference. It's a very timely conference as to make an assessment as to what is happening globally and what we keep seeing on different YouTube videos and different articles around the world on what exciting things AI is doing in healthcare, both which a complete spectrum Pankaj Bhai gave as to what all is happening, to do the same in India, where I think there's so much of talent to do it and so much of funding now available to do it, and let's do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thanks to all the dignitaries for their wonderful words. It's rightly mentioned by one of our dignitaries that it's the place where we have policymakers, we have regulators, we have academicians, we have entrepreneurs and innovators. So that gives a unique edge to this summit, and that's what IIMA stands for. Now let's come to another part of this summit. We have few launches. Because innovation also rests on institutional memory and our ability to preserve and learn from our major movements of scientific and public health achievement. Today we have two launches. First, we have the launch of India Pharma Archives, and for that I would request Professor Chinmay Tumbe from IIM Ahmedabad and Mr. Sharvil Patel, President of the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, for the launch. And we would take this opportunity and we would ask our Honorable Minister, Srimati Anupriya Patel, to launch this India Pharma Archive. But before that, I would request Professor Chinmay Tumbe to say a few words, and thereafter we invite our Minister for the launch of India Pharma Archives. Professor Tumbe.
Great. An archive is to society what memory is to human beings. In India, we say we have wonderful history, but we do very little to document. I'm delighted to convey that the IIM Ahmedabad Archives and the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance has collaborated over the last few years to build one of the world's largest digital platforms ever built for any single industry. It's called the India Pharma Archives. Its first expression came out earlier in Jan as a coffee table book called The Alchemy of Cure. The second one we released today. It is a website chronicling 125 years of the pharmaceutical industry with oral history interviews of people who built the industry, rare documentaries from the 1950s onwards, images, visuals, advertisement, government reports from over 125 years. It's also fitting that we do it here at IIM Ahmedabad, an institution created by the great scientist Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, but also a person who built India's pharma industry when he pioneered one of the largest pharma companies of India in the 1950s and 1960s. This is also a living archive, which means it keeps growing from here. And if you have interesting content, we'd be more than happy to platform it. It's called indiapharmaarchives.com. On that note, may I invite Srimati Anupriya ji to come here and click the button. And then I would like to invite Dr. Sharvil ji to play a 2-minute video. Thank you. And I'd like to invite Dr. Sharvil ji to play a short 2-minute video.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity for the launch of IIMA. Now we come to the next launch. Before that, may I invite Professor Rajesh Chandwani and Professor Ranjan Ghosh from IIM Ahmedabad to join us on the stage for the launch of their book, From Labs to Jabs, which is based upon COVID-19 vaccine development. May I request our Honorable Minister, Srimati Anupriya Patel, to please launch the book physically. Yes. I would request Professor Chandwani to say a few words about the development of this book.
So good morning, everybody. And we all know the development of COVID vaccine in India. India became the mirror of the world when we provided vaccine not only to our citizens but across the world. This story is well known. But what this book covers is the nuanced aspect of the story, what happened behind the scenes and how various stakeholders came together to enable this feat to be developed. For example, when we developed vaccine, we not only required quality, we required speed because of the sudden emergency situation, we required scale. And none of these three things was a part of trade-off. All the three have to be tick marked. So speed, scale, and quality. Also, we had to involve the topmost Prime Minister office, Prime Minister himself, to the ASHA workers who is on the ground. All the stakeholders from top to bottom had to be involved vertically. Also laterally, if you see the industry, not only pharmaceutical industry, but people who manufacture swabs, people who manufacture glass bottles, the rubber tops of the glass bottle, all of these actually were not present in India. And even if we develop the chemical side of the vaccine, but what about these things? But if we don't develop these, then the vaccines cannot be transported. The supply chain, the cold chain maintenance, all of these things were important. We had, luckily, some infrastructure available in form of the cold chain, the vaccine program, etc. We could harness that, but there were a lot of things which were developed new. One interesting thing was also the testing facilities. We cannot have any vaccine if we don't have testing facilities across the country. The first step was to develop the testing facilities. All of these were unknown stories, and we conducted a research. I, with Professor Ranjan Ghosh and Vinita, we conducted a research which culminated into this book. We thought that the nuances of these stories are much more interesting than the broad outline which we all know. Thank you so much.
May I just add just one closing sentence? So this book is not just about the logistical and the documentation, but we have also tried to document the leadership journey. And what we found is that there was of course very strong leadership right from the very top for this transition, but it was successful because it was what we call a framework we write in the book called distributed leadership, where every actor was empowered. So I think that is also what this book talks about. So request you all to read them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chandwani and Professor Ghosh. Now we come to another big milestone for this summit. For the keynote address, It's my shared privilege to invite Srimati Anupriya Patel, Honorable Union Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemical and Fertilizers, Government of India. Before I invite her on the dais, I would like to introduce her to the audience. Srimati Patel is a Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha from Mirzapur constituency in Uttar Pradesh and was re-elected to the 18th Lok Sabha for third consecutive term. She earlier represented Rohania constituency, Varanasi district in Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly. She has served as Minister of State's Health and Family Welfare and Minister of State's Commerce and Industry in previous governments also. She graduated from Lady Shri Ram College of University of Delhi, holds an MBA degree from CSMJ University, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh, and a PG diploma in counseling psychology from Amity University, Noida. Her present responsibilities bring together two domains at the center of today's summit, health and pharmaceuticals. We are really delighted and privileged to have you amongst us, ma'am. May I please request you to come on the dais and deliver the keynote address.
Good morning all. Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceutical. Srimati Punya Salila Srivastav, Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare. Shri Pankaj Patel ji, Chairman, IIMA Board and Chairman, Zydus Life Sciences. Dr. Bharat Bhaskar, Director of the Institute. Professor Amit Karna, Shri Manish Gupta, and all the esteemed faculty members, industry leaders, researchers, startup entrepreneurs, friends from the media and alumni students who are present here on this very, very momentous occasion. It is indeed very memorable for me to be here at this prestigious institute, which is one of India's pride, and to join you all at this third edition of the IIMA Healthcare Summit. And I'd like to congratulate the organizers, the IIMA Alumni Special Interest Group and the Center for Management of Health Services for bringing together all the various key stakeholders to discuss one of the most consequential transformations that is taking place in healthcare in India and worldwide. We've just witnessed two very important launches, the India Pharma Archive being the first of them, which is a record of the journey of the Indian pharmaceutical industry, how they have risen from the modest beginnings to become the pharmacy of the world. So I congratulate them for the launch of India Pharma Archives. And also want to say that we now have a bigger ambition for our industry, which I would be talking about. And the second launch was about the COVID-19 report. The writers have spoken about it. Every tiny detail has been captured. But broadly, it talks about how India in those difficult times was able to ensure uninterrupted supply of vaccines, not just to its own population, but the populations worldwide in more than 200 countries, which is not a mean achievement at all. Plus, how we as a nation were able to carry out one of the fastest and the largest vaccination programs with over 2.2 billion doses, and even a double dose, and that too powered by the indigenously manufactured vaccines. And most importantly, how the Indian pharmaceutical industry rose to the occasion to provide things that were never there in India in sufficient quantities. So whether it was our own Swadeshi vaccines, the made in India vaccines, not just one, but two, oximeters, oxygen, ventilators, so many things that we really needed in those difficult times. So I think thanks to their entrepreneurial spirit. And I congratulate for bringing out these two very important reports, very important documents, because we really need to record these journeys to inspire our next generations. And these two documents, these two reports, so these two special launches have intended to achieve these objectives. Friends, today we are discussing a very important subject, advancing AI in healthcare. India, as you know, is marching ahead with a big national aspiration. We want to be a developed country by 2047. And everybody in India is today talking about how to realize that aspiration. And I am having the charge of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Department of Pharma both. So we realize that to build a healthy, developed India, what we need is a healthy India. And building a healthy India is not an easy target, considering the challenges we have in terms of not just the size of a population, but the diversity we have, the geographical complexities we have. It is not an easy target at all. And we have set upon ourselves the ambitious goal of attaining universal health coverage. So how do we do it? So besides all what we are doing in the health ministry, I wouldn't like to go into those details, but technology adoption is one of our priorities, and AI comes as a force multiplier. And you've heard all the speakers before. Everybody mentioned that there are two aspects. One is, of course, dealing with the Department of Pharma, how AI could be harnessed in drug discovery, reducing the timelines for drug discovery. And the other important aspect is the use of AI in healthcare management, healthcare delivery. So I'd first like to touch upon how AI and computational biology, those are transforming or shaping the future of healthcare. So to put it in very simple terms, human body is the most complex machines we have ever built. And it's made up of tens of trillions of cells, every cell having a DNA containing their biological letters, and that deciding the antibodies, the molecules, the proteins that we create, which keep us healthy. So if anything goes wrong in that system, then we have a problem. We have a disease. Now, an ordinary human being does not have the capacity to understand these complex connections that exist within our complex human body, and this is where AI comes to play. It will help us to process the vast amounts of information and then identify the patterns which could be of use to our scientists, our researchers, and our doctors. And that is exactly how we intend to use AI. And especially it is needed in India because we are not just a vast population, we are also a population that is genetically very diverse. So a treatment that may work well for one patient may not work so well with the other patient. So gone are the days when we used to be satisfied with that one-size-fits-all approach. Now we need a treatment that really suits, which is personalized for every single patient. So we have to move towards a future of healthcare where we have the right kind of treatment at the right time for the right patient, and that's where AI is required. Plus, we also have the rising burden of non-communicable diseases. We have a dual burden. We have communicable diseases, but the growing burden of NCDs and also autoimmune disorders. So we need smarter tools to understand the new forms of diseases that are emerging. And I'm happy to say that the Department of Pharmaceutical, which is headed by Manoj Joshi ji, our secretary, that department today is trying to create an ecosystem for this transformation. And we have one of our schemes, the PRIP scheme, the promotion of research and innovation in the pharma medtech sector, with an outlay of 5,000 crores. So through this scheme, we are trying to strengthen research. We are connecting our academic institution with the industry, and we are trying to encourage our country to move from cost-based manufacturing towards innovation-led growth. And in the recent budget announcement, you may have also heard of the Biopharma Shakti mission with an outlay of 10,000 crores. What is that mission all about? It is also trying to strengthen India's capabilities in biologics, biosimilars, in building a skilled manpower, in regulation, in clinical trials. We've announced 1,000 new clinical trial sites also. So that's what we are doing because the objective is very clear. We don't want Indian pharmaceutical industry to just keep on manufacturing medicines which have been discovered elsewhere. It's been long. We've been hailed as the pharmacy of the world. We're providing generic medicines and vaccines to a large number of countries around the world. We're fulfilling the requirements of WHO. More than 200 countries are lauding India's capabilities. But now we need to move beyond that. So we are not going to be satisfied with the label of just being the pharmacy of the world. We now have the ambition of becoming the laboratory of the world, and which is why we need AI. And besides drug discovery, I also said that AI is today being harnessed in healthcare delivery and healthcare systems management. So India has multiple challenges. I spoke about those challenges. We have a vast population, diverse, and so many areas still in our country are inaccessible. There are variations in access to healthcare because there are a lot of places, because of the geographical complexities, we are unable to reach. We're building new medical colleges, and there is an immense increase that has been achieved from 384 when our government took office. Today we have more than 820 medical colleges, new All India Institute of Medical Sciences, more PG seats, UG seats, super specialty seats, everything. But still, there is a shortage of specialists, there is a shortage of advanced diagnostic facilities, and like I said before, there is a dual burden of NCDs as well as the communicable diseases. So when we have so many multiple challenges, AI can be a force multiplier. It has the potential to address these challenges and allow us to achieve health equity. But we must always remember that AI should not be adopted just as a technological advancement. We have to ensure that while we adopt AI, it is able to improve the patient care outcomes. And more importantly, it is able to let healthcare reach those who are underserved or who live in the geographically distant areas where till date we have not been able to ensure access of healthcare services. That should be the most important thing. And as Secretary Health also mentioned, we've already laid a strong digital health foundation. So we have the IIMA Bharat Digital Mission, which is our backbone. We are onboarding all our doctors and health facilities. We are creating unique Aadhaar IDs for all our citizens. We've made a good progress. And interoperable digital health infrastructure and open standards, which are actually providing a foundation for integrated, connected, and data-driven healthcare systems. But the next phase is to build the AI capabilities on this digital foundation so that we are able to achieve better screening. We have clinical decision support system. We have better disease surveillance, risk prediction, remote monitoring, and personalized follow-up. And to achieve these objectives, what has the ministry done? We have designated 3 centers of excellence at our most reputed tertiary healthcare institutions. One of them is AIIMS New Delhi, the other is AIIMS Rishikesh, and the third is PGI Chandigarh. At these 3 institutions, the role is not just to develop the AI tools and AI solutions, but to also ensure that the solutions that we develop are also clinically validated, they are effectively, responsibly implemented. That is the role which these institutions are supposed to follow and ensure that the real healthcare priorities in our country are addressed. Besides, there are several AI-enabled solutions we have developed so far. So many of them have been mentioned by Secretary Health. So whether it is the media disease surveillance system, or it is the Madhu Netra, which is helping us in the screening of diabetic retinopathy, or there's one more, cough against TB, and we are using the CDSS in our national telemedicine network, the eSanjeevani. And we also have used the AI-powered handheld X-rays in our TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. So we have had 2 intensified campaigns so far, and we intend to create a TB Mukt Bharat means we'll have to create TB-free Gram Panchayats, and we'll also have to have TB-free urban wards. So the biggest challenge is how to screen our population, how to screen patients. Some may be symptomatic, some may be asymptomatic, and there are also vulnerable groups. So AI has helped us. These AI-supported handheld X-rays have really helped us in screening a large number of patients and who have now been put on treatment, and this TB screening exercise is still going on. So a lot of such solutions have been developed. But besides developing solutions, the most important thing that we need to remember is that we have to move towards safe AI, responsible AI, and human-centered AI. AI that guarantees privacy. So that is the most important thing, and we firmly believe any technology whatsoever, it should augment our healthcare professionals and support their clinical judgment, and it should not replace human accountability. So whenever we are on a path to develop any AI-based solutions, these are the things that we must ensure at any cost. Human accountability can never be replaced by any technological solution. And to guide this entire mission, during the AI India Impact Summit, we made two very important launches. One was of SAHI, the strategy for AI in healthcare. This is like a national guiding framework, because health, is a state subject in India, so we have to guide our states and UTs, administrations also. And of course, people who are coming forward to develop these AI solutions. And the next is BODH. BODH is a platform which actually allows the developers to validate their solutions against the anonymized Indian patient data. So these are very important initiatives that Government of India has taken. And besides, we also have the AI Kosh. We also have a focus on federated learning, with which we are enabling secure sharing of data sets and models across the entire ecosystem. Now, going forward, what's our priority? Our priority is to move from pilots to population level scale. That is our priority. So India must move from validated tools of the pilots to the national programs that we are running, using benchmarking to ensure that only the safest and the most effective solutions, they are able to reach our patients. And lastly, we have to together build a national AI ecosystem. It is not something that any institution can do alone. So whether it's government or healthcare institutions, or it is the academia, or it is the tech companies, startup, entrepreneurs, all of us, we really need to collaborate across the entire AI life cycle. So what is that life cycle? That first you identify a health problem, then you think of a solution, then you develop that solution, you validate it, you implement it, you monitor it, and then you scale it up. So throughout that AI cycle, we need the power of collaboration and synergy. So I would appeal to you on this occasion that we must work together towards building an AI-enabled healthcare system that is not just innovative, but responsible. Not just advanced, but inclusive. Not just data-driven, but human-centered. Technology-enabled, but firmly grounded in clinical evidence and public health priority. And I'm confident that the platforms like the one we have today, the IIMA Healthcare Summit, it can play a very significant role in creating this shared vision and converting it into action. I look forward to continued collaboration between all the key stakeholders to build the next generation of healthcare in India driven by AI solutions. And with this, I would like to wish the summit all success. And I do look forward to very, very meaningful and insightful outcomes, ideas, suggestions that emerge out of this day-long conference. Thank you very much, the organizers, for having me, and thank you all for being such a patient audience. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really a delight and a sheer pleasure to listen to your address. And your insights have really set the tone for this summit. What does this summit stand for? If I personally explain the two key takeaways from your address, one is the research. We have to make our country a laboratory rather than a pharmacy, and that needs research, innovation, ideas, brains, and that's what we are here for. Second is collaboration, as ma'am said in the final statements. It's not a job of one department or one institution or one person. It's the task of collaboration among the researchers, among the entrepreneurs, among the policymakers, regulators, and everyone. Thank you so much for your keynote address. And thank you all for joining us for this inaugural session of third edition of IIMA Healthcare Summit. We'll now break for tea and networking. As rightly said by one of speakers, that's time to share your ideas, network. Please meet and greet everyone over the tea. After tea, we'll be having a panel discussion that is going on the topic of AI in Indian healthcare, the policy imperative for India at 2047. We'll meet at 11:35 sharp because the panel discussion will start at 11:45. Till then, please enjoy your tea or coffee. See you at 11:35. Thank you.
Integrated health systems, governance and ethics, and equitable access. Our first panel therefore examines AI in Indian healthcare, the policy imperatives for India at 2047. Moderating this discussion is Ms. Priyanka Agarwal, Managing Director and Senior Partner at BCG and leader of its healthcare practice in India and Southeast Asia. She is also an IIMA Ahmedabad 2000 batch gold medalist with 25 years of consulting experience. Joining her are Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India with more than 2 decades at Ranbaxy Laboratories and Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, 19 granted US patents and over 70 peer-reviewed publications. Dr. Sunil Kumar Baranwal, Chief Executive Officer, National Health Authority, a 1997 batch IAS officer leading the organization responsible for Ayushman Bharat PMJ and the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. We also have with us Professor Rajesh Chandmani from IIM Ahmedabad and Professor Amit Sheth, Founding Director and CEO of the Indian AI Research Organization, NCR Chair, and Professor at the University of South Carolina and Fellow of the IEEE, AAAI, AAAS, and ACM. May I invite all our panelists to the stage. Priyanka ma'am, over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It's been such an enriching morning with all the remarks by the different distinguished keynote speakers on the absolutely transformative opportunity, or once-in-a-generation opportunity that we're all sitting at the inflection point of. Obviously, we've all, over the last few years, seen the absolute tremendous opportunities that AI and technology and the rapid pace at which that is developing. At the same time, as a nation, after a lot of progress, we've also declared the ambition of Viksit Bharat 2047, which means that in terms of healthcare, AI provides the leapfrogging opportunity for us, for all the progress we've made in terms of being the pharmacy of the world, for the infrastructure that we've developed. How can we now leapfrog to also become a developed healthcare nation over the next 2 decades? We've also had many remarks in the morning about the gaps that remain. We are still woefully short of doctors, the critical link in care, because technology will never replace this critical link. We only have 64 doctors per 100,000 people. The global average is about 150. The WHO also projects a huge shortage of about 10 million health workers, and a lot of this shortage is going to be in nations like India. And more so, this is also very disproportionate, where the areas that need them the most are going to have the least amount of healthcare workers and doctors. So that is one area for us to think about. The second, which as well we've had a lot of discussion, is on innovation. How do we transform from a country which has already been very successful in producing generics, producing vaccines, to now also being preeminent in innovation? We've seen green shoots. There are a lot of new drug discovery candidates that have reached market now, which are commercial. But how do we make it multifold? How do we have 100 new chemical entities originated out of India by 2047? So that, are the 2 topics that we will discuss in this panel discussion. There couldn't be a better set of panelists than what we have here to discuss both how do we go about this opportunity, but more importantly, how do we do so in a very responsible, what the Minister of State said, human-centric way, because AI is just a tool. It gives us, it's a toolkit which gives us tremendous potential. If not used well, it could also be dangerous, especially in healthcare, where we are talking about lives. A wrong answer in a chatbot could have a lot of implications on how the patient care is delivered. So how do we do so responsibly? And that is the topic of the panel discussion today, the policy imperatives. Let me get us started with Mr. Barnwal. I think we've discussed adequately over the morning that technology is not a bottleneck anymore. In fact, each week, each month, we see new developments. But the critical ingredient that technology needs is data. And given, what all we have within National Health Authority, could I talk to you about the starting position in terms of the data assets, but also the readiness of these data assets to unlock some of the opportunities that we've been speaking about? If you could talk to us about that.
Thank you, Priyanka. I think it's a very important question which we all are trying to address. As National Health Authority, we actually implement two flagship scheme of Government of India. And in both the scheme, actually, we have one scheme, we have generated huge data. On the other scheme, we have created the digital foundation, which is enabling us to generate standard data, which can be used for leveraging technology like AI. I'll deliberate on both the schemes, which will give you a fair idea how we can leverage this for better health outcomes. The first one is, which was mentioned by Secretary Health and also Honorable Minister, is Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. You all know that this scheme is world's largest public funded health assurance scheme, whereby we provide health security of 5 lakh rupees to bottom 40% of population. So as on today, we are covering around 15 crore families, which turns around more than 60 crore individuals to get these benefits. Almost every day we are treating more than 80,000 patients. And if we see the value of the treatment, it goes more than 130 crores every day. As on today, when we have spent 8 years, about to complete 8 years, we have treated 130 million people, 13 crore patient records we have. So now, this is a record, and also if we see in the value terms, it is almost 2 lakh crores we have spent. In a way, it is a saving on behalf of the poor citizens of this country. Now, this is data which is there, but what is the challenge with this data? Most of this data, though it is coming on a digital platform, it is coming more in a very unstructured format. These are scanned documents, these are PDF documents, and many a times these data have not been used for any other purpose. Now, I see technology as an opportunity for this, because now it is giving us a way to convert this unstructured data to structured data. And this structured data in a format in which you all may be looking forward to use this data for many more purposes. It could be for the research purpose, it can also be to some extent for new drug discovery. So now we are moving with some of the academic institutions who have developed a pipeline which can allow new algorithms to work on these data. We will have to prepare the data to make them use this data. Of course, this data will not be taken or downloaded or copied by any of the algorithms. It will be only used and you can see the results. So this is the value technology has brought to us. And now in coming months, you will see we will be making available these data to whoever needs it, and probably those who need it in whatever form they need it, we will catalog this data and make them available. So this is one data asset which we have. This is a data for which government have actually paid for it. Means government has treated these many patients. And the good part of this data is it is from all across the country. So it is a reflection of the complete diversity of the country which we have. It is across 2,000 procedures So you have more or less all kinds of disease covered. So this is one data set, asset we have. The second what NHA has done on behalf of Ministry of Health and Government of India is in 2021, when Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission was launched, it was launched with a aim to create a national digital health ecosystem. And the aim was to connect all fragmented care points, which are different health systems, a small, medium, big, remote, in the cities, public, private, all kinds of health system we have in this country. And these are all standalone health systems, don't talk to each other. And it is so difficult for a country like ours to, actually connect to a central system. So based on our experience of digital public infrastructure in last decade or so with Aadhaar, DigiLocker, eSign, and finally UPI, we developed an open interoperable architecture under Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and which has 3 layers. It's an identity layer, it's a standard layer, and then there is a interoperability layer. So when I talk of identity layer, all the stakeholder in healthcare delivery must have a verified unique identity. And who all are the stakeholders? The first, the most important is the patient. So we have a registry of patient in form of Aabha ID, Ayushman Bharat Health Account, and it was mentioned about 97 crore citizens of this country have Aabha ID today. Then the second identity was identity of the facilities. So whether it is a hospital, pharmacy, diagnostic centers, blood banks, they are all the facilities who deliver healthcare. So we developed a registry which actually verifies this these facility and gives a verified identity. And the third very important is the health professionals, which is whether doctor, nurses, allied health professionals. So we have a health professional registry which gives the verified identity to the health professionals. As on today, more than 5.5 lakh health facilities have the identity on this registry. And similarly, more than 10.5 lakh professionals have the identity. It is building up. Of course, we have not covered the whole universe, but it is actually giving identity, giving a discoverability to this facility and the professionals. And therefore, with this identity, we are able to uniquely identify the care points. And then we have the standard layers, because we know if the interoperability has to work, everyone has to talk the same digital language. And that digital language are the standards. So we created the standards for, recently we launched this National Resource Center for EHR, Electronic Health Records, for drug registry, for Bharat Health Terminology Service, and similarly we launched this common line code for India. So these actually makes every health system to use the same codes, similar language which other health system can understand. So these are the standard layers which we have created. Over that we have built the interoperability in form of gateways, which are Health Information Exchange and Consent Manager, which allows a patient to share his record with the consent to another facility. Similarly, the hospitals can request the patient record, and patient can actually give the consent through the mobile applications. And similarly, we have the unified health interface, which we are looking at. The patient can discover any health facility from their mobile, irrespective of the platforms different facilities are using. So if I need today a skin specialist, I should be able to search in immediate vicinity without any difficulty using the health applications. So this is how we have launched Arogya Setu 2.0, which Secretary Health was mentioning. We are calling it Bharat Ka Health App. It is going to be the health app for every citizens to keep all their health record on linked with Aadhaar ID. They can share the records as per their wish. They can discover health facilities in their vicinity as per their need. They can also actually, create a locker in which all health records not only be stored, also can be analyzed and give some kind of alerts to you. So these interoperability layer, and finally we have also created National Health Claim Exchange for supporting the communication between the payer and the provider. So these layers have actually allowed to create digital foundations on which the data which is generated across the health facilities, and these are federated data sources, means none of the data is actually at a central place. It is at the place where it is generated. So these federated data sources are such which are able to leverage emerging technologies like AI. And that is the future which we have built. Now any AI model won't require to go to every data source or look for a source. Rather, with the consent, we can use algorithms to go and test it against different data sources. So these are the foundations which we have created. Now the challenge which we see before us is, being a large health system, it is very difficult to actually migrate from the legacy physical system to a complete digital system. And that is where we are struggling for last 5 years. We have moved a little bit, we have to move much faster. And people, both the, those who are working with the health facilities and those who are actually availing the services, means all of us as citizens are also at some point patient. How many times we ask for a digital record? If we start asking the health facilities or professionals that instead of a physical record, please give us the digital record. We don't want physical record which does, does get lost or are not able to trace. This is the digital record which builds longitudinal history for me, based on which I can do a lot of preventive health. And many promotive health can also be worked out. So the adoption of the Ayushman Bharat digital mission is the biggest challenge we are finding. And this challenge is not just in the remote villages or remote areas or a small clinics or a medium clinic. It's also there in large hospitals. And we have to break these silos. Many of the hospitals, large hospitals, use their own systems, and they believe they are capable to generate data, use that data to build AI models, etc. I think long run it is not going to work. It's important that we connect to a larger digital health ecosystem where you not just use your data, you have capacity to access other data and allow others to use your data. So these are the interoperability which we have built, and we are hoping that with more and more awareness, more people coming on the system, start demanding for the digital records, I think we will move to a situation where most of the facility will not just create digital record, also link it to the patient Aadhaar ID. So that is how I foresee the digital foundation which has been created for leveraging AI in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barnwal. I think you spoke a lot about how progress there is in terms of data assets. Am I audible still? Data assets, but perhaps more progress to be made on adoption. And then once adoption happens, a lot of algorithms can also come in. If I turn to you, Dr. Raghuvanshi, and if you could talk to us about similar opportunities and assets on the pharma and medtech side. And where do you see some of the first applications come through? I think in the morning there was a lot of talk about faster pathways for drug approval. which is of course transformative, or could some of the breakthroughs come first in just efficiency in pharmacovigilance, post-marketing surveillance? So talk to us, from your perspective from the pharma and medtech side.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So AI currently, people sitting here from pharma industry, the adaptability or adoption of AI processes in pharma industry is actually limited currently to maybe top 10% of the companies. And those who are involved in discovery research, they are actually using it day in, day out, because it cuts time significantly. I mean, I can't quantitate it, but it's a significant improvement over. And couple of days back, Moderna got in principle approval from US FDA for cancer vaccine. And I understand that a lot of AI has been used in development of that vaccine. So, so use of AI on the drug discovery side is one. Second, in the generic industry also, a lot of AI was and is being used to develop algorithms for analyzing the data, right from clinical trial to the lab in vitro data also. And very primitive, simple example is when we were on benches in industry, we started using these models for basically predicting the bioequivalence success based on the in vitro, so which basically IV, IVC. So that's basically completely depends on the model dependent analysis. So these kind of tools are being used in pharma industry for long. The real advantage of AI currently is being seen in cutting the timelines of clinical trials and success rate of clinical trials. Because you identify the right patient for the trial, you actually integrate models to do better prediction, and then you can reduce your number of patients involved in the trial. And ultimately, whatever data comes, and one of the examples I heard in the morning, where in the first cycle, European agency rejected it, but the same data was actually reanalyzed using AI, and then when they went to agency, they accepted it. So the AI is helping in multiple ways. But the issue as a regulator today, it's sometimes frightening to me, the way I see it moving. Fortunately or unfortunately today, first of all, the adoption, and second, probably the people still don't know. And here I think for this audience, which can later on, I'm sure you will discuss among your teams, the definition of medical device is very important. Whether AI is fitting into a medical device or not is also not known to many people. And with all due regards, and I was walking through the stalls and I saw one poster there, AI doctor. It's very frightening, and it has already started happening. It is becoming direct to consumer. In drugs, there is a prescription system. The doctor writes a prescription and then you go and see. So there is accountability of the doctor, what he is writing. If app is dictating you what to take, where is that accountability? And then there is no end to it, about what all can happen because of this. And by definition, a medical device, very clearly written, in very simple language. If any software, algorithm, or a device helps in improving the outcome of any therapy, it is counted as a medical device. So if your algorithms, AI-based systems are actually helping you treat something, that will be taken as a medical device. And you should have a license, because you should know that medical device industry is now 100% licensed in this country. You cannot sell or use a device which is not licensed in this country by the national regulator. I mean, US approved, you cannot start using it without taking CDSU in loop. And that is at least one layer of filtration or control or regulation which is there. When I say fortunately, unfortunately, the adoption is not there. And for regulator, why I'm saying fortunately or unfortunately, because a lot of people don't know that it is a device. A lot of these apps are not coming to us. So it's actually giving us time to understand and basically build that foundation from a regulatory point of view, that how do I evaluate that? And in that, in the morning we heard a lot about collaboration. So regulator is now collaborating with NHA, regulator is collaborating with non-government resources and institutions, where how do we build regulation to regulate this whole domain of AI, which is to me again saying very, very, very frightening. And the biggest issue for a regulator, any global regulator, is that traditional regulator is trained to keep the product same throughout the life cycle. And we are trained to pull you back to a product quality and performance which was approved by me 10 years or 20 years ago. So if you improve, we will pull you back. We don't want, if you want improvement, you have to come with a new application, so it becomes a new product. That is our training. Our regulators and our auditors are trained to pull you back to the original. And AI is completely contradictory. It actually changes on daily basis, and I can't pull you back to the original. Then the whole concept of AI is lost. So we are also learning that, and we are also trying to see that how do I regulate a moving target. And that's not for me. It's basically a global issue today the regulators are facing. And then the concept of basically regulating it as you basically give against a framework, you approve a product, and then create a boundary that within which if you do improvement, then you don't have to come to, and then it is not a new product. So a lot of things will actually unfold as we go, and both parties are learning. But I think equal or more responsibility is on consumer, on the app developer or the medical device developer, and of course regulator. And here comes a lot of responsibility of self-regulation. Everything, I always say, everything you cannot regulate through laws and rules and regulations done by government. Your personal ethics also comes into play many a times. Unfortunately, the standards of ethics are changing. That is a bigger problem for us.
You laid out very clearly, Dr. Raghuvanshi, the challenge, like you said, not just in India, but across the globe on this fast-moving technology, on how do you regulate. The fact remains that the #1 search across all AI apps, whether it's OpenAI, Claude, is health queries, where people will ask about a symptom or upload even their lab reports and try to interpret on their own. So that is, at least from the consumer side, what is happening. And maybe at this point, Vivek, I can bring you in. How do you think about AI from a business context, and you work across pharma, devices, diagnostics, and with the context which we just heard from what is available, what does the regulator feel challenged by, but also the huge consumer pull that is there. How do you think about incorporating it in your business and ecosystem?
Thank you. I'll say, first of all, I'm still very, very excited. And I think the success of AI is very much going to be built around the trust around it, and the trust in how it's deployed, the trust in how it's adopted, and the confidence that people will have that they can rely on its outputs. The role of AI should be to support clinicians in their decision-making with information, so they can spend more time doing that versus having to sort through data pools, versus having to go through extensive discovery of patient backgrounds and things that may be better yielded through some of the same things that I think we're talking about in these digital foundations. And I think that makes me optimistic about the opportunities that we have here. I think as we think about where we are today, and where the relationship of the patient and the doctor are starting to evolve, as you said, patients are walking in with more information. They're walking in with the input from various sources, and they're challenging the the comments and the guidelines that doctors may be following, I think it's important to be able to give doctors the right decision tools, give them the right metrics to be able to follow in terms of how they're going to provide the best care. And I think with the foundations, again, I think they're very supportive of that. The validations, the frameworks, et cetera, are starting to establish that. And the key is going to be making sure that they're applied consistently and applied evenly throughout. Making sure there's representative data sets and making sure that there's good coverage of information in that regard. As Abbott thinks about it, and we look at this evolution, it's very much about the healthcare experience. As we think about this evolving environment and the way that individuals are engaging in their health, the journey of health is changing. Everything from understanding, what they may go in and ask questions about, to getting diagnostics, to staying on therapy, and adhering to therapy. And as we think about that journey, as we think about that continuum of care, that can be turned on its head through the adoption of technologies in the appropriate way. It can create a seamlessness, perhaps, that doesn't exist in that health journey today, where often you don't go to a doctor until you have a symptom that's presenting externally, whereas some of these tools, some of these opportunities may provide preventative approaches, provide early warning, provide detections and detectors for the clinicians to engage with patients on. So I think there's a very exciting proposition ahead of us. And so as we think as a company, there are three important paradigms that we are embracing. One is the importance of digitization. Today, broadly around the world, and in India as well, the information is fragmented. The information is coming in episodic moments. It isn't continuous. It isn't full coverage. And sometimes the legacy of that information gets lost, while it's also very important to the diagnosis and care and outcomes of individuals. So ensuring that we're able to digitize in a proper way, again, the kinds of tools we've been talking about serve that. I think the opportunity then is the democratization of the expert quality decision tools that could come out of that. And we often have concentrations of specialists and doctors in tier 1 urban cities, and quite often in other areas, these are underserved. But being able to provide the right decision tools to clinicians in other parts, in other populations, may provide and yield opportunity there. And then there's the decentralization of care, providing care as close to the patient as one can, be it in the primary care setting, be it in through the laboratories, through the pharmacies, and where appropriate, in the home as well, where the patient is able to embrace and change habits, et cetera, et cetera. And so this trifecta of the digitization, the democratization and decentralization can improve the healthcare journey. And that's kind of what Abbott has been trying to do. We, as you said, are a diversified healthcare company with medicines, diagnostics, nutrition, and devices. But we have several examples where we're embracing the utilization of AI. And it's not just a technology layer on top. It's embedded within our frameworks. It's embedded within products even. And I'll take an example, if I may. We have biosensors. And so there are biosensors that can help detect glucose in real time. And so if you're living with diabetes, you have that information always on. And with that comes the opportunity to provide predictive analyses. We have over 2.5 billion data points that come in through these biosensors that in aggregate provide a level of prediction that allows patients to engage more with their healthcare journey and have conversations of depth with their doctors when the outputs are coming to say, it's not just that your glucose is 140 at one point in time, but you are likely to have them more often in the morning or more often at some other point in the day. I think when you think about the value of that interaction that has compounded significantly in terms of its value with the patient, engaging with the doctor. Again, the role of the clinician is very important in this continuum. It adds a lot of value in the outcome of the patient. I would say, the opportunity then to be more predictive and model, risks ahead of when they may come are served. And I think the continuum of this opportunity can be improved with the advent of AI. Removing the frictions that happen between someone who may get diagnosed to someone who's looking for better health outcomes, and the discontinuities that you have over that process. So as we have more data that flows through, if we have the ability to track patients within that continuum and ensure that they are able to go to the doctor at the right times, then there's definitely an opportunity for improvement.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivek. I think we spoke about the assets and the data that's available. We spoke about some of the regulatory perspective, and Vivek, you spoke about how you're using, some of the technology and AI to, as you said, democratize, digitize, and ultimately improve the patient experience. Maybe I can now invite Dr. Sheth, you from a research perspective, right? You're trying to build one of India's preeminent research organizations on this topic. How do you see the gaps, and what are you trying to do in this milieu of, there is some applications already, there is some data already, there are some regulations they need to evolve. Where is the missing gap, and what are you trying to do in this?
So let me take the opportunity to introduce IRO. You might think of it as the ISRO of AI, just the same way ISRO is known for frugal innovation. IRO is pioneering frugal innovation in India. First and foremost, India is seen as an AI loser. If you know, if you look at AI literature in AI, I mean, publicity, more or less the observation, especially from people outside India, is that India is AI loser. Or typical economists and others who talk about AI worldwide, as in West, as in China, India is far behind. Partly, I moved back from US after 44 plus years to change that to some level. So when I had an opportunity to meet with the Prime Minister, and then he asked me to give a keynote at the Chief Secretary's Conference, Niti Aayog, I had two agenda items. One was that what AI India should own, and that AI, which is so important for India's progress and success, both economically and socially. So as you might be, if you are aware of AI, more or less, today AI is stuck at what I would call, and what I have called, is big AI. So you'll hear that they have trillion parameters model, they have spent 10,000 GPUs for X amount of time, they have spent 100 million or billion plus dollars to train the model. They are hyperscalers, they consume massive energy, and they have amazing chips. This is a game perfected in the West, and China has caught up very, very well. In fact, to some extent, China has surpassed. Just the same way China is at the top right now in pharma discovery and other parts of the pharma, research at least. So I noted that there is a part of AI in which I have characterized a small AI. Gartner noted that in 2, 3, 4 years, majority of the AI will be solving specific tasks. So it's not about taking general purpose AI that can answer all of kind of things and write beautiful prose or even poetry. It is take a very specific high value application that, so suppose you have solar power plant and you want to improve the maintenance there. Suppose you have semiconductor fab and you want to make it running continuously. Suppose you have automobile manufacturing and you want to reduce the downtime and make sure that any exceptions are handled immediately, are known immediately and handled immediately, and you know the cause of those exceptions. These are all enterprise class problems. And in pharma, you have pharma drug discovery, you want to do it on your data, by and large. You want to use new algorithm that is not in the market. You want to repurpose. You want to do pharma production quality control with the real-time understanding of all the things go bad. Make sure that Indian, European, and US regulations are satisfied in the whole process, saying, I got the API from this vendor who is, who can, whose, product you can use it for this class of drug production. All of those things are very unique. They are not general purpose. Also, another thing you notice is that you need very high quality results from the AI system. So there is a saying, if you are 90% of the time correct, that works in consumer market. But if you are wrong 5% of the time, you are dead in water in enterprise, right? So the technology for that is different. And that technology is something that IRO has pioneered already, sovereign AI technology, for producing, creating small models. The models that can be deployed on premises, that can be air-gapped, that satisfies SEBI rules that if you're a public company, you will not use a API of a foreign-owned company and do the query. And I don't know whether this is correct or not, but this is somebody, this is what I heard, that regulators, state level particularly so, are using ChatGPT to feed the regulations and the submissions from the pharma to help them check whether there is any problem with the regulation. This is a no-no, right? Obviously, it should not be done. So it must be done in a verifiable AI, AI that is verifiable. You must have heard, trust but verify. So again, IRO is building indigenous technology, sovereign technology right here in GIFT City, Gandhinagar. I'm there because Modi ji wanted us to be there. And this technology is done by world-class people. So we are not talking about, so we are, one of our charter is to create world's best researchers and innovators. And we are doing that. Already, we are very, very young, but we have started to do that. I'll be happy to talk to you about it. Then we are creating unique technology. So the small AI technology is something we pioneered. You're not going to find it anywhere. They're custom, meaning solving very specific problem. Compact, meaning small. Deployable on the edge, on your premise, on the cell phone. And neurosymbolic AI model, composite AI model. Neurosymbolic is dense model with using both data and knowledge. And then composite, because you may want to use small model that we produce, plus for a chatbot, you may want to use a downloaded open weight model, general purpose model like Kimi K2 or K3, and do your chatbot. Right? So a hybrid AI, agentic AI kind of solution. So with that, essentially, we are also empowering or creating a strong, highly deep IP for startups. So our first startup is already, last week they demoed at an event hosted by a very large VC in Bangalore. Side by side, their product developed on our platform called Samvit platform for developing small models with, let's say, cloud or OpenAI's GPT and so on and so forth. So we want to create, this trustworthy, highly reliable, highly explainable, safe AI with alignment to regulations, to that kind of models are the ones that we create and are already successfully being built. And finally, I will add that we have taken 4 or 5 high value, economically and socially high value application area with national implication. So there we have chosen healthcare, in which, for example, our first product is about a personal care unit for preventative healthcare with the first use case of diabetes. And here in our product, this part is, the product is in development, but it will be tested against 1,000 patients in India with the hospitals, the doctors involved and their patients involved. So the issue of, in medicine, so much of medicine is based on Caucasian and West is something not going to work for us. And so working on our own data, our own gene pool, this is critical. And in this case, we are satisfying all the 5 pillars of SAHI. So that is very interesting. I'll be happy to give you details of how we are doing that. In pharma, we had worked with IPA, and there was a workshop with robust participation from member companies in pharma. And whatever we heard, and we have to learn more now, and I ask here, the pharma, experts and owners. But from whatever we heard, we focused on creating a drug discovery platform, and it is unique in that one of my collaborators. So IRO was formed with 5 professors and access to some of the world's best engineers. So we have access to OpenAI, IBM Research, Google, and all that. So top-notch engineers are accessible to us, to our researchers, but the 5 professors have H-index from 80 to 124. If you have concept of the publications, they literally have 30 to 66,000 citations each, fellows of the societies and all that, and they have graduated more than 200 PhDs. They are world class. I supervised 48. So we are going to create that, so that excellence is available to IRO that I don't think any other organization in India has. The drug discovery and repurposing, pharma production quality control. Now, I will grant you that such products exist. So the question is, what is it that you're doing that others are not doing it, right? So we have created massive knowledge graph for pharma, knowledge graph of actual facts and information in that domain, and we're working on original algorithm that are powerful to look at it, and on that we would like to show to a pharma R&D guy how was this particular, how do you recreate the whole drug discovery process of this particular product. So one of my colleagues, Professor Srinivasan Parthasarthi, worked with IIT Madras, and they have published a new biomolecule that was discovered and for cancer. So we like to show on this platform how every steps are done and how it is done. Finally, we have this unique product called verifiable AI. So Vinod Khosla, celebrated VC, has funded $28 million to a company. We are creating parallel technology, and there we want to verify all the decisions I make, let's say for regulatory compliance. And this is with strong mathematically, background in this technology. So we convert the English text or, unstructured text into formal specifications and use formal methods to verify. Now, in this case, there is no particular scope of failure. If there is an error in converting unstructured text into the specification, we need to do curation and make sure that everything is correct. And that can be done. But then when you apply the verifiable AI tool, you will know that this thing is 100% satisfied, and you get the whole traceability of thereof. Anyway, so just to leave you with the idea is that we are creating India's most substantial, original, research-based AI organization in GIFT City. And that we are creating original technology, but the technology that we own and that is unique, the small AI technology, not the big AI, and that we are applying is both enabling, as Modi ji would say, from prototype to products for startups, and also even larger companies, and then work on some national applications. That's what you're doing.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Sheth. And now we've heard a research perspective, we've heard a business perspective. Professor Chandwani, maybe I can bring you in on how can, institutes like IIMA contribute to this, and how do you see the whole management, which we've been speaking about in the morning, come into the orchestration layer here to make sure that the technology can benefit everyone.
Thank you. And I would actually wear 2 hats. I am a pediatrician. I practice for 14 years. So I will wear that hat and the researcher hat together to talk about these topics which are being discussed here. As a doctor, I am being trained to look at problems. So I identify problems everywhere. And as a pediatrician, I am accustomed to look at crybabies. So I am becoming crybaby since then. So as a researcher also we look at problems, and I see problems everywhere. As soon as this panel started, I knew I will be the last person to get invited. Because I am closest to the patient. Okay, so in India, the healthcare delivery happens in doctor-patient interaction. We have talked to regulators, data people, researchers, we have talked to pharma industry, but doctors and the patient, that interaction will come in the end. And then we think that we will build an AI which is patient sensitive. That is not going to happen. So my research work, then I will talk the research part. So as a healthcare professional as well as a researcher in this institute, we have been conducting some research work in this area, and I will talk about the three main parts which illuminate what have been discussed here and pokes problems, sees problems in all of these initiatives to some extent. The first, we conducted a responsible AI workshop, and where we invited doctors, technologists, regulators, everywhere to IIM Ahmedabad. It was pre-summit to the summit which had happened in February. So we called doctors, people who had built technology, people who had commercialized technology, regulators, everyone. So interestingly, what happened was the doctor's perspective was very different from every other, and that will happen. What doctors said is everybody talks about AI, the technology people, the patient, the media, everybody talks about AI, but I don't know what is AI. So that identity problem was the first thing which we thought that doctors are not clear about what is AI, and after sitting here I found that many people, other people are also not clear about what is AI. Regulators are also not clear what is AI. So what is the identity of AI in general, and how do I deal with it? That depends upon what is my lens of my identity versus AI. So when we call doctors, see if AI gives a diagnosis that this is diabetic retinopathy grade 3, and the doctor does not apply his brain to think is the content right, then I have treated AI as my boss. जो बोल रहा है वो मान लिया है ना, boss is always right. But I can treat AI as a person who can lie. जैसे एक चोर और पुलिस के बीच में कॉन्वर्सेशन होता है कि झूठ बोल रहे हो बॉस, देखता हूँ मैं, है ना, तो देन आई सर्च फॉर अदर, तुम्हारे पास एलिबाई है कि नहीं, आर यू रियली हैविंग अदर प्रूफ्स और नॉट. दैट्स ए डिफरेंट इंक्वायरी, चोर पुलिस टाइप ऑफ आइडेंटिटी. देयर इज अनदर आइडेंटिटी ऑफ एन असिस्टेंट, देयर इज अनदर आइडेंटिटी ऑफ ए कलीग. सो वेयर आई कैन डिस्कस सम न्यू patient problems or new therapy which I don't want to, I don't have time to go through textbooks, can I discuss through AI. So there are multiple identities of a doctor when they deal with AI. They are not clear about what is their identity and how do they deal with it. Because if identity is not clear, I don't know how to deal with it. So that was one issue. And the other issue which came up in that same summit was there were technical people who were building AI solutions, and they come with technology, they come to doctor, they talk to doctor for 1 week, 10 days, 1 month, and then they go away and build the technology and monetize it. Okay, they come up with funding, VCs, etc. So finally, doctor said, "Isme mera kya?" So the technology people asked doctors to summarize everything in the summary, the summit in 4 words. तो डॉक्टर्स का समरी था, तो मैं क्या करूं, the 4 words, है ना, तुमने बना दिया तो मैं क्या करूं, ये तो मुझे पहले से ही आता था, है ना. So many times they don't know what problems they are solving. collaboration between actual problems on the field and the people who are trying to solve the problem with the technology was missing. So these two things which we got from AI Summit, we are working on that, the identity part specifically. Many times, the point which I will make in the end is, as Banwal sir was telling, we will have the patient identity, patient data. We will have the doctors or the healthcare providers data. We will have the facilities data. But healthcare is not only this, and especially when we move to chronic diseases, diabetes, cancer, etc., it is very difficult to conceptualize this healthcare only at the formal level. That is the patient, doctor, and the hospital. There are so many caregiver in ecosystem involved that if we neglect them, then we actually harm the system by putting in technology after neglecting them. One example, which again it's a research work which we are doing, is on the privacy of data, the healthcare data privacy, and it has become a huge issue in AI especially. So when we talk about privacy, see, West is very clear and they are very consistent that individual is individual, or uska data hai. So identity of individual is specific individual, and you live for 60 years and or 80 years or 90 years and then it's over, it's individual. But in India, individual is not individual. Okay, he is ranging from one single individual to the whole system of consciousness. Advait Vedanta mein hum dono alag hai hi nahi, hum sab same hai. To my family, society, social ecosystem, caregiver, there are multiple identities, and all of these identities are involved or important in caregiving. I'll just give you two examples. When I travel in a train, especially when not in flight में ऐसा नहीं होता, but train में ऐसा होता है, अगर बाजू वाले को पता चल गया कि मैं डॉक्टर हूँ, तो वो पूरी हिस्ट्री, HIV छोड़ दो, बाकी पूरी हिस्ट्री वो मुझे पूरी बताता है कि मुझे इसका, he is taking 100th opinion from a trainee doctor. Okay, जब मैं MBBS में पढ़ रहा था तब भी ऐसा होता था, and it has not changed. So privacy of data is a very different concept in India. If we cut, copy, paste HIPAA law, which was built for Western society where individual is clearly defined, and here we cut, paste it, it will be a disaster. That's what we are working on. Another privacy aspect. Another aspect is many of my patients, when we are dealing with cancer, not only in family but in hospitals, patient को पता ही नहीं कि उसको cancer है, ठीक है? Relatives को पता है. So relatives will request doctor कि अभी 4th stage पे इनको मत बताओ कि cancer है ना? Where is privacy of data here? And I am not. It is not uncommon to find such patients in our hospitals. Okay, मेरी family में भी हैं बहुत सारे ऐसे जो बताते ही नहीं है कि cancer है ना? So now we have to build a system of data, and lot of this talk about AI starts with data. We started with data. That is the danger which will happen. It will be datafication of the patient. Now patient नहीं रहेगा. उसके सर बताएंगे इसका ग्लूकोज इतना है, सर बताएंगे इसका हेल्थ पैरामीटर उतना है, वो बताएंगे उसमें AI पैरामीटर इतना है, ही विल टेल इसका जेनेटिक मार्कअप से इतना. भाई वो इंडिविजुअल किधर गया? And where is the doctor-patient interaction? And that is where I think sensitivity and inclusivity is important, and recognizing that it is not only formal, the recognition of informal systems, the ecosystem in healthcare is so important. That's what will make it patient-centric. That's my view.
Thank you, Dr. Chandwani, for very, very candid, real-life and provocative remarks. Let me correct my mistake. I'm about to bring this panel to a close, and I was going to ask all the panelists for one simple line, just one line, for roadmap for the future. And on that note, let me start with you, and then I'll go around to the analysts.
So those people who are sitting here, developers, pharma companies, regulators, just one line: nothing for us without us. Okay, and that includes doctor and patients both. That DPI, the doctor-patient interaction, that is sacrosanct as of now, till now.
Fair enough. Thank you. Vivek, one line from you.
I would say the objective of trying to create a seamless healthcare experience across the journey.
Fair enough. Mr. Banwal?
I think risk-tiered responsibility matrix in AI deployment at scale is very important.
Yeah. Dr. Raghuvanshi?
So for me, I slightly contradict with Dr. Saab. There is, as a regulator, there is identity of AI. We have to understand that AI can never be decision maker. Decision maker will always be the person, and we have to work with that motto. And then I think a lot of things will be solved.
And finally, Dr. Sheth, a final line from you.
So the research and technology in AI is moving extremely fast. Wide variety of solutions are there. Challenge is to interact with the people who have the business, who may get benefited from there, and such. So the communication, interaction, collaboration between very fast moving research and technology with business owners, with pharma owners, and with patient groups and such, that is lagging and requires a lot more work.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone, for listening in, and thank you, all the panelists, for your comments.
Thank you so much, Priyanka ma'am, and thanks to all our panelists. The discussion reminds us that the question is not only what AI makes possible, but also the policy and institutional architecture and ecosystem within which those possibilities are realized, and of course, the on-ground doctor-patient interactions. We now break for lunch and reconvene by 1:45 sharp. And when we move from policy and systems to innovation and startup at the healthcare frontier, please be on time, otherwise you might miss some of the presentations. Thank you so much.
I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and meeting and greeting each other. So this is the second half of the summit day. The summit seeks to bring together healthcare associations, startups, technology partners, and academic and research institutions, and specifically to feature startup working at the AI frontier. We now move to our next milestone of this summit, that is Startup Showcase.
Pharma has already invested a lot.
To give you a brief introduction about Startup Showcase, I would like to invite Mr. Ulhas Joshi from IIMA Healthcare SIG. I would like him to come over here and explain you about the Startup Showcase.
Thank you, Harish. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're very happy to see all of you come back after lunch, after networking with friends in the industry. And we are also very happy with the involvement of the faculty of IIM Ahmedabad in this entire program. We had Professor Tarun Jain, Professor Rajesh Chandwani and all coming here. Now we have Professor Vishwanath also here. So I think Vishwanath Pingali is also going to be here. So we are very happy with the involvement of the current faculty in the program. It makes a big difference to the success of the program as well. And they've been a big support in all our various activities of the SIG. On behalf of the IIMA Healthcare Alumni SIG, a very warm welcome to you again. Making this session as one of the flagship sessions in the summit every year is one of the objectives of our SIG. We have set as our stated objective to encourage and support entrepreneurship. And what better idea to meet that objective than to encourage every year startups who come here with various themes, and we learn a lot from them as much as they enjoy showcasing their creations to all of us. The method we used was fairly rigorous. We had an overwhelming response to our invitation where we had around 92 participants who registered. Of the 92, there were only 10 who were finally selected, and it was a very difficult job for the judges, as we understood. There were various panels of judges, first for the initial stage, then for the intermediate stage, and today we have a panel of judges for the final round as well. In the interest of time, so that we don't lose time between the presentations, I'll name all the 5 finalists today. Probably many of us would not know that they are the finalists. And I'll mention it in the sequence in which they will be coming here for the presentation. So the moment one of the presentations is over, let the other startup also be ready. We can have it faster than what it would have taken longer. The sequence in which they will present, first would be Improzo. Improzo is Mr. Abhishek. Mr. Abhishek would present. Following him would be NEMA AI, represented by Ms. Nidhi. She's here. Eigengram, did I pronounce it right? Eigengram, represented by Shubha. Then Cure Me Abroad, represented by Aditya Oza. And IQ Line, represented by Ayush. So these are the 5 finalists who would make their presentations to us. So congratulations and best wishes for the final round. Now each startup will have exactly 7 minutes for your presentation, followed by 3 minutes for questions. So I'd like you to kindly keep to the time that is allotted. There will be a slight disturbance at 6 minutes so that you can know when to stop. So without taking more time, may I request Mr. Abhishek to come and make his presentation. I hope everything is set. Thank you.
Am I audible? Can you guys hear me? All right, thank you all. So first of all, big thanks to the IIM community for giving us the opportunity. As a startup, it's always a dream to come to a premium institute like this to present. So what we'll do is we'll start with the video, and then we'll go with a quick presentation, and then happy to answer questions.
In data, platforms, and AI.
So can we increase the audio?
Pharma has already invested a lot in data, platforms, and AI, but critical work still breaks between them. We believe intelligence matters only when it leads to positive outcome. That's why Improso built ISO differently. A swappable layer working directly in your infrastructure. Pluggable AI. Purpose-built accelerators orchestrated through one semantic layer. The result is a growing portfolio of AI accelerators running inside your existing systems. Pipeline management, market research, AI-generated MSL summaries, call prep, voice notes, next best action in the field, expense insights and compliance hub for assurance. Live at multiple biopharma, from top 5 to emerging. This is ISO, improving life, empowering customers.
So with that, let me quickly go to the presentation here. All right. Thank you. All right, so am I still audible? Okay, thank you. It's easier to move around. So the company name is Improso, consists of two words, improving and zo means. And zo means life in Greek. So improving life, empowering customers, that's the tagline we have chosen. The company is headquartered in Boston with a satellite office in San Francisco and Dubai, Middle East as well, with the Indian headquarters here in Pune. Now we are already live at multiple customers, some of the very large names and emerging as well that you see in the far bottom. What we're trying to do is to create an AI execution engine for life sciences, focusing on commercial and med affairs. So currently the focus is on commercial med affairs. As we grow, we'll see other areas. Now, my name is Abhishek. As you heard, Abhishek Tirunait, co-founder here at Improso. Prior to this, was the Chief Product Technology Officer at ZS Associates. So if you have heard brands like Zaden, Javelin, Verso, Revo, have been very fortunate to have created, managed multi-million-dollar P&Ls for the brand for ZS. Was also part of the software ad board at ZS and also helped with the tech acquisitions. Prior to that, I was working for a company called WCG Clinical in US, again, which has about 80% of clinical trials flowing through them because they own all the IRBs. So I've worked both from clinical to commercial and of course medical in between. Alumni of Kellogg School of Business and Boston University, so always good to come to institutes like IIM and focus on meeting academia and representatives of industry and the government. My partner in crime, Inderpreet, he's based out of Boston. He was the senior managing partner at IQVIA, so a lot on the data side if you're aware of the pharma world. Prior to that, he was with Extria as well. He's a doctor by profession, so together we joined hands. We also brought in Jane. So Jane was previously vice president at Takeda and at Otsuka as well. So she has joined us as our chief data analytics officer. So she brings in a lot of the industry expertise. And then many, many more, like for example, Saurav, who's launched about 8+ global drugs. Sunil, ex-IQVIA, ZS, leads our digital tech. Krishna, who leads our engineering, joined us from Amazon. Prior to that, was also at ZS with me. Tirthankar Ray, who joined us from BMS. So he was their global commercial tech lead from India. So he'll be focusing on our GCC space. And then Michelle helping us on the data side of things. Now, coming to the problem statement, the good news here is that TAM SAM already exist. So whether Improso or not, this money is already being spent by pharma companies. Why? Because every 9 drugs that fail, almost only 1 that makes to the FDA. And for that 1 drug, you have to make enough money, not just for that 1, but the other 9 which failed as well. So that money is sitting on the table, whether Improso or other companies. So what we have to do is we are proposing that how do you do things differently, and of course innovation in the same area. So think about the scenario. Every single pharma company today has already made millions of dollars of investment in their own digital stack, whether it's Databricks, Snowflake, Power BI, Tableau, and so on. Yet whenever they need a solution, they go to a SaaS player. Now for that SaaS player is going to charge millions of dollars, of course for genuine reasons, because they're adding value. But then they have to now with AI move terabytes of data as well. which is again all passed through client to the client. So as they add more use cases, more vendors, this cost is actually running into hundreds of millions of dollars for the larger companies. So that is where we have come with this idea of swappable layers. So we will go embed directly into the ecosystem that pharma already has. The second one is about AI. So everybody's talking about Gen AI because that's the flavor of the season. From the get-go, we created in a pluggable AI model. So from early get-go, we're telling teams that today it's OpenAI, tomorrow it will be Claude, day after tomorrow it's Harvey, and new models will keep coming. So for us, it's swap. We are completely model agnostic. You tell us which model to integrate with. We have some of our models that we have integrated, but the core models for Gen AI, we are completely LLM agnostic. And then finally, in terms of the consulting and people overload, we are creating AI agents. So our idea is to not have pharma companies continue to spend on the consulting companies, which actually bring in more and more people. But the idea is to bring in tech and platform and agents. This is how we do it, and happy to, there's a booth out there thanks to the IIMA team. So happy to walk you through in more detail, but the idea here, if you look bottom up, is your own infrastructure that the pharma already owns. On top of that, there's a whole semantic and a context engine. And on top of that, we have created these accelerators. Interesting part is, because we understand this domain very well, having worked multiple decades, that the same accelerators can be used in multiple scenarios. For example, voice planning, if you look at, can be used for the rep, can be used for MSLs, can be used for CAM as well. Similarly, a lot of the agents on forecasting, comp intel, clinical trials, all of those getting data from trials.gov and so on, all those can be used in a variety of use cases, including pipeline management, forecasting, patient journey, and so on and so forth. So think about 3 layers: the core infrastructure, the core accelerators that you see up here, and then on top of that, you have this suite of AI apps across the functional ecosystem. And we are live at majority of these, all the way from top 5, going all the way to top 3 to top emerging as well. Now, we are, although new, just about a year and a half in this space, but we've already been winning a lot of laurels. We're there on CNBC. We have been at the Google Summit as well, also IQVIA Summit, multiple IIMs and IITs. So again, thanks to IIM. Multiple awards, AI Impact of the Year award. I got the AI Impact of the Year, Trailblazer of the Year award. We are also Snowflake's supported startup. So they only chose a handful of startup for the global AI, especially in life sciences space. We were there at the global summit, Snowflake Summit recently on the West Coast in US, directly delivering the session after the keynote session. So in fact, if you guys watched it, the keynote was delivered from gentlemen from Sanofi, to the CDO there, and they talked about pre-calling app, which represented the post-calling app at this stage. Now the core business model is that of land and expand. Happy to share more numbers. I'm not sure how much we can share in public, but last 12 months, we're talking about multi-million-dollar revenues already clocked in. So we are growing very, very aggressively, and happy to answer more questions.
So what's your unique proposition? Is it a cost arbitrage, or is it efficiency, or is it the ability to kind of build better revenue? So where is it?
Thank you. So it's a blend of all 3. The reason I say that is from a cost arbitrage, because you don't have to go multiple SaaS and move terabytes of data. It's very important to understand that in the AI use cases now, you have to move all that data. We are saving all that, and also in a compliance way. And also in a compliant way. And then in terms of other cost saving, because it's all AI enabled, you don't need those many people that you have to put in, which also brings in a lot of efficiency gain. Like a couple of use cases I'll quote. So pharma reps, when they go and meet a doctor and they come back, they have to enter the details into the CRM. Every single rep hits it. In US, it's big money. I mean, India, not so much from a rep spend standpoint, but in US, a lot, because their starting salary is $100,000. Very minimum, right? For minimum salary, if you think about it. So even 20 minutes saved, right? So we have agents live right now in the field where they can just come and speak, and the agents running, which can transcribe all of that, convert them into structured summary, take PHI, PI data out, and then submit it for you in CRM. So imagine from 20 minutes, it's coming to literally 20 seconds in the amount of time they speak. Similarly, MSL summaries is another good one, where we're able to get comp intel. There's dynamic in terms of targeting as well, and customer engagement. So there are many, many use cases. So efficiency play definitely a big one. And lastly is the innovation. So how do we come up with these new use cases to help them better?
Yeah.
So 2 more questions. What market are you targeting here?
So predominantly is the US market that we are targeting so far. As I showed, we have just hired Teethankar to take care of the India GCC space as well. We are very willing to work with Indian pharma as well, as long as they're willing to open the purses. We'd love to partner and work closely as well. So, but US focused, followed by India GCC of the US market, then followed by Europe, and then the India or the APAC market.
So the last question.
Please.
5 years from now, what's your model going to bring a revenue of?
Yeah, so in terms of quantification?
So if whatever answer you give, how would you think that will play out with your targeted segments?
Sure. So just to clarify, so is it in the financial number standpoint you have in mind, or just in general?
No,
Yeah, so currently, again, depending on how fast we grow and how much money we raise and so forth will dictate. But currently, in about 6 years, we have forecasted $50 million is what we have forecasted right now. This year target we are already, going to beat, hopefully. Knock on wood, fourth quarter is still remaining. So in terms of we are hopeful that it will actually be a lot more than that. The reason I call that out is initially when we started, and these numbers is with Improso alone. What we are realizing, and some names you saw, I can call that out. We have partnered with the Deloittes of the world, IQVIAs of the world, CTS Tech as well. I was meeting this one in the morning, I was telling him. So we have already partnered, and that is very quickly becoming a big GTM channel for us. So we are very hopeful that it will also become a very dominant channel. Why also so? Because the consulting and the services company are facing the heat because pharma company is saying, don't show me slides, show me a solution.
Right. One last perhaps.
Please.
Is what is your revenue model? The sense, how are you going to cost your customers?
Sure. So it's licensing fees, of course, but we're using a land and expand. So one example I can quote from the industry, if you're aware of the Palantir as a company, it's very similar to a Palantir model. Deploy the platform. Once it's in, then you keep getting any accelerators. You can continue to expand to multiple use cases, one after the other. That's the model, and it's licenses. However, we're not taking a SaaS-based approach where every license is fixed for every customer. We are taking it more on complexity and impact. So the same amount, like for example, pipeline management, if you look at. Now, pipeline, there hardly could be 2 customers ever, but the impact could be billions of dollars because it's going to help you to shortlist which molecules you're going to target, especially you're going to procure from an M&A standpoint. So it's very much targeted from that standpoint, and interestingly, pharma is okay with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there water?
Hi everyone. Before I start, let's do an activity together. I'm going to name some numbers and you have to recall all of that in 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. No, you have to do it individually first of all, but in any case, yeah. So what happens is, not a lot of people can recall more than 7 numbers at a time. And for these individuals, we have built a solution because these early signs of memory decline are not just early signs. In the later stages, both for the family and the individual, it becomes very, very difficult to actually work upon. And that's why my vision is, and mission also, to make brain health as accessible as a blood test out there. Why we are not able to do this? It's not that our infrastructure is actually not weak. It's that our neurologists are overloaded with the number of patients out there. It's 1 for 1 lakh patients, which is why almost out of 10, only 1 get diagnosed. Even WHO recently mentioned that every 3 seconds, someone is getting this condition. If I talk only about India, that's 8.8 million. To be frank, even though I'm telling you about the individuals who are 8.8 million here, I'm not focusing on them. These are already detected. I'm trying to work upon for individuals in the age group of 30 who is going through a burnout, lifestyle issue, in the age group of 40-45 who has someone in their family with this kind of genetic itself, or lastly someone in the age group of 61 who might have aging related issues and still getting these conditions. We are solving this with our software solution which sits upon in the current medical infrastructure itself.
Hospitals have MRI, EEG machines, all of it. So we use the EEG machines. Our AI, in 10 minutes, gave a full clinical decision support to the doctor, specifically neurologist, to help them understand who should be going for the high urgent neurologist follow-ups and MRI, or who should be triaged to the psychiatrist. This basically increases the time and number of patients for the neurologist to see almost by 5 to 10x, increases the revenue for the hospital, and also decreases the cost on the patient, because if, let's say, you're in low risk, you don't really need the MRI or the follow-up. Why am I focusing so much on follow-up is, let's say if I am the neurologist and you need an appointment, if I'm at a private institute, a good private institute, then also you'll need 2 weeks for one appointment. Then I'll ask you to go for an MRI and neuropsychological. Both will again take 1 hour test individually, and based on appointment also it might become 3 months to 6 months based on where you are. So you've lost almost 8 months, and now you get to know that you have a certain condition, which could have been done on the same day if you had that same MRI neurologist at the same day. But it's not possible because one neurologist is catering to 1 lakh. Why neurologists are already trusting us? Almost 20 hospitals have tried, and they're already using it as our pilot, because we have done the clinical studies with AIMS, which is also coming up. It's very high in terms of both AUC, I mean the accuracy or sensitivity, more than the international standards itself. And we've already filed for the CDSCO. We are in the last stage. So November is our commercial launch. But before that, with these 20 hospitals, we have already figured out that it is actually impacting the time, the cost of the patient, and solving the main issue that these individuals are not getting these identification early on. Our model is very simple. We are a pure software-based model. We work on a per screening based if it's a neurologist clinic, or hospital SaaS, or a contract module. In the next 3 years, based on the MOUs we have already signed, 72 CR is the expected as the revenue ARR wise, that's it. In terms of team, I am Nidhi, the founder. My vision is always and always to make brain health as accessible as a blood test, which is why I worked with fMRI-based startups, BrainSight AI, a lot of IIT Delhi professor before starting my own venture. Apart from me, I have individuals from NIMHANS PhD, Dr. Sushil, then advisory-wise, Dr. Devyani, Dr. Vishnu, again from AIMS Delhi. I am building this, and me and my team are building this because almost 95 million people across the globe, I was talking just about India, these are detected people across the globe who cannot afford to wait, and neither we can. I'm open for questions here.
So I have a question for you. The key in this is how are you going to mop your prospective customers? You know, Alzheimer's or dementia is all prevalent, we all know, and it is undetected. But for people to know they have, and that even if they know that it's addressable, is the biggest barrier. I don't see that coming through. So you would want to throw some light on how you're going to address that part of your...
Yes, so we are always, first of all, doctor facing. And these individuals are actually going to both psychiatrist, general practitioner, even neurologist already. Like these EEGs are actually happening in a day, almost 30 to 40 already. I am not asking patients to come and get the test done. It's the neurologist who already has that like line outside his office itself. So he only asks them, go get an EEG done, and then let's see, you require my follow-up or do you require another follow-up itself? So that's my placement altogether. I don't want to create awareness. I want to target the market is already coming. And while it happens, more and more people will figure it out.
Thank you.
Are the biomarkers clear internationally?
Yeah. So we have applied for a patent as well, which is applicable for both India and outside. It's published. Now we'll go country by country to get the grant as well. Though the entire study was done based on Indian data, which is AIMS Delhi, and also internationally validated data to figure out our AOC and the entire, which I mentioned just now.
How do you see this getting scaled up at a large ecosystem, not just neurologist, but even a general practitioner, where you catch the person very early into their journey? Because this is a real issue.
Yes.
Which is, yeah.
So in terms of scaling, because we are a software solution, and even though our focus for the next 3 years is specifically India, only 800 hospitals who are either chains, or I would say someone who has a permanent one neurologist. It's very costly to have one neurologist. These are the target in the Indian market. Though while I speak on this, our parallel goal is FDA clearance, but through IRB, which is a clinical study out there with the hospital itself, and the clinics also can utilize it. So the expansion becomes much easier because it's again a software. Secondly, we're not just targeting dementia. It's cognition decline, which can happen either because of depression, anxiety, epilepsy, seizures. So our market is cognition decline, beachhead was dementia. So it keeps on increasing as we speak. We've already acquired 4+ years of data with our partnership with the 20+ hospital. So the more we grow, the more data we get, and the more we can scale easily.
So just connected to that, screening is one important, but then what once you screen? So
Yeah.
are you also thinking of closing the loop with the consumer or the patient itself in terms of your future products where a patient could intervene as well on a real-time basis?
Yes, so we have in our model itself, again, we are keeping everything doctor facing. So in the platform itself, which the doctor will have, he will have for each and every individual what plan should be given, both in terms of activities to be done at home or whatever medications are going on. It has a full recommendation around it for, again, the doctor to take up and then give it forward. Because I have tried selling it directly to the customer. The back question is, who has validated? The doctors again keep on coming. See, no doctor wants us to get into in between the channel, because then they will feel like we are taking their job. But when they are already coming to them, they can sell more and we can also sell more. So we are with the doctor already providing these recommendations, these activities, and on the platform they can easily work upon it as well. Yes. Yeah. 96%. That's also very high. No, definitely, and that's why No, exactly what you're saying. That's why when we did the first study with AIMS Delhi, it was only and only on mild cognitive impairment, and our age group started from the 27 till 80 we have, but we have seen the mean age is 50, which is also shocking for the neurologist as well. This is the first study which is completed. Now, as we grow, we have already started the partnership with JNC, which is going to go for a longer and larger study on different age group and different conditions also. Today, it is only into mild cognitive impairment, which also has dementia with it. I will talk later properly also. I have the paper as well. Yeah.
So when we are targeting doctors and they have all the processes like ECG or whatever is going on, and we are giving AI to come up with same tools and same doctor to recognize and identify the disease. What is the difference line that you are giving the doctor with conventional therapy and your AI? Because ultimately it's also giving whatever tools is already available in the hospital.
So generic AI is LLM based. It will maybe give you. Achha, okay. So doctors currently, basically, if I say, they have the software which is on EEG, which has the entire thing printed format. They go to it manually. Doctor can, again, he's here only. So they go through it manually to figure out epilepsy or any kind of sleep issues. This market has never been tested yet in India. That's where we come into the picture, because it has been always done through behavioral analysis, MRI, neuropsychological test, and other aspects. So that's the difference.
Maybe we'll limit it to 2 or 3 questions per startup, just in the interest of time.
Yes.
So please, thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Hi, I'm Subhav. I'm the founder of the startup IIMA. Thank you for having me. I want to not start with a company introduction, but with a number. 10,000 diseases exist in the world. Treatments exist for less than 500. The rest we have essentially given up on. Not because we haven't tried, not because the scientists weren't brilliant, but because the biology is too complex and the tools we have been using were never built for this scale of problem. Think about what drug discovery actually looks like. 10 to 15 years from discovery to an approved drug. $2.6 billion on average per drug. And 90% still fail in clinical trials after all that time and money. This is not a funding problem. This is a structural problem. The biology of disease is too complex for any human to see the full picture. So what AI actually does? So AI is, for example, a motif buried in a protein sequence, invisible to text search, invisible to the human eye, can now be vectorized and matched across 8 million molecules simultaneously. The connection that kills tuberculosis was never written in any paper, but it existed in the geometry of the molecule. AI is able to find that. A model trained on cancer data finds a signal in diabetes because the molecular pathway is many a times shared. No one told it took there. Multi-shot learning found the intersection on its own. This is not a faster way to do the same thing. It is a fundamentally different way to see the biology. So what exactly IIMA is doing it? So 3 capabilities are working together. We speak the language of biology. Every biological signal is vectorized and understood simultaneously. We use the right AI for the right biology. Graph neural network for molecules, transformers for sequences, CNNs for imaging, diffusion models for de novo drug discovery. And we learn across diseases, not within one. Our models transfer knowledge across disease areas, get smarter with less data, and find what no one told them to look for. We are very much at the intersection of multi-shot and few-shot learning. But all the theory that I have given, is this actually working, or is it just a beautiful theory? Let me show you. So I will take through one of a case study that we did on pancreatic cancer. So pancreatic cancer is a very notorious disease. 5-year survival rate, 13%. We choose the hardest disease deliberately because if the model is able to work there, we get a fairly good confidence that it can work on most of the diseases. So what we did here, we fed the gene expression data from thousands of patients' profiles into our AI. The model shortlisted the top 10 driver genes before any lab work began. Those 10 genes were independently tested in the wet lab. We got the results, and it was published in the Computational Biology and Chemistry Journal in Science Direct. Then something unexpected happened. The kind of the methodology and the pipeline that we built for pancreatic cancer, we were working on another of the experiment on IVIG, which is intravenous immunoglobulin. So there, we put the same model over there, and we found that the top 10 tissues which are impacted in IVIG, which is immunotherapy, were brain cells. We were very much intrigued. We tried testing the models back and forth if we are making any mistake. And then we also went back to the publications to arrive and found that IVIG is actually in the phase 2 clinical trial in Alzheimer's. And we also, by the way, did one of our drug repurposing exercise on Alzheimer's and found our antibiotic working over it. So our models are working across, it is able to find patterns across the disease. And it also gives a very firm understanding that medicine is more interconnected than we think. AI is just beginning to show us where. And it is not just one of the projects that we have done. We are repeating it across institutions. So at CDRI, the Central Drug Research Institute, the drug discovery arm of CSIR, Government of India, We have signed a 5-year MOU with them in the presence of Chief Minister Shri Yogi Adityanath ji. We have signed a MOU with NIPER Hyderabad on antimicrobial resistance in critical care, which is one of the most urgent unsolved drug gaps in the world. We have partnered with AIMS Delhi, where we are working on anti-myeloid leukemia, and we are also incubated at RCB Faridabad, which is home to THSTI, India's Translational Science Hub. The same engine applied across diseases and institutions are betting on it. And now we are validated both by capital and by science. So we have already raised a strategic angel round from people who have earlier worked at Medtronic, Johnson & Johnson, Baxter, Olympus, McKinsey, Google, Amazon, AIMS Delhi, and Armed Forces Medical College. This is not just capital, this is domain conviction from people who know where this is going. And we have also been awarded with the IIMA grant as a co-PI with AIMS Delhi, IIT Bombay, and IIMA as co-PI, where we are working on anti-myeloid leukemia. Yeah. So coming on to the team, so our founding team represents founders who have earlier studied at Carnegie Mellon, University of Chicago, Indian School of Business, IIT Delhi. So mix of people who have worked either at the undergrad or graduated from there, and people who have also worked with Google, Intel, Dr. Reddy's, and Lupin. So we are striving to make a world where no disease remains untreated. We are going step by step. It's a long journey, we know that, but we are making our every bet to arrive over there. We have already got some early success in pancreatic cancer, in dengue, where we are working with CDRI, in anti-myeloid leukemia, and we believe that the next generation of drug discovery will be built on AI, and the team to build it is in this room right now. So we would love to talk. Thank you.
What is your biggest obstacle right now?
Biggest obstacle definitely is market access, I would say. Market access in terms of that drug discovery, when it comes to selling to the downstream companies like Pfizer and the bigger ones, they have a way to basically trust on you. You have got to build from smaller CROs with the academic institutes. We cannot basically jump that we cannot jump that gun straight away. So that then basically, I would say, defer the actual revenue that will come. But then we are already signing up with smaller CROs in India and with the academic labs. So we are generating some good IPs. But then the gestation period is something which I would say is an obstacle. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to IIM Ahmedabad for giving us the opportunity to be a part of this event, and to some amazing, incredible startups that I've got a chance to meet as well. I'd like to shed some light on a stat. Close to 8 million people each year fail to survive because of access to poor healthcare that they get. Almost close to 3 million of them don't have access at all. And of course, millions suffer because the kind of delay, the kind of distance they have to healthcare, and unaffordable bills that they have to cater to. Guys, my name is Aditya Oza. I am the co-founder and CEO at IIMA Abroad. This is another startup that I've built. In my past, I've had a chance to work across Canada, Dubai, Barcelona, and India. Got a chance to work with some incredible companies. My last venture was an electric bicycle. India's largest electric bicycle startup, now valued at $200 million. My co-founder, Mikhail Bora, has also come from business backgrounds. So the story starts, guys, when my sister, who stays in Canada, and at some point in time, she fell, broke her hip, and she got to know that she'll have 45 days to get her MRI done. And at this point in time, we as family freaked out. So we got her back home, got her treated, and sent her back home. And until that point, I always used to wonder that the healthcare invest is so sorted. And that's when I realized that it's not. The wait times actually is crazy. Just to take you to some stats, if you look at UK, the NHS wait time for a hip replacement at best comes out to be 6 months. In fact, not just wait time, getting a cardiac surgery done or a heart bypass done in US possibly can cost you $120,000. Not just that, 62% of all bankruptcies that happen in US are due to medical debts. So a large problem in West, and of course then problem exists in countries like Africa and Bangladesh, where the access does not exist. People don't get diagnosed to get the solution. Very quickly figured out a bunch of things, that there are 4 corridors that exist in the world where people travel to. So of course, US, Canada love traveling to Mexico, Australia, New Zealand love traveling to Thailand, Europe and UK love traveling to Turkey, and GCC, Africa, Bangladesh is what came to India. My last 12 months, I happened to visit all 4 of these corridors. In fact, got a chance to build a lot of partnerships, spoke to a lot of hospital partners, doctors, patients, traveled with them, understood their problem statement, and arrived at a model which I believe is solving what we're looking to solve for. Just a bunch of our hospital partners that we have in Turkey, Mexico, Thailand, and India. Top of the line JC accredited hospital partners. Very early on, we realized, guys, that for us, the target audience that we select is going to be super critical in making sure if the platform succeeds or not. And that is why we selected cosmetic surgery as a segment. Because firstly, almost 1/4 of the people who travel around the world for any treatment are cosmetic treatment. In India, a lot of the times we don't understand, and I am also learning very new. So beyond hair, plastic surgery, cosmetic treatments goes deep. Like one of the top treatments that get booked through our platform is called mommy makeover. And this is done by like women after pregnancy to reincarnate the body that they're looking for. Beyond this, we also do a bunch of fertility procedures. Now, how does the story start, guys? I think at some point in time, people head to internet to figure out where they should be going. And while they go to the internet, they get lost in these millions of tabs and research and verifying hospitals and doctors and so on and so forth, and still end up with this shady agents and middlemen who then end up charging them a lot more, giving them not quality services and stuff. And I think that is what we are trying to solve as well. So with us, how it works is basically people come, it's a platform, and of course I'd like to show it to you in the next slide. They discover different hospital, doctor, what the review looks like, compare them alongside, and once an inquiry comes, this 6-step process that you're looking at here gets done in a couple of hours. In fact, sometimes even in a couple of minutes, where after the lead comes, our AI chatbot engages with them, get a teleconsultation done with our internal doctors. We have a treatment plan that's ready for them immediately. The same treatment plan with an agent will take weeks to come. We have a booking confirmation happening, and on average, we see our sales coming from lead to conversion in 3.5 days. A lot of them come the same day, some converts over a period of week. This is what the platform looks like, guys. So you can come, search, discover different kind of treatment that exist. We customize research based on which location you are in. So based upon the IP, we give you what kind of a hospital you should be looking at, which are your top preferred destinations, which are the top doctors, what kind of a price range are you looking at. Also very critical in this journey is understanding reviews, patient stories that exist. So we give that. Our AI personalized journey planner is something that is really incredible in terms of how it's helping out patients. Patient can come, fill up what they're looking out for. In 3 clicks, they get a complete treatment plan made for them. And then they can chat and move around different hospitals, doctors, partners, try and understand and ask any sort of question they do have. Guys, we have a very simple mission to, of course, democratize global healthcare. I'm so sorry. But at the same point in time, currently we are already operations. It's been 1 year of me building it. We have gotten to a $6 million run rate so far, but that's not the important metrics that we're chasing. Currently, we are helping out 240,000 patients per year in their journey somewhere. So 20,000 people come to our platform each month and try and find a doctor, find a solution, explore different reviews, etc. And yeah, that's what we like. That's my time.
Right, find out, who is the best in Bangalore or something. So I think, you should also have another wing of this, Cure Me Abroad. You think of something, Cure Me in India or whatever it is. You think about that also. Domestic market could also be very big.
Absolutely, sir. I think we do have likes of other startups, Practo and stuff, who have solved it very well. Sir, our major audience today is coming from Australia, Canada, and US. And for us, sir, I believe we are incredibly lucky as Indians to not travel abroad. I mean, we don't need to for most treatments unless we're looking for some specific ones and some technology. So, sir, I think for us, we are currently not focused on India as much. Yes, sir.
So I know people who are in this business, and I have in my current role also onboarded and worked with curating some of this, especially for patients from Bangladesh, etc. A lot of it is very doctor dependent. It's not that they're searching to say, okay, and I'll take a view and I'll just fly down, right? And I know you have teleconsultation and you have an agent, but I still think, and it's been our experience, that there is a referral doctor on the other side who says, yeah, this is going to take time, and the patient trusts that doctor.
Absolutely right, sir. I think spot on. I mean, as many people as I've spoken to, a lot of these patients do have a referral doctor, especially in corridors like Africa and Bangladesh. They exist a lot more. Unfortunately, in US, they cannot recommend a doctor abroad as easily, not legally allowed to them for recommending doctor abroad. But, sir, what we are looking to do and looking to solve for here is not these people to just engage with these doctors and believe in the one that they have been referred to come here and read about stories from the same, about the same doctor, different people, different audience set, different cultural setting that have been visited there. What is the entire experience has looked like, and then be able to make a decision. So idea is to not cut off these people. There are almost close to 40 million people who get on this journey every year to seek treatment abroad. 14 million end up traveling. Our idea is if we can serve enough people with information and quality, authentic information, enough will choose and travel through us. And I think that's what we're looking to do, sir.
So do you also have plan to add other specialties like?
I'll just get, an interesting question, sorry, I'll just get back.
So right now we are focused on aesthetics,
right.
But let's say in other specialties or other issues where even India could play a larger role for the West market.
Right. Sir, I think similar discovery platform is needed for each and every treatment, and we want Cure Me Abroad to scale at all these treatments at some point in time. Interestingly, sir, for India, we have an Australian patient visiting this month, spending $37,000 with us in one of our hospital partners in Gurgaon. So I think, of course, we are building this network to come through in India as well, but in the largest run, the idea is every treatment we will be expanding to at some point in time. Today, we want to stay focused on our niche. Yes, sir. Sir, I am 100% sure that we will have to learn through and build models and customize models. Today, we know one thing, that we want to allow people to discover everything that authentically exists on the internet, sir, because they will go on this research journey. I'm not sure that things like organ transplant are not going to be an easy model to crack, but it's been...
We can, yeah. Sorry, I'm just running short on time, so we can have the last one.
Right, sir. My bad, sir. I'll take it. Thank you.
Okay, this is, yeah. I don't think we should choose this one, not the other one. It's more like. Can you?
Hello everyone, am I audible now? Good afternoon everyone, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to present about our company in front of this audience. So before I start, I would like to tell that last year our pan-India, our government, we did more than 100 crores Aadhaar-based registrations. But can anyone guess how many of them were actually converted to actual clinical records apart from registrations in percentage? Can anyone guess? You are right. So it's around 1 to 3%. So that's the problem we are trying to solve in India. So as it's so the actual problem that because of which this happens is most of the solutions are focused on digitalization of records and not solving the real pain points of the clinicians. Or if they solve the pain point of the clinicians, they have major behavioral changes in what practices the clinicians do. So, and before we move to any models which we want to build for India, for example, foundational models or anything, this is the most foundational layer which we should work on. So for that, I'll just quickly jump to our, because I was not planned that that this would be the only part we could be presenting. So this is our solution, Smart Parcha, through which we digitalize doctors' OPD practice without changing their behavior. Here we do not ask them to, we do not ask them to write on something. We do not ask them to use some specialized pen and coded paper and then change their practice. We do not ask them to use some voice agent. We just ask them, you write as you used to do, we'll do the rest of the things. We use our own AI models for that. We have our own patented, we have filed for a utility patent for this, where we, starting from the registration, we capture their prescription, we use the AI to transcribe it, and then all the data goes to the labs, the pharmacy, and from there on, the major problem was not the laboratory people, not the pharmacy people. The major problem was doctors. I'm sorry if anyone is doctor here, they were not adopting. So this is a solution which we plan, which we can through which we can solve this problem. So, and this is our business model here, where we do not sell the hardware, we place it there for free with some minimal security charges, and then we have a per prescription model with the doctors, which can be metered with the barcode which is there on the prescription slips. And this is the comparison which I was telling you about compared to a normal EMR or a normal tablet or a voice scribes which are present in the market. And these, I'm not saying that these solutions don't work. It's just about the setting. So in Indian setting where the OPDs are very crowded, where people are all around the doctor, it's not that structured that a voice to text system or a structured data entry type of an EMR system would work. Here our system works the best. And we also do it in a hybrid SaaS model. Again, that's something which is unique to which is unique to us, because most of the startups are, most of the companies are SaaS based, where when internet is not there, the systems won't work. We have designed the system entirely in a way that even if internet is not there, the clinician's workflow won't stop. Digitalization might be hampered, but the clinicians can still do their work. The market is new for this because the government is recently pushing a lot for ABDM. Till now, M1 was the only mandate, but now M2, which is the digital record capture, will be mandated in the coming future, and so that we feel that the market is going to be around 5,000 crores in coming 2 to 3 years, only about the doctors' digitalization. So again, being a hardware plus software company, we are scalable. We just need to place more tablets and scale our software. So this is my team, this is our team, so I am the founder, I'm a second generation entrepreneur, and he's my co-founder, he's a technical expert and coming from a lot of big MNCs, and we have a team of more than 75 people we are based out of Noida. So these are our numbers, these are our clients, so we are currently working with many medical colleges in India. So, for example, AIMS, many of the AIMS are our clients, GIMS, King George Medical College, and many, SGPGI, and these are our numbers. So that's it from my side, if you have any questions.
If you issue smart doctor, how do patient gets it? They get details on WhatsApp, email, or they get a printout?
So they get on the WhatsApp. It gets linked to their Aadhaar. So if they have their Aadhaar ID, they can just go to any PHR app and fetch their details.
So if there is a patient and he needs a prescription immediately, so there is no option.
He gets a physical copy also, na? He has the physical copy also.
Okay.
So he has the physical copy where the doctor writes on the pen.
He gives the paper also.
Yes, the normal flow continues. It doesn't get break.
All right.
So you working with few of the institutes, just so that in last maybe couple of months, any failure happened that people are not able to use, and then you solve the problem?
No, so that didn't happen. So the most of the problem that happens is sometimes with transcription of. As of now, sir, we didn't have any issues on operational side in last 2 months. Yeah.
Your smart purchase is off internet or something, then what happens?
So we are, as I said, we are hybrid SaaS. So what that means is so it works locally and it then syncs to the cloud. Yeah. So in this case, institutes are paying, doctors won't be paying. What? Yes. Government doctors, yeah. No, sir, the market is not, I was not talking about doctors paying, I was talking about anyone paying, like the government can pay on behalf of doctors or the hospitals can pay. I was not talking about doctors. Thank you.
It's quite a difficult task to tell somebody to stop. We very much want to discuss more on all these ideas. Thank you, the finalists who are here and the 5 others who are on display also in the exhibition area. My thank you, just let me take their names. Abhishek, Nidhi, Subha, Aditya and Ayush, thank you for the efforts that you put in. A round of applause for them would be in place. And now a very big thank you to the company which has powered this session, Novo Nordisk. A big thank you to Novo Nordisk for having sponsored the prizes for this. To decide the prizes, the jury has just left the room, they're in a huddle. We'll wait for a few minutes. But may I use this opportunity to invite Mr. Aman Mehta, Managing Director of Torrent Pharmaceuticals, to come on stage and share his thoughts on this important theme that we have, advancing AI in healthcare. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to IIM for inviting me here. So firstly, let me acknowledge that I have no experience in founding or running a startup, so I have obviously great respect for all the entrepreneurs who are starting out and putting in their risk and capital into new ventures. I think the skill set required to run an operating entity versus founding a startup are completely different. Someone who founds their company can most likely run their company as well, but not everyone who operates a company can go back to becoming a founder. So tremendous respect for the entire ecosystem. And while we at Torrent do not have direct exposure or expertise in startups, I think there is something in common that we do have with the ecosystem of either venture capital or startups is that we have pursued M&A quite meaningfully over the last few years. And while I'll touch upon healthcare, AI, and drug discovery a little bit, since the group here is more geared towards the startup ecosystem, I thought I'll be keen to share some of our learnings from the last decade or so of being active in M&A. And I believe there is a strong commonality between what M&A requires versus what startups require. And that's simply because at its core, more than technical expertise, it's really about capital allocation. It's about conviction. And how do you arrive at that conviction? How do you know or try to judge the probability of success of your idea or your company? It's a process which is almost identical whether you're pursuing M&A or whether you're pursuing your startup. When we look at, say, the last decade of acquisitions that Torrent has made, there's about 6 which were meaningful in size. 4 out of the 6 succeeded, and 2 out of the 6 did not succeed. And there's different metrics one can use, but we'd like to go back and evaluate, what was the common thread between the 4 that worked and what was the reason why 2 of the 6 did not work. And at its core, it came down to something which was fairly simple, that in the 4 that worked well or achieved the objectives that we thought it would achieve, there was a deep sense of familiarity with the asset, whether it was the product involved, whether it was the company involved, whether it was the people involved, or the geographical market involved. In each of the 4, that just always came back to being a common thread. So in some of these cases, before going ahead with the acquisition or before getting the conviction, there were probably 2 to 3 years that was spent understanding the business. In one particular case, there was 7 years spent understanding the business. And while in the others, the 2 out of the 6 that did not achieve our objectives, they were fairly new to us. And though we knew the outside-in ecosystem fairly well, we had no idea inside out how those businesses were. And that's something which I feel is extremely important when coming to a conclusion on whether your idea, are you convinced about it or not. The real difference is because when there's 3 steps to get to conviction, as most of you know. You have to do the analysis, you have to find the capital, either you fund it on your own or you go to investors, and you need the execution, which means you need the team. And it's pretty easy to get to the analysis part today. I think everyone can come to the same business case of a particular product or an idea fairly quickly in today's world. It's almost a world of perfect information where everyone here can predict the 10-year business model of a publicly traded company, for example. So what is different when you're familiar with something is not that you understand the upside, but you understand the downside. And you don't understand the downside unless you are deeply familiar with something. And in all the 4 examples, I think the way we categorized our conviction was that the upside, if it comes, is great, but if there's downside, are we okay with it, and how do we tackle it? And if you don't have a clear idea before going ahead on how to tackle the downside or how do you address the risks, you end up in a situation like we did in 2 out of the 6, where either the business went completely to zero or it kind of was declining and it didn't achieve our original objectives. So I think that's something that we have learned over the last 10 years. In concept, it's something that is fairly simple, but in practicality, there's temptation that comes across every now and then. Pitches of companies for a deal are always on our table, so we get tempted even today. Very recently, we were looking at an asset where we thought It looked like a big shiny object, and we were very tempted to pursue it, but we said we don't know anything about this market. We don't want to our two learnings have given us this this way forward. In terms of AI, healthcare, and drug discovery, I think there's a very big interest now, and I think some of the startups here have demonstrated that they are working deeply in drug discovery. I definitely do see that now there's going to be Indian companies who are putting in a lot more effort in getting a bigger exposure to the innovation space. There are companies who, of course, already moved ahead in innovation in a big way. Some examples, Sun Pharma, Glenmark, two of them are, of course, Zydus, three examples who have definitely been trailblazers here. There are some companies like us at Torrent who are almost, I would say, retired hurt from drug discovery, but not out yet. And we would be keen to get back into this simply because we believe that you need a certain level of scale to put in drug discovery investments, because one failure can't be existential. You need multiple failures to help you reach that one success. And I think we're getting to the scale where we can start contemplating to get back onto the field on this one. So, but thank you so much for inviting me. I think it was great to see the startups, and all the best to all the founders. Thank you.
Something here? Thank you very much, Ms. Amanji, for sharing your valuable thoughts. It's always a pleasure to hear people from Torrent talk about a number of things from which we learn a lot. May I now invite on the stage Ms. Alka Goel, founding partner of Alchemy Growth Capital, Mr. Divakar Mittal, senior leader, corporate affairs at Novo Nordisk, and Mr. Suresh Subramanian, EY, Pantheon, partner and national life science partner. So I request Alka Goel to do the honors of announcing the prizes, and may I request Mr. Aman Mehta to kindly award the prizes to the winners.
Thank you so much. As Ulas mentioned, a lot of effort has gone into actually call for startup applications, and there was a very enthusiastic response, about 92. There were various levels of judges involved, down to 10, down to 5, and now 3. And I must say it's not easy because the problems they are solving are so varied. Someone solving in mental health, someone solving in delivery, pharma. So it was just very, very difficult to get down to this number. So I want to congratulate all the shortlisted candidates. This by no way is an assessment of where they are. Frankly, the problems were different, the stages are different, so forgive us if we've made any misjudgments. With that, I was asked to maintain some suspense, so I'm going to go 3, 2, 1. The third one would be Team Einagram. So congratulations. The second will be Team Improzo. And the first will be Team IIMA. Thank you, and I will encourage all of you guys to go to the startup booth, interact with the entrepreneurs there as well. And a special shout out to Devdutt Marathe, who couldn't be here, who was part of this team to help us all. Thank you, Aman. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you. Maybe all of us together.
Thank you, Alka. Alka, thank you very much for your efforts. Yeah, please be here. Big thank you to There were 3 rounds of jury, and I would wish to thank all of them. We are not going to be taking names, but they're put in a lot of effort to get from 92 to 3, and thank you everybody. I would like to thank Novo Nordisk again for the. I'd like to thank Novo Nordisk again for sponsoring this session, and a big thank you to the back-end support that we required for all this to be completed. The back-end support was led by Devdutt Marathe and Alka. So Alka Goyal and Devdutt Marathe have done a fabulous job in ensuring that within this period. I'll come. So thank you very much, and I wish we'll have more such participation in the future as well. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All of you.
Talk to you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
So I request you to please remain seated. We are just beginning right away. So by the time the tables and chairs are being set up, let me introduce you to the panel. We now have our next panel. All panelists are here. Okay, so now let's move on to the next panel. Those who wish to attend, please remain seated. A very good afternoon to everyone once again. Our next panel examines reimagining healthcare value chain and talent, how AI is reshaping diagnostics, pharma, and care delivery. This takes us broadly to two themes: the economics of adoption and talent and leadership. Moderating this session is Mr. Parijit Ghosh, APAC Practice Head for Healthcare and Life Sciences at Bain & Company, a senior partner with more than 25 years in consulting and a recipient of IIT Kharagpur's Distinguished Alumnus Award in 2025. Joining him are Mr. Rizwan Kotia, co-founder and director of Kotia Foundation and chairperson of NABH, who co-founded Citius Tech and served as its CEO from 2005 to 2021. We also have Dr. Vishal Bali, Executive Chairman, Asia Healthcare Holdings, with more than 3 decades across 12 countries in Asia Pacific and former global CEO of Fortis Healthcare. We also have Mr. Winslow Tucker, President and General Manager, Eli Lilly and Company India, previously Group Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer of Lilly Oncology. Mr. Rahul Guha, CEO, Thyrocare and API Holdings, and Mr. Amit Gupta, Head of Corporate Strategy and Product, Indegene. May I invite all our panelists to the stage. And Parijit sir, over to you now.
First off, I should start by thanking all of the audience members who still stuck around. So I think the second session after lunch is not the best session to do, but thank you for staying around. And before I start, I must also say it's a privilege and an honor to be back on campus. And I do come here for recruitment, but it's always nice to be back on campus after so many years. Welcome to all of the panelists, and the topic that we will get into today is how AI is reshaping different parts of the healthcare ecosystem. We'll spend some time talking about what it's doing with pharmacos, what it's doing on the diagnostic side, what it's doing with providers, care delivery more broadly, and frankly, we have a very distinguished panel, as you heard, who bring together perspectives from across different parts of the system. It's the age of GLPs, so I'll start off with you, Winslow, if you don't mind. And one of the themes that we heard right in the beginning was around how AI has the potential and the promise of really reshaping R&D within pharmaceuticals. And as you look at it from a Eli Lilly perspective, how are you seeing adoption within the company? Where are the services, where are the solutions that you see faster adoption happening today?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I'll start by saying that we focused on AI and we've trying to scale it across all parts of our business and across the entire value chain. I'll speak mostly about R&D, but I think it's important to note that it's not just R&D. It's R&D, manufacturing, quality, through the entire chain, all the way down to how do we think about the experience for patients at the very end. But when it comes to specifically to research and development, what we're seeing is that AI is being adopted very quickly with our scientists and in the labs in a couple of ways. It allows our scientists to identify potential medicines and molecules much faster than ever before, moving things that took days and weeks and hours and accelerating that. It's also allowing them to prioritize their time much more efficiently by identifying early where there could be problems with products from an efficacy perspective, but also because we're highly regulated from a safety perspective, because that brings a lot of risk to us. And in a highly regulated organization or industry, it's not just about us making lives of people better, but it's also making sure that we don't do harm on that other side as well. So where we've seen the adoption happen in R&D, it is working really well to accelerate the timelines for research development, onto also how we think about getting those into development faster, making sure from a clinical trial perspective, it's accelerating our clinical trials, the analysis of that data, and then also the registration of that as well. So all along that process, it is working really well. There are some areas, though, if I were to say, where is the next frontier? The next frontier is right now, we're using AI to identify new targets. But how do we start to look where there is no data? So what are targets that have not been thought of? What are pathways that have not been thought of? That's the real convergence of AI plus humans that will really allow us to accelerate. So those are the areas that are coming a little bit slower, but we still have a lot of interest there and a lot of conviction that we will drive it there. When thinking about how we're adopting it into our processes right now as well, where it's working well, part of that is due to leadership. And what do I mean by that? Is leaders have to, one, champion, they have to own the implementation of it, but they also have to own the accountability throughout the organization. And that's where what we've been doing is leaning in to training all of our employees on AI literacy, and making sure that all leaders, myself as well, who's not a technical expert, we've been told we own the adoption of AI in our functions. Not only the adoption of it, but we own where we are applying AI and are we getting the value out of it for the organization, and then making sure that as it goes through the value chain, that the outcomes meet the results and that our employees adopt it. So that's how we're looking at it right now, but there's much more to do to obviously accelerate that.
And if I can just double click a little bit on that, as you said, R&D has been the area where there was a lot of promise, and that's where a lot of adoption and change has already happened. Right. What areas would you say are kind of the next wave and the laggards within the pharma value chain itself?
Yeah, so I would say R&D has really been accelerated. That has been working well. I would say as we look at manufacturing, all of those processes is working really well. When it comes to commercialization, we're driving it in that space. I think the two areas where I would say are the next frontier. One is, as I said, with research and development, what we have not conceptualized yet, and that's going to take longer. The other is embedding it in all our processes. That has taken more time than probably we had anticipated. What do I mean by that? Like, I'll give you a good example. We have 2 GCCs in India.
Yeah.
When I think about the talent in India, the technical capability, what is slowed down is us including it in our processes from the beginning, as opposed to trying to retrofit into those processes. I think that's the next frontier. When I think about commercialization, I think that while we are developing a lot of AI solutions, the 2 areas that are a challenge for us is having the data to accelerate that, and then having our workforce embed that as quickly as we would like. So those are 2 areas where I think could really help us.
Got it. Amit, let me come to you next. And Indegene is one of the players who's absolutely building the commercial infrastructure for many global pharmacos. What does an AI-enabled pharma commercial model look like? And do you think that that will fundamentally change the model in India as well, where maybe it's a little bit still very much medical rep dependent?
Absolutely, Parijat. So, like Winslow said, AI is being deployed across the value chain, and in commercialization, even the last forts, which you would say right brain, creative, those were the last to change, but those forts are falling as well. So the commercialization model is going to look completely different. And right now we are at a stage where we're still trying to deploy generative AI in the same process, because the budgets are tied up in silos. Somebody controls one budget, the other person controls the other budget. And therefore, the natural first progression is to deploy GenAI within those budget boundaries. But imagine what can happen if you were to rethink this right from scratch. And that is where the real opportunity is. So let me start by each element and very quickly give you a sense. So first is just the brand strategy itself. You come up with a new drug. What is the concept? What is the message? Who's your target audience? What message do you want to communicate during using what channel? That aspect, weeks, months of research being condensed into hours. You got 2 concepts from your agency to choose from after those few months of research. You can get 5 there's nothing stopping you to get 10, because ultimately you want to personalize the message to every end patient and physician. So that is getting completely crunched. Your first creative, every large pharma would have an agency in New York or on the West Coast, come up with the first creative, which you then want to translate to 140, 180 countries globally. And one creative, a few months, and then translating into a nightmare in terms of compliance, bringing assets together, getting condensed to a few days. And that is where the power is. So what message you communicate, how much you can personalize, how much you can localize, give it to the end physician and patient in the channel of their choice. And also the data part. That is a little away in our sense, because what we are seeing our clients is, yes, we can do a lot of this, but the underlying systems need to catch up. Your data terminologies don't talk to each other. Once you're able to unlock value there, then your ability to even use data from your campaign for an existing drug to inform research for your next drug is actually where some of this silo breaking is really going to matter. So in short, seeing the overall commercial model change, going to see a lot more data coming in terms of not just what content you produce, how you disseminate it, which one is more impactful, what is the right message, and the safety information to be conveyed. And a lot of that will ultimately translate down to India as well, because it's the same set of challenges which need to be tackled from a commercialization perspective, even in India.
Got it. Thank you for that. And I mean, we'll come back to pharma in a bit, but maybe Rizwan, I'll come to you next. What we have seen in the provider world a little bit is there are different areas that one can intervene in from an AI perspective. There's certainly the patient experience, there's the clinical part of it, and there's the operational processes that are happening. Now, from a purely India perspective, what we have seen is more focus on the operational aspects first, rather than the patient experience or the clinical side of it. From your perspective, sitting at NABH, what do you think we need to really have, not just the top few hospitals, but the large mass of nursing homes really become compliant with this, really adopt this, and get to the next stage of using data, using AI to improve their processes? Why don't you use that?
So if you look at the world of healthcare, especially from the provider side, I just want everybody to just get a sense of what we're talking about here. So, there are probably about 50 pharma companies which have the dominant market share in a place like India. And even within the 50, there will be 10, 15 who will possibly constitute, the majority market share. By comparison, if you look at it from a healthcare delivery side, there are 80,000 hospitals. And the vast majority, almost 80% of those 80,000 hospitals are sub 50 beds. And within that, most of them are sub 20 beds. And most of those guys are in tier 2, tier 3 cities of India. And supporting this are 2.3 million doctors, most of whom are working in their own individual clinics. So the level of complexity of being able to do anything in AI within a clinic setting, within a hospital setting, is an order of magnitude more complicated than we can even conceive when we look at, the pharma side or the insurance side of healthcare, right? Even if on the insurance side, probably there are 30 insurance companies in India. And all of them are corporatized. They all have corporate offices. They all have technology teams. They all have teams that have AI expertise. But if you minus the corporate hospitals in India, which constitute a very small market share, most of the hospitals and doctors have no clue what is happening in the world of AI. Of course, we all read in newspapers, we all attend conferences like these, and it's easy to sound intelligent. But on the ground, nothing changes. Forget using AI, we're not even using digital systems in most of the places. So if you didn't have a smartphone, you could not use any of the AI tools that come on top of the smartphone. So for a clinic that is not keeping any electronic medical records, it's going to take a long time before they're going to start to use AI. In a hospital which is not using electronic medical records, for them to use AI on top of medical records is going to take a very long time, right? So I just think we just need to calibrate of the enormity of the challenge that doctors in India, hospitals in India are going to face before they're going to have anything in the realistic world. I'm not talking about a doctor going to ChatGPT and asking a question, or using an individual tool so that they can get advice or make a presentation, or a patient going to a tool and, like we all do, when we get a medical report now, we all scan into ChatGPT. I'll keep all those aside. I'm really talking about enterprise grade software which is certified, recommended for use in India by doctors, by hospitals. I think will take an enormous lift there. Now, what can be done? So in my mind, if I look at, so I've been a technology professional all through my life, I really break up, so this was sort of the grim side of the story. Right now in reality, things are not that bad. We'll do something better than that, right? So what will we do, right? So if I look at, so I'm going to give a very simple framework. There are clinical applications and there are non-clinical applications, okay? Clinical applications I'll very simplistically break up into 3 parts. There are AI applications that will sit on top of medical devices. What does that mean? You'll buy an MRI machine, it will have pre-built AI algorithms. You'll buy a CT machine, you'll buy a LIS system, it will have AI built into it. That will be used at scale easily, because that comes bundled in the hardware devices that you buy. Then there will be software that you will buy. You can buy EMR, you can buy an HIS system, etc. that may have features. Like, for example, somebody may have a voice scribing feature which comes along with your HIS system, or somebody may have algorithm built in to be able to accelerate a discharge process or admission process. So tools which are built along with the software you buy, where you don't, as a hospital or a doctor, don't have to integrate anything. It just comes pre-built. So pre-built AI tool in a device will get used a lot. Pre-built tools which come embedded into other softwares that you may be buying will be used a lot. But anything that a hospital has to do where it has to stitch together 2-3 pieces of information to be able to do something is a very tall order. It probably take a very long time to happen. So for example, if you're going to do some disease modeling or some prediction of risk, and for that you need data from an EMR, and you have to integrate from the lab system, etc., and you have to connect 2-3 data points to be able to do it, is a very tall order. Non-clinical side, there are tremendous opportunities, right, to be able to use AI. Because healthcare, like many other sectors, there's so many inefficiencies. There could be inefficiencies in supply chain. There could be inefficiencies in staffing. There could be inefficiencies in financial management. There could be inefficiencies in patient engagement. Simple thing, right? India is going to, as we become an aged population, NCDs are going to become more and more, right? What is the biggest bane in NCDs? People forget to take their medicines. People forget to do their reports, right? I mean, these are like baby use cases when it comes to use of AI, but do it in a manner which is customized to the patient context. Don't create a dumb application where every 9 o'clock in the morning it will give the same alert, because then there is alert fatigue. But do it in a creative way, do it in a smart way, which obviously all social media softwares have figured out how to retain engagement without making it boring. A lot of those kinds of use cases I think are very, very powerful, and I think those will be used, right? So I think as long as we're smart about knowing what the complexity of the healthcare ecosystem is, we're smart about what kind of solutions will be easy to scale and which way will not, I think we'll start to use AI, but still a big lift for the hospital and the doctor community. Yeah.
I'll come back to data and standards in a bit, but I'll first get Rahul into the conversation. Rahul, diagnostics is a very different operating model from both pharma and hospitals. Much higher volume, in some senses more standardized. One could argue lesser clinical complexity, but operationally very dispersed, and operating complexity of a very different order. As you look at across the diagnostic value chain now, where are the areas where you see benefits of AI? Where do you see early uptick of AI? Maybe we start with that.
Thanks, Parijat. This panel discussion is actually reflective of what's wrong with healthcare, right? First the medicine guys, then the hospital, last the diagnostics. It should be the other way around, right? It's first diagnostics, then the medicine, then the hospital. But look, coming to AI, first philosophically, right? I think we're going to have to embrace it. People will trust what they trust, right? There's no way you can regulate it. You've seen it in all sorts of examples. I'll give you an example. 15 years ago, people used to say you need a bank branch. You know, we can't trust the bank unless we see the branch, we touch the notes, we, see the bank manager. That was the semblance of bank trust, right? And where's the bank branch now? There's no bank branch, right? I mean, so people will trust what they trust. Over time, they'll figure out. So when it comes to AI and, the trust issues with AI, I think they'll solve it over time. And I was looking at, in the startup presentation, it was saying 74 consults per hour in a doctor, per doctor. 74 consults an hour a doctor, that's 50 seconds a consult. How much trust will you really build in that time frame, right? So if I then compare the AI to the default in a government hospital, right? You got to ask the question where trust is going to get built, right? I'll give you a simple example. My kids had dengue, both of them at the same time, okay? And we had our pediatrician and we would send her the reports and she would say, yeah, the platelet count looks fine and, tell them to take rest and drink lots of fluids, right? Which is the default. And I did what everyone says you shouldn't do, which is to put it into ChatGPT and all that. But I can tell you, I mean, the stuff it told me, just helped me manage what they're doing. And it would say, look, it looks like the leukocytes is trending up. Seems like she's coming out of the acute phase. Watch this figure for tomorrow, and then you're fine, right? And I was just blown away by how it was doing that, right? So I think it's something we're going to have to embrace. In the diagnostics world, as you said, it's easier to deploy at scale because, you have fewer labs, lots of patients coming in. And we have so many use cases, right? As I said, doctors, if you look at a clinical pathologist, right, they got to check if the QC was run, if the LJ graph is fine, whether it's within range, we've followed all the Westgard rules, finally before you actually release the result, right? All of this is operational nonsense, right? I mean, the doctor should really focus on finally what is the end result and all of that. And we've automated all of that, right? So there's systems, and it's not fully AI, but it takes the burden off so the doctor can really focus on what's really wrong, right? Have we really screwed up in the lab versus, by default checking every single Westgard rule one after the other to ensure that we've got a report. So, but that's back-end stuff. We've all done that. I think, you get the efficiency, you get the accuracy, you come out of all of that. But I think the real magic is in the front end, right? If you Google any diagnostic parameter, on the old Google, you'll sooner or later reach cancer, right? So, you need to figure out, right, what it means. And frankly speaking, the doctor doesn't have time to go through all your reports and, explain to you every single parameter and what's going on, right? So I think people will default to it, right? And then if you're the company that builds the trust around it, right? And you can train models in a way that they report the right things and all of that is then where you tap into that ecosystem, right? Then you become the Google Pay and the Paytms of the banking world and not the, I won't name any names at this point in time. And when you go to the customer interaction side, it's magical. I mean, the kind of stuff that I've seen. I'll play a small audio, if I may. It'll take me maybe a minute. I'll just play this. This is on the PharmEasy side. We use. I also run PharmEasy along with ThyroCare. So this is one of the examples of AI at play.
हेलो मैं रिया बोल रही हूँ PharmEasy से मैं कॉल कर रही हूँ क्योंकि आपके कार्ट में कुछ मेडिसिन्स पेंडिंग हैं और आपके वॉलेट में 100 का बैलेंस भी है साथ ही आपके लिए 22% का डिस्काउंट भी अवेलेबल है क्या आप अभी ऑर्डर प्लेस करना चाहेंगे कितना डिस्काउंट है आपके कार्ट का टोटल वैल्यू है लगभग आपके लिए 22% का डिस्काउंट है जो आपके कार्ड की कुल कीमत।
कोड बता सकते हैं क्या मेरे को, मैं ऑर्डर कर लूंगा।
जी मैं कोड नहीं दे सकती हूँ, लेकिन मैं आपकी ऑर्डर प्रोसेस में मदद कर सकती हूँ और आपको बेस्ट प्राइस और डिस्काउंट कंफर्म करवा सकती हूँ। क्या मैं आपको स्पेशल टीम से
MRP पे है क्या? ज़्यादा ಹೇಳ್ತದಂತ MRP पे 22%।
आपके कार्ड पर जी आपके कार्ड की मेडिसिन पर कुल मिलाकर 22% का डिस्काउंट है जो MRP पे लागू होगा और इसके
आप ठीक है कर दीजिए, प्लेस कर दीजिए, पर 22% रहेगा ना, वरना
If I hadn't told you that that was an AI agent, not many people would have guessed that's an AI agent. Shows up on time, never gets tired, doesn't get delayed in the rain, all of that. And I just wanted to share, sorry that was in Hindi, Winslow, but that's the kind of magic that we're seeing, right? And I think it's either you embrace it or you're going to get left behind.
Yeah, and since you made the comment about diagnostics last versus diagnostics first, so let me come to you with a follow-up. There is absolutely value, and I think all of the panelists have spoken about how at an individual level the diagnosis can become sharper, the patient experience, the individual patient experience can become better, etc. But there is also immense value that you can get with deploying AI to the population at large. And how do you use the diagnostic data that you're getting, hopefully with time better? Hopefully with time the EMR adoption in India becomes better. So do you actually see that, the benefits of AI absolutely transcending the single individual to how the population at large can start to benefit from that? And maybe, Rahul, maybe you can start with that, and Winslow, I'll come to you next, because that's absolutely a useful topic.
No, I think the integration of health records is essential. I'm telling you, 99% of this room will be, because I can see mostly Indians, will be vitamin D deficient, right? Now I don't know why we are all vitamin D deficient. It's probably because we don't have an Indian range, right? And we've all the machine parameters and the kit inserts and all of that is determined of Western population, and that's what we've used. And I know Amira is sitting here, we've all tried to establish our own reference ranges from our own data, but if we can come together, right, we can help clinically manage a lot of these reference ranges much better, and that's just one simple use case of being able to put it all together, right? But it's complex. I mean, there's no forum where we can all come together and define an AI strategy for healthcare, right? Because there's so many different stakeholders, right? There's a 20-bed nursing home, there's a 500-bed super specialty, there's a single pathology center, there's a 11,000 franchise pathology chain. So it's kind of the MNC pharma, Indian pharma, right? There's so many diverse stakeholders. I don't know how we'll come together, but we need it.
Got it. Winslow, what's your sense when you look at that topic, both from a developed market perspective, but also, frankly, what will move the needle for the world is if we get it right in countries like India?
So a couple comments or thoughts come to mind. One, I think AI, we've been looking at personalized medicine. I spent a lot of time in oncology. We still don't have as personalized medicine as we like. I think AI can help us with that. When we think about discovery of products and selecting patients, also with diagnostics and so forth, that then gets put onto a population basis and you get better outcomes with that. I think we've heard examples of speeding up how people get diagnosed quicker, and I think those are good examples of where you can expand as well. I think data is one that I've learned in India. There's not a lot of great data.
Right.
But there are pockets of data, and I'll give you a good example. I'm challenging our teams. We interact with physicians on an ongoing basis through education, for them coming to connect information with us, talking to our medical representatives, so forth. So I'm challenging them. We have data. can we stitch that data together so that we develop our own and then actually serve them as well? Something else I'm very excited about, if you think about in India with the technical capability, with the scientific capability, and the diversity of population, is that an opportunity to generate data which will be more specific to patients in India that comes back to how we treat patients and develop products? That's not there yet, and we start thinking about clinical trials, and we always say, do we have enough data in clinical trials? Can it help us collect real-world data better? Because the first question we get when we launch a product is, do you have data in Indian patients? We do clinical trials. It takes a period of time, but we also get reports of safety data and so forth. So I think those are ways that we haven't unlocked that I hope that AI helps us to better have an impact on the broader patient population.
Yeah. And with that, I come back to you, Rizwan. You know, the point you made around the individual doctor-patient interaction and the capture of that in the EMR. Now, it's been a slow grind for India in terms of EMR adoption. We've gone from, sub 15% or so we are now at about 30-35%, way below what it is in many other markets. And you laid out the problem of the small fragmented nature of the nursing home, hospitals, and so on. What can NABH do in terms of setting standards, enabling faster adoption for that tier of hospitals? Because it's only when we capture the mass of interactions that happen at that level will we really be able to get data that allows us to then interpret it at scale.
So first of all, I don't know where your 35% number comes from. In my mind, it's under 5%. But there is a decent adoption of what in the industry is called the HIS systems, which is your billing system, your admission, that people do. But the true notion of capturing patient clinical information where you have an EMR, I think it's certainly below 10%, okay, in my mind. NABH is doing a lot of things. So this is a journey that I've been involved with for the last 5 years with NABH, and something that I personally feel very, very proud about. So we started, we developed a strategy at NABH of what NABH can do to facilitate use of just digital systems. And one of the things we recognize that unless we don't have well-defined standards, so NABH as an organization, we are about a 20-year-old organization. In some form, fashion, we certify or accredit about 30,000 facilities across the country. And a lot of our strength comes from the fact that the hospital community has a certain trust in the clinical standards and the operational standards that we have laid out, and are willing to come to us to get certified. So we actually developed the digital health standards for hospitals in around 3 years back. And that basically gives a step-by-step guideline to hospitals on what are the specific things, right from admissions to discharge to everything in the middle, that they need to have to be able to get the digital standard certification from NABH. And the good news is that over the last 3 years, as of last month, we had 2,100 hospitals across the country who have voluntarily applied for these standards, so which is actually a very good start. Out of the 2,100, about 300 of them are already certified, and the others are along the way. It typically takes between 12 to 24 months from a hospital to apply to get certified, and that is a very, very positive sign. The other dimension that we started working on is to say that, see, every hospital should not, to buy enterprise software like a HIS or an EMR is a reasonably complicated thing. It's like buying enterprise software. You have to understand functionality, you have to understand security, you have to understand privacy, you have to understand nuances on-prem or cloud. Now there are stronger regulations, there is this DPDP Act. These are very complicated concepts in technology. And most of these hospitals, going back to our earlier point, are small, mid-sized hospitals run by doctors. They've been trained to become a gynecologist, they've been trained to become an orthopedic doctor, they've been trained to become whatever. They've definitely not been trained to buy enterprise and implement enterprise software. So what we did at NABH is that we actually defined guidelines for certifying hospital software. So about 2 years back, we came up with the standards of what hospital software companies need to do, the HIS systems and EMR systems, and we came up with the standard. Those standards have received a very, very positive feedback from the market. And as of date, about close to 60 vendors, which include most of the top players in India, have applied. About 26 of them at last count have already received certification. That entire list of all certified products are on the NABH website. So if anybody is interested, everything that I'm saying, both the standards, which is downloadable for free on the NABH website, and the list of all certified products serving both small hospitals and big hospitals are on the NABH website. Not only do we give you the name, we actually give you the scorecard of how much they've actually scored on each of our requirements. And that is making the process of buying software more and more transparent for a hospital or a doctor. What that means is that the behavior we want is, I'm a small hospital, I want to buy software. I'll go to the NABH website, I'll see which are the products which are of interest to me, and I will get them, I will connect with them. The contact information also of the vendors is out there. So there is a tremendous amount of effort we put in. We then last year came up with software standards for clinics, clinic management software, so about 7 of them are certified. And next month, on 17th of September, which is a national day, we're going to announce medical imaging standards. So now, if you're a hospital, if you want to buy an RIS system or a PACS system, then again, there'll be a certification program. So in my vision, a year down the line, for the most important pieces of software that a hospital or a doctor needs, you should be able to get a validated list from NABH. And that, I think, is going to be a really good thing. That makes it easier. That does not mean that the problem will get solved. And the reason the problem of digitization of hospitals and doctors will not get solved is because we have a value attribution problem in the country, which is a huge problem. So let me explain what I mean by a value attribution problem. And I'll simplify it by giving you an analogy. Imagine I'm staying in a 40-story high-rise, and I want to get the high-rise protected for fire. So I go to a fire expert, and he says, okay, you know what you need to do? You need to put this firefighting equipment, but the equipment is such that you need to put it on every 3rd floor of your 40-story building. So then you go to the residents staying on the 3rd floor and say, see, there's a firefighting equipment in front of your house, so please pay for that equipment. The residents are going to say, but it's actually protecting the entire building. But you say, no, 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 the equipment is outside your house, so only you have to pay for it. The reality is that nobody is going to pay for it because everybody is going to say, this is so patently unfair. It's a firefighting equipment for the entire building, but just because it's outside my house, you are wanting me to pay for it. Now, electronic medical record systems in India have the same problem. Having an electronic medical record in a hospital and using an electronic medical record benefits the hospital, benefits the doctor, and benefits the insurance companies, because today one of the biggest problems in India is fraud, waste, and abuse. The moment a hospital starts using electronic medical records, has everything digitized, it becomes a lot more transparent. Government today is a huge payer. Government derives tremendous amount of value if hospitals start using electronic medical records. If hospitals start using electronic medical records, there is huge transparency with respect to population health, public health, so many other benefits that accrue to the entire community. But we are expecting the entire cost of the electronic medical record and the operational cost to be incurred only by the hospital just because it's sitting in the hospital. Are you able to see the analogy between the building example, right, where everybody is benefiting, but just because that equipment is outside the 3rd floor, you're only expecting them to pay. So we need to solve for it. So otherwise, we're going to go every day, beat the guy on his head and saying, see, you're not implementing an EMR. But what we really need to do is to figure out between an insurance company, between the government, between other stakeholders who are benefiting, saying how do we incentivize? And there are simple mechanisms. It doesn't have to be complicated, right? It could be a small premium on the insurance claim from a hospital that is submitting pure electronic medical records, right? So I think there is a technology aspect of problems we need to solve, but there is the bigger issue in India is an attribution issue that we will need to solve. So unless all the different stakeholders don't come together, year by year, we'll keep on beating the hospital on the head and saying you're not buying electronic medical record. They will keep on cribbing that, hey, it's too expensive, we can't afford it, it's taking too much effort, and we will not make progress. Yeah. So that's the problem in India.
And Amit, maybe I'll come to you next, because I think that there is absolutely a problem of value attribution. And, I think the question also I take it to is, how and where do you see AI really delivering ROI for your clients? There's no doubt at all that the corporate budgets on AI have increased, whether it's in compute, whether it's just the number of people using it, whether it's, across different use cases and so on and so forth. At individual process level, at individual use case levels, the benefit is clear. The flow through to the company P&L is still, patchy at best. So what are you seeing in your clients in kind of the more, and a lot of your business is outside. Where do you see that happening, the ROI business case being really proven fully?
Thank you. So quite a few pockets, Parijat. The first port right from lab to market. So if clients are able to shrink that cycle, they get longer time in the market while their patent is still valid. And that is one frontier, which again, multiple activities there, not just how you handle trial data, but also how quickly are you able to compile that data, file it with the regulator, get approval, and get your drug to the market. So that itself, the entire process of analyzing data from the last patient, your database lock, to getting to the regulator for approval, 6 months to just author the report can be done within a few days. And that is getting automated. And it's not just the efficiency, it is the accuracy, which also means that any disapproval from the regulator puts you back by months. How are you able to avoid that so that you are able to get your drug to the market faster? And it's not just our clients, actually, it benefits the end patients as well.
Yeah.
So that's a big value add. Once you start, where you have the approval, you start educating the physicians about it. You start tracking how the safety data is performing while the drug is in the market. Your ability to reach out to physicians, answer their queries, also alter, distinguish between signal and noise, because once you launch the drug, there is so much of incoming volume of, can I prescribe this, can I not prescribe this, this is what has happened. Being able to decide this is signal which impacts how my drug is working in the market, and this is noise which I need to ignore, that ability itself has become significantly stronger. So your ability to do faster decision making and the right decision making, that is where we're seeing ROI. We're also seeing ROI in terms of the commercialization aspect, which is you have your field reps who are going and meeting physicians, you have digital channels. They continue to operate in a silo, because the underlying asset which binds them together is data. And your ability to analyze your data to say, this is the next best thing for my field rep to do, and this is the next best thing for my digital team to do, and bringing that decision making in sync, so you're getting the right message across on the right channel. That is the other place where you're seeing ROI. One other interesting thing, and I think this came out in the panel as well, Mr. Koita spoke about it, Rahul spoke about it. See, we are not going to be able to stop patients from going to a Gemini or a ChatGPT and ask for things. That is not going away. So the future from a commercialization perspective is, as healthcare stakeholders, how do we provide the right information to the patient at the time of him reaching out for that info? We also spoke about, and we have been since morning, around the very limited patient-physician interaction time. That is also not going away. But how do you bring in technology to solve for that? India has a strong, very large chronic disease population. Adherence is low. Can you actually bring in technology to solve for that problem? This is the next frontier, Parijat, where the real value unlock will happen. A lot of our clients are looking at how do you solve for this. AI results in search. You're not going through web pages on Google anymore. You're just reading the AI summary. How do you get the right information to the patients in the AI summary, which matters to them at the point they need it? That is the future, and that is where the real value unlock is. So that when the patient comes and sits in front of the physician, there is already a same playing field in terms of the diagnosis, what is the best treatment, what is the best brand, and there is no dissonance. And that will drive adherence as well going forward. So some pieces, what I spoke about earlier, we're seeing value unlock already happen. The patient piece is where a lot of our clients are excited about the realm of opportunity. And that is where, if we are able to unlock value, then the clinical outcomes which we can deliver for patients can be far higher.
Got it. I just wanted to add one other, at least tip from my learning. See, if you take a use case view, you'll get nothing out of AI. Nothing. If you take a use case view, okay, I want to automate this use case, you'll get nothing. So don't even bother starting. You take a process view. Okay, you can say sample import to report release, I want to reduce by 50%. Right? Then you identify use cases that will get you there. Then the outcome is automatic, right? You can say call productivity, I want to go from 20% to 80%, right? And then you identify everything within that to get you there. But if you take a use case view, like I showed you this one particular use case, but it's an isolated use case. You implement it, it looks very nice in this forum, but you'll get zero value from it. So I think if I have to leave this group with how to think about AI and ROI, take a process view, don't take a use case view.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we are also running up on time. So one last question, and that's actually to all of you. And maybe Rahul, you can start. If you had to make a single kind of bet in terms of what will have the most transformative impact from an Indian healthcare perspective, where would you say that we should think about that?
That's a tough question. You want to go first?
I can start. I think, at least from my perspective, AI requires good data, and that is the biggest challenge. And so I don't think we'll solve the data problem at a holistic level. But if we solve it at smaller levels with the data we have and cleaning the quality of that and stitching that data together, I think that's maybe something that's possible.
I would go with longitudinal data history as well. And not just in terms of helping determine the next course of action with the patient, but also in helping designing drugs for the Indian diaspora. And that is going to be extremely critical. So I think the government has already built the highway. We just don't have the ramps for the data to get onto that highway. So if you're able to fix that, I think that is going to be the single most change.
My answer is going to be self-serving, Rizwan. Okay. If I fast forward 10 years out, if I look at the chronic disease burden in the country, 500 million chronic diseases in the country, there are never going to be enough hospitals, and there's not going to be that many medicines that are going to help. So I think the next big opportunity is diagnostics.
We obviously data is a problem. Nobody is questioning that. Reality is if you had data, and there are tools now within a couple of hours between now and the time you'll go home, you can create a bunch of models. Okay, so creating an AI model now is a commodity if you have the data. Okay, so that is not the problem. That is a problem. I'm not saying it's not. The reality is that we have very limited structure for validating, evaluating, and certifying and approving models. So everything that is happening is, in the strictest sense, in the gray market, right? Whether it is the use of ChatGPT or whether it is the use of some AI tool by some doctor, right? So as long as the objective is that abhi wo chal raha hai, abhi wo chalate hain, jitna chalega, then it's okay. Then you can get data or whatever. But today, there is no ability of any company to figure out a way to say, okay, what is the validation criteria? What is the evaluation criteria? What documents I have to submit? What it will take to get approved? And how do I go and sell it in a legitimate way to a hospital or to the government for my solution to get used? And that's why what we are seeing is just a plethora of, now, an Apollo hospital or a Max or a Fortis can build solutions for themselves. A Thyrocare, a Metropolis can build solutions for themselves, right, and use it because they're building it, they're taking the risk, they're using it on their own. But the moment you have to build a solution which has to be commercially viable, where you have to go and sell that solution to anybody else, right, there is no framework to be able to do that. So we'll have to solve for that problem if India has to become a legitimate player of building real use cases and tools for AI in healthcare.
Thank you very much. Data and the models, validated models that actually take that data and make it valuable. That really seems to be the consensus. Do we have time for a couple of audience questions? Or sure, maybe a couple of questions from the audience. If you can just say your name, question, and if you're directing it to a specific individual.
Solving a particular healthcare problem. For example, I pick up diabetic retinopathy, for example, and I just create a solution, product, application, whatever you want to term, solving only diabetic retinopathy. Okay, so and I think of training that data that it will be a simple application where the patients will be coming up and discussing, but it will be only talking about that particular area. Just for example. So what do you think that, the patient data which I would be receiving from the end users who will be putting it up, for example, their questions or probably patient prescriptions, doctor prescriptions example. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, is it really validated data? Because, doctors will be giving them that data because, for example, if I go to a lab and I get a report, I still ask to Claude or ChatGPT that, hey, what are your thoughts on that? So it is validated, right? Because I have got it from a authority lab that, okay, I'm putting that into my ChatGPT. And second, if I want to make it more advanced, okay, what do you think that the countries which are much more advanced in terms of the healthcare facilities as compared to India, if I take that data which existing over there and I train my model with respect to that data, will it be a viable solution or will it be helpful? I mean, these are the two questions which I have.
Anyone wants to take that? Do you have that to anyone or?
Yeah, anyhow, I mean, all five of you are great on that.
If you're asking these questions, you should not be building that model. If you are building the model, then you would know the answer to those questions.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to know your thoughts that what do you think on this?
I think there are many people working on that problem. This particular use case has been like too many people are working on it. Find some other use case.
Maybe one more question and then, yeah, please. I think it's coming from.
Yeah, my question is to Mr. Rizwan Koita. You have partly actually answered it, but still I'm tempted to ask you. You talked about value attribution problem and with respect to the EMRs. Now, in contrast, there are some hospitals like Apollo hospitals where EMRs have been implemented very well. So how do you contrast this situation into, or these processes in these hospitals in contrast to the hospitals where you see this as a problem?
See, if you're a hospital, if you're Apollo hospital and you're running 20, 30 hospitals across the country, and you have an ambition to double, triple your scale, and you want to do that in an orderly manner, then for that scale of operations, you don't have a choice but to use technology and use technology at scale. And you also have the wherewithal. So, I don't have intimate knowledge of Apollo's technology team, but I can imagine that they will be extremely good, right, in some ways, right, because they're running operations of a very large, sort of multi-centric organization with huge capacity. If you look at a 20-bed hospital, which is being run by a doctor, the entire leadership pool of the hospital will be the doctor, the wife, and probably another doctor who's working there, right? They don't have the ability. So there are economies of scale, which is also the reason why if you look at banking in India, right, the smaller banks have disappeared. Now only the large guys have remained and they all occupy. So now what happens in banking is you don't need a bank branch anymore, right? And therefore you could be in a tier 2, tier 3 town having great banking operations without having a local branch. Healthcare is a very local problem. So they're in a tier 2, tier 3, in a rural village, there will need to be a hospital. And the large guys will not find it economically viable to set up a hospital there. So the small hospital, mid-hospital problem won't go away. See, insurance, there are only 30 insurance companies in India, no? They can serve an insurance policy any part of the country they want. But healthcare is too local, so you will need that, right? So if India has to get digitize healthcare and start to use AI, in fact, some of the need for these expert capabilities actually more in tier 2, tier 3 places where you don't have expert advice. Yeah. Folks living in bigger cities of India actually better served, in some ways. Today, I was just anecdotally, I was saying that today, if you're a senior cardiac surgeon, if you're willing to move to a tier 2, tier 3 city, you can actually make more money than you are sitting in Mumbai. But this cardiac surgeon doesn't want to go to a small town there because of lifestyle reasons, right? The kids will want to go to school. They themselves will want better health care. So they don't want to go, even though a chain is willing to pay them more money going to a small town. So these are some real problems in India, yeah.
Thank you. With that, thank you to all the panelists. Really, I appreciate the time and the energy that you brought to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Parijat sir, for moderating the very interesting and incisive discussion. I would also like to thank all our panelists, Mr. Koita, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Guha, and Mr. Gupta. Our discussions have now moved from policy and regulation to startups, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, care delivery, and talent. The final conversation turns to the organizational question: what does it take to lead an AI-ready healthcare organization? Before we have the panel discussion, we'll break for a small coffee and networking break. And let us please come back by 4:30. Yes. Yes. Please be seated by 4:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Technology can create new capabilities. Whether organizations can absorb and use those capabilities brings us to the question of leadership, talent, and institutional readiness. Our fireside chat is titled Leading AI-Ready Healthcare Organizations. Moderating the conversation is Professor Tarun Jain from IIMA Ahmedabad. Joining him are Dr. Sharvil Patel, President of the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and Managing Director of Zydus Life Sciences. Dr. Patel combines pharmaceutical and research expertise with a doctorate based on research in breast cancer at Johns Hopkins Bayview Medical Center. Under his leadership, Zydus has brought novel chemical entities, biologicals, biosimilars, and vaccines to market, including ZyCoV-D, the world's first plasmid DNA vaccine for COVID-19. Zydus today has a presence in more than 90 countries with 44 manufacturing plants and 10 research and development centers. Dr. Patel has received several recognitions, including Business Today's India's Best CEOs Services Vanguard Award for Pharmaceuticals and Healthcare, the ET Pharma Leader of the Year at the 2022 ET Health World India Pharma Awards, and the Gen Next Entrepreneur recognition at the Forbes India Leadership Awards. We also have with us Ms. Amira Shah, Promoter and Executive Chairperson of Metropolis Healthcare. Over 2 decades, Ms. Shah has led Metropolis from a doctor-led practice into the second largest diagnostic chain across India and Africa, operating across more than 750 towns in India. She led 3 rounds of private equity funding and the company's public listing in 2019. She received the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award in Healthcare in 2021. And she has been named among Asia's Power Business Women by Forbes Asia, and has appeared among the 50 most powerful women in business lists of both Fortune India and Business Today. May I invite Professor Jain, Dr. Patel, and Ms. Shah to the stage. Professor Jain, over to you now.
Excellent. So thank you so much for everyone, and I hope you enjoyed your tea and are full of caffeine and sugar for this session. We're going to have a nice chat. I think this has been billed as a fireside chat, although I hope there's no fire over here. But we can. I'm very happy to have both of you. Both of you have been friends of IIMA Ahmedabad, so thank you so much for coming here and doing this session. I think all of us are looking forward to this. My own perspective on when I was told that the fireside chat will have Zydus and Metropolis, right? And talking about AI is to think that, hey, these are mature, large organizations. These are not startups. And we're talking about AI in fairly, evolved organizations which already have a sense of purpose. They have a sense of what their customers are, and they have a sense of what their operations are. And so when you're talking about integrating AI into organizations of this size and scale, you're really thinking about, you take a Boeing 747 high into the air and then say, let's change the engines on this, right? And so that's a little bit of my view on AI, but I don't want to take up all the time talking about my views. I want to get your perspectives as well. And the place I would start with is, Amira, when I was trying to do research on what Metropolis is doing, I found a very long list of AI initiatives within the organization. And it's very impressive that these AI initiatives, they reach the clinical side, they reach the customer and the patient side of things, and they also reach the operation side, right? So it's quite substantial. And but here's my question to you. I mean, of these initiatives, can you help us to appreciate them a little bit more? Particularly, I'm interested in understanding which one of it is speculative in nature, which one is, blue sky bets, what is more practical. I think many of us would like to understand some of those.
Thanks so much. It's nice to be here. I think AI is such an overused word nowadays that obviously all of us go back to our teams and say, okay, do something more. And we heard in the earlier panel talking about how you want to approach it as a process and not as a use case. I mean, for Metropolis, at least I can tell you that while the perception of diagnostics is that it's a very operational heavy business, and it is, but we function as a very deeply scientific organization, right? So the science comes first before the operations. What I mean by that is, 40-45% of our revenue comes from very critical tests for very critical diseases. So when you're getting a stroke, you're having a transplant, you have cancer, we're the ones you come to for diagnosing those most critical things. And those things are not done by automated machines. They're done by human beings. Now, to say that AI is going to replace those human beings with the years of knowledge that they have built, we do not have those data sets yet in India, which are validated, that I would ever put that for my own mother sample, so I would never put it for your sample, because I would not trust the AI data set to replace the human being. But where we see AI playing a very important role is actually in clinical decision support systems, to enable the doctor to do it faster, to enable the doctor to do it in a more standardized way, to ensure that if I have 10 doctors doing it, how do I ensure all 10 are able to get the same data points, even though their experience is different? So hopefully they come to a more standardized solution. And I think that's our approach to it. I think as a mature scientific organization, we feel there's a huge responsibility with using and leveraging AI in our systems. So the operational stuff is still easier, right? You can automate this, and you can put AI for prescription generation. You can put AI for, a doctor is saying a report, and you can use it for voice transcription. Those things are still easier to do. I think the harder part is saying, can I use AI to actually make a diagnosis, which is going to be life and death? And I don't think we are there yet to replace the human, right? So I think we're very careful on those fronts. We've used it to give you an example, like in karyotyping, which is like a genetics test, where you're trying to figure out which genetic sequence is actually impacting, which mutation is causing a problem. And we were used to do karyotyping, it used to take 12 to 15 days. Now with our AI tool that we have built in-house, the same doctor is able to do karyotyping in half the time, so in 6 to 7 days. And like I said, if you have 10 doctors doing it, you have a more standardization and consistent result because you can find more patterns using AI. So I think those are the kind of examples, or like TB, which is another very interesting one we did, where TB is a very complex disease. Now, I don't know how many people here have ever had TB, but TB usually impacts also a lower affording class of society. And the disease is very complex because it's not easy to diagnose it, because sometimes it's a mycobacterium and sometimes it's other bacterium which are not easily picked up. Now, in that kind of case, what we've done is, using our data, we've created an algorithm, which we actually have the first Indian patent for in India, which actually helps the doctor to diagnose the kind of TB that that patient is having by running them through a flowchart system, which is dynamic and moving on AI. So that way we've seen the diagnosis of TB actually getting far more specific and much earlier than it would have happened earlier. Otherwise, they would have tried this drug, oh, it's not working, try another drug, it's not working. But now we're able to tell the doctor, this is the kind of TB, this drug will work very early in the stage. So really effectively helping the patient. So I find these kind of analysis, or third one is an allergy test, where you're able to do 240 allergens at one go because of AI, which otherwise would not have happened in a manual allergy test. So I think these are the kind of examples on the clinical side where it's very effective. The operational stuff is there. The customer-facing side, while I know most organizations are saying, let me put a chatbot for customer care, we are very hesitant to do it. Like, you can do it with your franchisees, you can do it with your business partners, but to do it with a patient, I'm not so sure. Because at the end of the day, the patient is coming to you in their most nervous state, right? When they are sick, they've got cancer, they are in their most nervous state. They are not only looking for the right report, the right information, they're looking for reassurance, they're looking for compassion. And that today, AI cannot do. A human being can do, a trained human being can do. So we are still not there where we are going to put AI on our front-facing side. It's all on the back. And we want humans to continue to provide that compassion to our patients today.
Sharvil, in some ways, I'd like to learn about AI in the discovery process. To what extent is AI having a larger role in discovery? Obviously, discovery is ultimately about starting with 2 million molecules and getting it down to the 2 that might work. But can you help us to chart this journey and think about where is it that the highest ROI AI will be?
So maybe I'll first talk about the research part, and then maybe generally speaking on overall where AI can create value in large corporations. But on R&D, at least on the Indian context, because we don't have a lot of data, both outside data, which is sitting there, and also internal in the companies, because none of us have libraries that have been created to that extent and all of that. So I think while one thing that AI does obviously is to take all of this and create a better thing. But I think that story is also over now. I think the way AI is going to help you make sure that using protein folding, other ways of how AI computes stuff, really design it from the beginning, rather than thinking about needing to give it a library and think about it. And these are proven models that exist, which have already been created in the West. So some of this can already be picked up here and done. So I think today, if I say the practical use of AI in R&D has to be that we pick up what has already been built and deploy it in our organizations and get the teams working to make sure that they're able to use it and become capable of using it, because it's very difficult to create for at least companies in India to have that much length and quality of data sitting there where they can use that to create something more meaningful. And I think that has changed meaningfully also for everyone. So using the new tools that are available, I think there is already a lot of concepts that have been created. There are a lot of areas where people have shortened the whole cycle time. So you need to do both. You need to create the synthesis or the platform or the molecules, and then you have to have the lab to do the work, and then both have to work together to make sure that the reiteration process that happens for discovery happens faster so that you can make choices. More importantly, I think what we all fear is, when you have a drug, whom should the drug be tested based on? I think some of those things in terms of looking at data will help us to design better trials so that your chances of success with a more specific target population becomes more realistic and more possible for us to get the success factor. So on that part, I see a lot of opportunity where the right designing of the molecule, but also right designing of the clinical protocol will help in terms of getting through some of these processes. Beyond that, I would say just all the core processes can be made faster using artificial intelligence. But to do any of this, first we need to create the backbone, which is the data set and the data layers. So unless as organizations do that and invest behind it for a period of time, then you can create enterprise-wide value for it. So I would say R&D, yes, the most value creation can happen there, but obviously every company is not into R&D all the time, and everybody doesn't work across the disease platform. So it's not that this will become the only value driver for today in India. In the long term, yes, this could become the big disruptor for us, but AI has far more easier applications to be done in the sector beyond just doing it in research. But I would say we as a company are spending time on R&D, but we are also seeing a lot of opportunity in other fields, which I can talk about later.
So, I have a follow-on. So a follow-on question I have on that is that, there's not a lot of data currently, but there's uncertainty if you get outside data, there's uncertainty about what data there is, or you can have internal data, and that takes time and effort. So can you help us to understand how you're approaching that decision?
So, this is a little difficult question because there is no Indian epidemiological data available. But so unfortunately today we are taking Western data and we are designing whatever we're doing with that. Also assuming that you will target that market first, because innovation is in a way very differently understood or rewarded in terms of the risk-reward profile that exists for this. So yeah, we are using as much as any other Western company using that kind of data from that learning that we're doing to develop for that kind of set of individuals. But I'm sure they'll have enough correlation with other genetic conditions also. So I don't see that as a major problem today. But yes, as and when more data is generated here, we can have specific opportunities for India. But till then, we are all using the Western established annotated data that exists.
Got it. Okay, so virtually everyone who works in the healthcare sector today, irrespective of what type of organization there is, virtually every employee, scientist, pathologist, whoever that is, they all got trained and worked in the pre-AI era. Virtually everyone is making the shift. I mean, organizations are making the shift, but people are making the shift too. So how are you approaching that aspect, which is more about individuals learning, adapting, the culture shifting, all those things? So can you offer us a perspective on that?
See, I mean, these, like an AI transformation, for example, or an AI introduction, you can try to do a top-down approach where you say, okay, push everybody to start adopting it. But the reality is it only sticks and it only works if people actually find that it's adding value to their jobs. Like I gave you the example of the karyotyping. When our pathologists, who were initially extremely resistant to AI helping them, because they are thinking, the whole world is telling them AI is going to take your job, AI is going to take your job. So they firstly have the fear in their brains. They don't want to adopt it. Second, they're thinking they don't see the data sets behind AI to have confidence that this is going to give me a correct result. So therefore, and that's right, because a doctor has to use their instinct to protect the patient. Now, if they don't know this black box is giving them what result, why should they accept it? So the instinct is not to accept it. But if you do two things, it becomes easier to make them adopt it. One is to co-create the models with them. When we started co-creating the models with our pathologists so that they could see what was the input in the black box that they then gave the output, and they felt confident about the output, it made them embrace the AI tool much better. That was one. And the second was when they saw that AI actually helped them cut the time for the report, and the productivity increased, like I said, from 14 days to 7 days, they themselves were excited by it. So if AI adds value to the outcome and to the process that that employee has, I don't think people resist it. But people resist it when it's AI for the sake of AI, or when AI is worse than actually what they were doing before it. And I think if people are resisting something, we should go back and check whether that technology is accurate or not. Because otherwise, honestly, if you look at how many people in this room have adopted to ChatGPT, I mean, all of us have done it, right? Nobody needed to push us. So all human beings are happy to embrace something that helps them.
So is there an element of like transparency, explainability that helps in adoption?
100%. Like I said, you have to co-build it. It cannot be just abhi bas AI tool use karo, right? It's the question is, how did you get that accuracy of that data? What makes people trust it? And that only comes from transparency. When you show them what's inside that black box, otherwise nobody's going to believe it. So I think, like I said, the co-creation and the value addition, these two are very critical. And then we found people are happy to adopt it.
Great. So, if you had to give some suggestions, there might be like organizations in here who are suffering from some FOMO, fear of missing out, right? I mean, oh my God, these guys are like, they're already doing this. So what's that advice, right? What are steps 1, 2, 3 that organization should be taking to at least in your journey, you say, oh, well, you got to do this first. And if you don't do this, steps 2 and 3 are more difficult. What does that advice look like?
I mean, for us, I can just tell you what we did. I mean, initially, because it's something which is such a big topic which most people don't understand, the inertia to get off the ground is there. So at least for us, initially, it required a push from my side. But more than just push, it required influence. So I organized, 3-4 speakers to come of other organizations who had actually used and implemented AI in their firms. And I brought those professionals to come to my company to talk to my professional team to explain how it helped them. Because then they were able to get into the nitty-gritties versus just the blue sky idea of AI, but to actually talk about how do you adopt it, how do you get people to adopt it, etc. So that was influence plus push. And then pick up the use cases which are working everywhere else. So things like your customer care, things like your transcriptions, pick up something which gives early success. We did these 3 because once people taste success, then they're excited to try more. Then you go into more complicated processes, more complicated use cases. So these were the 3 things that we did.
Sharvil?
So I think it has to start from the top. There has to be a strong conviction, not at just my level, but at the leadership level, to really think that this is going to solve very important problems for them. And if you're able to convince them, then I think everything will happen in the end. I think the beginning step is we need to have certain guardrails in terms of what we want to do. One is we have to have trust in the system or whatever we are creating. So the the authenticity of data, the whole build out of that data system, data lake becomes the most critical aspect, because that is your master system or system that's going to be used for everything in the organization to feed things off in terms of making choices. So I think that becomes very critical, and as many people are involved in making sure that that is done right first time, makes sense. It's like when you roll out an SAP, you have to have that kind of, what goes in also is, if good things don't go and good things don't come out of those kind of things. So that's very, very critical. The second is you have to redesign the process. You can't take an existing process and say, I will put AI onto it, because that really delivers much of nothing. You need to make sure that you're simplifying the process, so that today what people find it difficult on the day-to-day work, that can become easier, faster, better, more accurate, and less quality challenges. So we are very clear, whenever we are picking up anything, we say take end-to-end, enterprise-wide thinking for that process or for that unit, so that when you come out with a solution, it is making sure that it is looking into that. The second most important thing also is we have to achieve either of two things. One is you achieve speed, accuracy, and better quality, or you are looking at better experience, user experience, in terms of how users are working at it. I always, when we are talking about manufacturing, and today we have one facility, a legacy facility today makes certain amount of medicines, and we have about 3,000 people. And when this whole digitization happened, and the whole automation, and then AI, so we said, what should the future facility look like? And then the first idea was, it'll be too expensive, because now you're bringing digitization, you're bringing automation, which is expensive, and then you're talking about putting AI on it. So from the day one, the disbelief was, yes, it'll be very good, but it'll be very expensive. So you can do it as saying you have one of the best factories in the world, to say it is a dark factory, or it is one of this, but is it going to be competitive? But as people started to study the whole process of taking all these three things together and making sure, today we are able to design facilities which are going to have something that was run by 3,000 people done by 250 people, and be more cost efficient, more capex heavy, but more cost efficient in the end for making the pill, which will be even better quality in the way it'll come out. And so I think once people start thinking, dreaming about what can be done, I think there are always solutions that can make it happen. So it has, as I said, it cannot be done in my existing facility. It has to be a new facility, because you cannot stitch together so many things that you want to do. You need a whole ecosystem that needs to get created. So we have made a choice that for every big enterprise-wide initiative, we don't mind investing in creating everything from scratch if we need to, so that we show an example that this is best in class with the most competitive metrics that one is looking at, whether it is a cost, whether it is quality, whether it is throughput. And so in most of the activities that we do, we're seeing a great benefit come out of that. The other is, nobody today wants to do a repetitive work. No matter what we say, that people are very excited about, jobs and all things. The hardest job for us to recruit for is the starting job. And the hardest job to keep the person in it, excited, motivated, is that first entry job. So people, today's generation, don't want to do a repetitive work. This just leads to more errors, more challenges. People are demotivated. They don't like to be in a particular same activity, doing it again and again. So I'm saying take those away. Those are not the jobs that are for the future. The jobs of the future are more better jobs to be created. So I think as we are looking at all of these, we are seeing great opportunities in really simplifying and making a quality of job for the person more rewarding than just that 9 to 5 doing repetitive 10 items every day.
No, so this is nice, because it suggests to me that the fact of AI entering organizations is also an opportunity to reimagine the whole process, AI and non-AI, and just to think about every element and say, we're just basically re-optimizing in response to a shock. And so how do we re-optimize everything altogether, not just the parts which will be impacted by AI? Because this is an opportunity for organization change. Let's just do everything together. And so perhaps that's a little bit of, the nice thing about what you're suggesting. So, it's 5:05. We did start a little bit late. So instead of me asking more questions, why don't I open up the floor to several of the people in this audience? Do people want to ask questions at this point? One, two. Are there microphones?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Dheeraj. I think we've had an entertaining and an insightful discussion throughout the day on AI. I think one aspect which I wanted to get your perspective on is cost of AI. I think we've heard about other sectors and other industries talking about token maxing and cost of AI going about. I think how has that played a role so far in your respective organizations, or how do you see that play out in healthcare in India?
So maybe we can collect two or three questions at a time, right? So I mean, it's a great question about cost of. So the second question over there, and the third one over there, right? So.
Hi, this is Dinesh, and the question is to Ameera, slightly connecting to the previous talks as well. Specifically from a diagnostics perspective, right now we have so many people with their ABHA IDs, and I think of diagnostics at the forefront of where, like, if you know the unique digital identity of the patient, then a large diagnostics organization can actually create the data required, not just like for the LLMs, but from a patient point of view, right? The value isn't abnormal, the value has been increasing over the last 3 or 4 tests. So if it's happening, then good, but if it's not happening, what's the cost and what will it take to sort of build that data?
There's a third question up here.
Hi, this is Dr. Manoj, and this question is to Sharvil sir. So my question is more about mindset, less about technology. So any change you do requires acceptability and huge amount of rejection. So when you were adapting it in your organization, what is that you had to stop? What is that you had to start? And what you felt this should surely continue? So stop, start, and continue.
Okay, great. So we can perhaps take those questions. So there's a question about costs. I don't know who's interested. Ameera?
So, a question about the diagnostics and this. So, going back to what Rizwan said in the last panel, we have to remember that, just to give you a few statistics, there are 3 lakh labs in India. 99.9% are not accredited, and 90% of them are not run by pathologists. Okay. So this is the current status. You're talking about very chotu-motu labs, which are like one person, not even a doctor, who are doing this. So most of these are not digitized, not automated, very, very small shops, right? So while we are talking about, if you talk about the top 4 chains in India, they're less than 6 or 7% of the overall industry. So while companies like us are doing the EHRs and the ABHA IDs and all of that, the reality is you're still a small portion of the entire industry, that it doesn't bring about meaningful change across the entire journey of a patient. But your point is absolutely right, that we are at the front end of engaging with consumers, and we already have profiles on consumers. We know exactly what's happening in your body. We not only know what's happening in your body, we know what community you come from. Knowing what community you come from, I know what you eat. And there's a very clear connection between what your physiology is, what your genomics are, what you eat, and therefore what your body blood tests show, right? And that combination and connection will all lead to hopefully personalized healthcare in the future, because that is the real shift in healthcare that should happen. Not this one generic medicine for all, generic treatment for all, but actually based on your genome, actually based on what's happening in your body. So I certainly think it'll go there, and I hope that not too far away, we are all eating personalized meals for ourselves, personalized drugs, personalized everything, based on our genomic sequence. Now, to build all of this, it's going to require investment. And the cost today is probably going to be higher than the investment we see in the short term, in the return we see in the short term. So there's no way you can do an ROI on this, on every use case, on every process, and say, yeah, should I do it or not do it? You kind of have to do it with the faith of the bigger picture that you can build in the future, and then drive execution across the enterprise to be able to make as much of you data ready and AI ready to be able to get the ROI in the future. While of course with our teams we may not be saying this, we may be saying the ROI nikalo from every technology transformation, but the reality is all of us sitting at the top know that that's not necessarily realistic at this point of, or every sliver of point of time.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just take the same little bit on cost and then the other question. So this is obviously today, if I take my organization, today the only cost that is growing and without control is the IT cost. And we have debate on how to manage this, how much of it is the necessity and how much of it is the frills and thrills around it. But it is something that we all have to think, and now with the push towards cloud, that's only again getting into a more bigger black box, as you say, where how much of this we'll be able to manage. So I think one thing we have to, I think this has happened already in the West, where they've already burned their hands saying that the costs have run out of both, whether it's tokens or just cloud computing and other things. So I think there are already models built that we can today adopt from day one, how to make sure that we are governing the way the data and the tokens and everything is used. So what we are building today is from day one, we're going to set principles of how things will get allocated to business units, to functions, to make sure that this is the amount that they have to compute, and they get value. As they get more value, they can use more compute tokens and other things. So you have to create that ROI model, because it's very critical. Maybe it doesn't work for everything, but for us, it's very clear that first 2 years, let us show success on ROI, and then we can think of doing good to have things also. So yes, this is going to be an ongoing journey. This is definitely going to be a cost that is going to be significantly higher. But if what we have thought through comes, it is a fact that comes true, then we are talking about, for a company like ours, a 300 basis point increase in margins using artificial intelligence without creating more demand. Demand creation is a very different thing, just making sure how we do things do better. But time will tell. It's still a very early journey for many of the Indian companies to take this enterprise-wide. When you spoke about how, so I think the first thing is you have to demonstrate from yourself. So today, if I do a meeting, if I'm trying to interview a person, I'm first going on Claude, I'm going on saying scrub the LinkedIn profile of that individual, go through every possible things that you can do to do a better interview, because I really don't know how to interview a person better when I'm doing the person for the first time, right? Whether I'm doing a new M&A, I obviously use. So I think you have to start on your own first and demonstrate that you can do it. So what one needs to start, every individual in our company have been told to start. A lot of people said, sir, but you haven't given us access. I said, you use ChatGPT for your home, pay and use whatever it is for your own work, and first learn to use it, then we'll make sure that the enterprise gives you a solution to make sure that you are able to use it more effectively in this. But yes, it will be created for everyone in the organization. So you have to do that. Stop, I mean, I won't say stop. I think we have to take away the fear of failing. I have told our teams that if we fail, it's fine. We'll not fail all the time. We'll fail in some things, but we'll succeed in much. So don't worry about failure, because the day you start thinking about it and you're trying to find the paisa and the rupee of data to say how much you're going to save, you'll probably lose the project and the start of it. So you may not get the best, you may not get everything, but you'll get something that's going to be better than what we do today. So we are making sure that we are a little bit more tolerant to thinking that let's risk it, let's take the risk and do it, and move forward and continue with it. And the most important part is, I have been telling the teams also that let's give a little bit of trust to people that they will not misuse it. Because if you make it too rigid, then it becomes very difficult for people to get in an organization the ability to use it. So somewhere we'll have to also take a leap of faith, and as we want to trust the data and the system, we'll have to trust our people to say that they will use it wisely. The culture of many organizations are such that they are frugal in how they do things. So there's a very natural Indian way of doing things many times. So this is less of a worry, but we have to open the system out for everyone to use, but create guardrails so that the organization doesn't get affected, and we don't take a misstep that can create reputation harm or something else in the company. So those are some of the things that so it's more softer aspects of how one should govern this transformation journey in the organization. But it is all, for us, it is all driven on ROI. So we are very clear in 3 years, this is what needs to get delivered. This is what the team is excited with. People can see some tangible outcomes. There'll be softer solutions also. My employee will feel better using that their HR services versus using what they do today, which is quite broken. So I think there'll be some softer benefits, but we do see hardwired economics value creation happening with AI, as it's done for some of the other things we have done. So that's what we are very excited about.
Great. So Soumya, you have a question? Question up there. So the red shirt over there, hand up over there, and one over there.
Can I? Hi. So I'm Anusha. I'm a student here. So just wanted to understand, I understand the AI usage and the operational efficiency from the operations point of view of across the value chain. But when we talk about using AI for diagnostics or R&D, usually from my understanding is that a lot of these innovation and a lot of these new things which come up in these areas are from the human's tacit knowledge and the context, and also a lot of times there are also unintended innovation which happens. If we give a lot of this analysis to AI, where no human is having complete knowledge or not able to completely go through the entire repetitive process by which the innovation happens, is it actually beneficial for the outcomes in the long term, or how do we balance that out, where human is also having the complete context of everything happening and while AI is able to still do the job?
So there's a second question. Can you pass the mic?
Hello. Yeah, so I had a very basic question related to diagnostics. I use Metropolis a lot, and typically I go to the lab for regular tests, like maybe every 3 months or something, and then you go to a doctor to review the outcome of the test, right? Or maybe you put it in ChatGPT. So are you thinking about providing a more explainability layer on top of diagnostics, as was discussed in the last panel, so that you don't have to do this second step?
Great, and then there's a third question up there.
Hi, I think we talked about using existing AI models. I was kind of curious about if there's scope for producing data for AI models, particularly for physical AI and robotics. And is that something that India can do, and how do you see the scope for startups and academia to collaborate with large organizations like yours to make sovereign AI out of India? Thank you.
Great, so do you want to take this?
Yeah, I'll take the first couple of questions on the you brought up a very valid point around if we outsource everything to AI, how does the human mind continue to innovate if you're not fully aware of the process? And one of the points I made earlier is that's exactly why you have to co-create models with the leaders and the scientists and the pathologists on the clinical side, so that you're only automating and using AI for decisions that help the doctor to make better decisions. So it's not that AI is operating at a parallel to the doctor. AI is operating under the doctor for certain pieces of the value chain, right? So the doc has to have the control and the accountability for the AI part of their decision, and it's only a part of their decision, not the whole of the decision. And I think how you structurally create that in the organization allows the human beings to continue to use AI as a help to them and continue to innovate at every step of the way without losing sight of the entire journey. So I think that's absolutely right, that you have to do them, keep them in that direction. On your question around diagnostics and the interpretation, we have to remember that when a well person comes to a diagnostic center, let's say you're just coming for a preventive checkup, it doesn't matter. I can give you a AI summary of the report. We already give you trends. We tell you, where your hemoglobin is, where your lipid profile is, etc. And, can give you an AI summary of it is very easy. But we have to remember 95% of healthcare is actually people who are unwell. And when you come to the lab, I don't have your history. Now, let's say you have gone to the doctor for some specific context, right? I don't have that history. How can I give you an interpretation of your report without knowing the context why you have come to me? So any lab who does that will be doing you a disservice. And that's why ChatGPT cannot give you a full 100% answer, that even if you put it in ChatGPT, you will still go to your doctor and ask them, because you don't know, ChatGPT doesn't know your entire history. So I think we have to remember medical decisions are all connected in our body. It's not isolated incidents. And a doctor, what they do is to put all the pieces together, keeping in mind your family history, what happened to you, and that's how they triangulate. Now, can that be done over time if you put all your EHR into one common platform and somebody replaces the doctor to give you that insight? It's possible. But would I do it for common things? Yes. Would I do it for very complicated things? Probably not yet. Again, because we don't have the validated Indian data. The information you're getting from a ChatGPT or Claude today is not based on Indian data. And our genome sequence is, and our physiology is different fundamentally from a Caucasian data. So I would take that information and use it as one piece of the puzzle. I would certainly not depend on it 100% at this point of time.
And there was also the question about creating data sets, sovereign data sets in this space.
So generally I have a very bad answer for some of these things that you brought up, but and I think this was discussed in one of the other forums also, that it is very, very hard. I mean, the ideal way for any good company to work is to work with startups and make sure that they're able to work together, because the drive, the 0 to 1 kind of passion that exists with them in terms of finding solutions is very high. In the industry that we come from, because it is so regulated and so many things have to be tested and proven before it can be deployed, it always becomes hard to think with that mindset to do anything. So I think that's why a lot of times, a lot of startups don't get the warm welcome or the opportunity to work with the healthcare and pharma side, because it's so much of the regulation sometimes just doesn't let you think, can you take kind of that risk on the platform and the data that one is creating. So it's something that we all have to figure out, that how do we work in this regulated system and apply and partner, I would say, more with the upcoming and new startups. On the creating, yes, the data, I mean, I think every company will create when they create the data lakes and create the proprietary work, which I think once in a forum I said that should be allowed to be used by other people. So why do you only create this data? If you are creating validated models that are effective and working well, this should be shared in the organizations or in the same industry so that more people can benefit from it, and that becomes more stronger, and that can be outsourced to a company and then they can take it around to different organizations, so that you can use what is created in India, already tested, accepted, proven, so that 0 to 1 is tough. Once it's built and once it is accepted and built, then it's easy to scale and deploy everywhere. So what we are trying to do is, if somebody has created it and is done and is accepted in certain industry in which we work in, we are more comfortable using it for the work that we are trying to do. But without it, it becomes very, very difficult, because again, it's time is quite limited in terms of how people have the day jobs to do as well as the other work to do. So it becomes quite hard. So somewhere we need to create forums where we create this kind of cross-pollination to happen, where industry as well as academia or startups can talk to each other and then work together. But it's a hard problem which I don't know. Today I get 100 mails, I'm replying to. So I'm very bad. I don't know how my people will get better also with it.
Okay, great. So challenges for startups. But last set of questions, if there are any. Yes, question up there, and a question, and Sneha, right? So,
I'm Shivan. My question is to Ameera. This may not be directly related to AI, because the answers to some of the questions you've already addressed, that AI cannot, or the laboratory cannot, diagnostics center cannot give the report of that particular person. My question is, today in Indian scenario, what is the sector kind of the data that how many tests among the organized sector they are referred for certain diagnostic procedures, and how many of them are coming as a preventive or a consumer themselves go to a laboratory for a certain number of tests or certain packages. Because today what happens that personally I would also like to kind of understand whether this is a kind of ethical practice or not to give a package of diagnostics to a consumer with so much of discount. Is it a commodity? Or is it a kind of requirement, a healthcare requirement, which is tailor-made, prescribed to a particular person, depending on his current health or his the family trait or the risk factor which needs to be assessed? So what are your views on this? Because I would not like to say that whether the practice is wrong or right, but is it ethical? And what the industry, as an organized industry, is taking some steps to take a bold step in this matter.
Great. So there's a second question. Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ma'am and sir, I have a question regarding the entire forum discussion we had since morning, and there were two questions that were primarily in my head. So we have this strategy called SAHI, which was rolled out by the Indian government, and they want this ABHA IDs to come out. India is a huge place. I mean, there are people in the rural areas, there are people in the urban. There are clinics which has like 10 beds, and there are multi-speciality hospitals which has like 500 beds. So if we start the ABHA IDs even now, how many people will actually, benefit from it? Either how many people will that actually cater and they capture data? I don't think that will be possible in the rural areas as fast and as quickly as that can be possible in the urban areas or in the hospitals like Max or Apollo, which have their own patient IDs, right? One is that, and the other, when you say like a full body test of any male or female, why in India we do not cater to like any options of brain health checkups? Like only we cater to the other organs, but we never think about getting a mental brain test done to check whether the person is suffering through a memory issue or through suffering to a Parkinson's. Why is that not in place yet? Thank you.
Great.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sneha. This question is open to both of you. While ma'am, you said that you have to keep the doctor in the loop while creating any AI product. As we are increasingly integrating AI in diagnosis, decision making, and clinical workflows, are we not creating the next generation of doctors or say healthcare workforce who would be overtly dependent on AI for their clinical judgments or their decisions under pressure? And while we are creating AI products, what are the steps that we should take to preserve and strengthen the human capability that is there in the pre-AI docs, that they can even function even when AI is ubiquitous? Those doctors can also make clinical judgments under pressure and treat even without AI. I mean,
great.
So just my opinion, I mean, honestly, the Indian doctors are still going through the same education system that doctors went through 30, 40 years ago. So that hasn't changed. In fact, I can tell you doctors that come out of the Indian government hospitals as experience come out with some of the doctors who can face the maximum pressure, because the kind of volume of patients they see and the kind of criticalities they see is unheard of, in most parts of the developed world. So honestly, I think the kind of training our Indian doctors get is pretty solid. I don't think they're dependent on AI for anything at this point of time. So I wouldn't worry too much about this. I think what we have to worry more about is the softer issues around the work ethic. I've come from a family of doctors, so I keep hearing stories about how doctors used to work 18 hours a day, 20 hours a day at one point, and how that's changing in this generation, where people are like, why should I work 18 hours a day? So I think that's the bigger issue at this point, if you ask me. But just coming back to the point around diagnostics and packaging and bundling and this, I fully agree with you. I mean, I feel people are treating diagnostics like it's some sort of commodity, like aapne sample dal diya machine mein, you got a result, and that's standardized. It's not like that. Actually, healthcare has to be all about personalized care based on the person and the individual. Now, in every industry, and our industry, you said, is an organized industry. It's not. It's not a formal industry. It's not organized. There are very few large corporatized players. Like I said, majority of the industry is unorganized. And there is unfortunately no regulation, no governance by the government on our industry. And that's why you have 99.9% labs which are not accredited at all. So we live in a world, unfortunately, where everything is operating without governance. And there are, I would say, few organizations who are standing tall and saying that, look, we are scientific in nature, we want to do the right thing by the patient, but every industry will have its mix of apples. Personally, I'm not a big fan of pushing bundling and packaging arbitrarily. So one of the things we've done, for example, is we've used a AI-based recommendation engine, which is based on the patient, their history, their markers, their parameters, and which then recommends if there is a right test to be done for them based on science, and only then recommend it to a patient. So it's not being done just as a standard push to all package, just to upsell or just to get more money from them. But each organization has to take their own call. Our desire has always been to be the most respected, not necessarily the largest. And I think our journey, therefore, is in that direction. I think somebody else brought up a point around
Abha IDs.
About the Abha ID and the question around, sorry, what was the question on the Abha?
So, I mean, the degree to which you can actually reach, say, rural areas.
Rural India, yeah.
Hard to reach.
I mean, look, the government is going to try to get where they can at the pace they can get. It's not an easy country to govern, 1.4 billion people. But I think even if they're able to get to urban and semi-urban up to tier 3, tier 4 towns, even if they are not getting to rural at this point of time, we would be making great progress. But the issue, like we heard in the earlier thing, is not just enough to have an Abha ID, but how do we then connect the dots between all the records for each patient so that they're able to get holistic care. I mean, today, honestly, the situation on the ground is people are not even necessarily getting primary health care. So forget Abha ID is a second story, right? And I think that's the bigger issue that we have to really solve for, is how do we get primary healthcare delivered to rural India so that you don't have that kind of mortality. And while we've seen maternal and infant mortality come down, the reality is still majority of India is anemic, majority of India doesn't get the right nutrition. And some of these, I think, can be easy fixes by better regulation around the food and the water we drink. Because a lot of the problems we have is actually because of the poor quality in food and water.
Great. So thank you so much. This has been a very enlightening session. I've certainly learned a lot, and I hope that you have as well. So thank you so much for all attending and all your questions. It's been very, I think, invigorating day. So let's wrap it up, and thank you so much. Do we have any? No? Great. Okay. So thanks a lot. We can head up.
Thank you, Professor, Dr. Patel and Ms. Shah. We began today with the question of how India can harness AI responsibly to build an inclusive and equitable health system. Over the day, that question has been examined through policy and governance, innovation, adoption, the healthcare value chain, talent, and leadership. This brings us now to the conclusion. Harish, would you please take over now?
Thank you, Tanya. Professor Jain was saying that there was no fire in the fireside chat, but I could see the burning issues, and that was really fiery. We have been talking about AI in healthcare. Definitely, there are opportunities and challenges as well, be it systematic challenges, challenges of adoption, challenges of replacing human with the AI, and a lot more things in the system. Every beginning has a conclusion, so we are coming to the conclusion of this third edition of IIMA Healthcare Summit. To present the concluding remarks, I would invite Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, to deliver the concluding remarks. But before I invite him on the dais, I would like to say a few words. Mr. Sudarshan Jain has a strong passion for healthcare and the education sector. Currently, let me do. I have been asked to, it's my duty. Currently, he is a Secretary General of the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, Chairman of Abbott India, Senior Advisor of EQT Group and Board Member of multiple private organizations and government committees. With nearly 50 years of business experience across Lupin, Johnson & Johnson, Piramal and Abbott, Mr. Jain has contributed in shaping healthcare policy and improving access to healthcare in India. He is an alumnus of St. Stephen College, Delhi and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. So we welcome you, sir, to our own home. Please give your concluding remarks.
So good evening to you all, and what a way to end this day. We had a fireside chat where we had Shervil and Amira, and they are practicing it in the organization. It is great to have both of them here. And when we are thinking of ending the session, we said that we have to get two practitioners because this is such an evolving field, and every day is a new day. And I will just quote what Shervil was saying. The cross-pollination of ideas are so important, where we have to get startups, we have to get industry, we have to get academicians, and learn the way forward. In fact, Shervil, you had been talking about the startup. We started the Startup Summit today. So that is a great way to start, and we will keep on learning to take the whole agenda forward. The healthcare SIG is one of the most vibrant SIG of IIM Ahmedabad. In fact, there has been so much support of this SIG from Professor Bhaskar. Right the first year, we said that we want to do activities. He said he has been fully supportive. And he set the mission for us that we have to take it to JP Morgan level. We have been improving year by year, but we have to still go a long way. This SIG consists of leaders in all the sectors of pharma, diagnostics, consulting, investment banking, government, academia, and getting them all together. We didn't realize it in the early days, but today we can say proudly that this is one of the most distinctive platforms on healthcare in India. We have been moving forward year on year. We started with innovation as the first summit. Second was Viksit Bharat, and third is AI on healthcare, and that coincides with the launch of School of AI at IIM Ahmedabad. So there cannot be any better place to have this summit. It was a great start for the session, and this is a very rare opportunity where we got two secretaries of government of India on single platform. Normally, both of them don't travel. But this was such an important thing. I've been saying to them, I'm Ahmedabad and Professor Bhaskar is there. And they agreed, and Professor Dr. Nadda, he wanted to come, but because of unfortunate situation, he couldn't come because last year he had the full day class at IIM. Very fond of this institute, but Srimati Anur Priya Patel did a great job today. So they set the tone for the summit. This was followed by a very exciting session. We were not there. Professor Rajesh Chanwani and other leaders made a difference to that session, where was the policy imperative going forward. We had a great startup session, and then there was a session on reimagining value, and at the end of the day, we had this fireside chat. This summit would not have been possible, but we have got a dedicated team of SIG alumni, because what we regard is this is a platform where we come together every year and we learn, all of us. We have got a WhatsApp group of 400 people, and every day in the morning when we start with WhatsApp, if you want to understand on any healthcare issue, We have got views of consultants, we have got views of academicians, we have got views of investment banking, pharma, diagnostic. Great way to start healthcare, understanding healthcare. And there is no better group. And all of us who are in the healthcare field, who are member of SIG, 400 of us, and very active group. And then we have got webinars, we support the institute. In case method, we come to the institute, learn from all the faculty members. So this has served as a very powerful platform for all of us going forward. I'd like to thank for this summit particularly. First, alumni group, let's give a big round of applause. Asmita and Pradyush, they have been working day and night. Pradyush and Asmita, thank you very much. I'd like to thank our chairman, Mr. Pankaj Patel. He has been there in all the 3 summits. Let's give a big round of applause to him. He makes it a point to make it happen, and he has been inspiring to us, and Professor Bharat Bhaskar, because right at the beginning he has told all his staff this summit has to be provided as support. All of us in healthcare SIG know that Professor Bhaskar is there, we will get all the support. So despite all of us have got daytime job, we make sure that this summit has to be of IIM standard, because we are carrying a IIM logo on this summit. So we owe it to the institute. And all of us who are volunteers here, we call ourselves volunteers as far as this summit is concerned. We make sure that IIM reputation is guarded when we are conducting this summit. Professor Bhaskar, that is very, very important. I would like to thank many of the professors who are here. Professor Vichy, he's not present here. Professor Vichy is here. You need a good round of applause. He has been the founding member. And Professor Vichy, we are missing you because you are caught up in placement, because that takes hell of a time for him. So we requested Professor Bhaskar yesterday that till March he will be there, then he will come back to support as far as this initiative is concerned. Because Professor Vichy and Manish have played a very important role right at the beginning for evolution of SIG. We have got Chinmay, who has done a great job, most valuable archive. We have got Rajesh Chandwani, again a phenomenal work which has been there. Organ transplantation and COVID. We have got Amit, Professor Amit, and he has been so supportive this time that made sure, and he's trying to take it to the next level as far as this summit is concerned. So a lot of professors support. In fact, we take courses with Professor Tarun is here, and he has been writing number of papers and this fireside chat and chat with Glenn Saldana this year was by Professor Tarun as far as the whole thing is concerned. So great advantage of faculty members which is there. Our sincere thanks to all our sponsors. Many of them are here. This summit would not have been possible. And the speakers. I couldn't think of better speakers than what we had today in that subject matter, whether it is diagnostic, whether it is pharma, whether it is hospital sector, whether it's digital. We got the best speakers, and all of them, it is IIM name which made them come here. So great support to the speakers, great thank you to the speakers. I've got many of the senior leaders of the industry who have traveled all the way to come for this session. And I'd like to thank, I would not like to name all of them, but they have been industry veterans. They have come here, Sanjeev is there, Ashok is here. They have come all the way to inspire us for this summit. I would like to thank all the industry leaders. And most important, most important for me is the core group which has been working on this summit. All of them are volunteers, we call ourselves. I would like to start with Manish Gupta. He has been there in the opening session. Manish Gupta has gone. We have got Ulas. Ulas has been a most, he needs a big round of applause. We have got Kalpen. He leads all IIT. He is the president of IIT group, but he provides all the support to our group. We have got Payush. He's there, Pasusan. He's sitting there with him. Then we have got Anurag. Anurag, where is Anurag? Anurag is doing a lot of work. He used to lead alumni committee here, but he provided all the support. When Anurag is there, we don't have to bother anything as far as whole thing is concerned. Paresh, I talked about Paresh. Then Omkar, they are Bombay alumni members. Lalit, he is also there. Lalit is publishing all the reports, whatever we do. And Pranav from IPA team, he provides a lot of background support. Archana is there and Amit is there from IPA who provides the support to all of us. What we'd like to do going forward from here, first is we'd like to get the publication out immediately, sir. We will get the publication out, share with the government as well as the team. We'd like to have certain areas and regular discussion to take the whole agenda forward. And all what we have decided is all the centers, Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, we will have small digital groups which will be made, and we will take the learning as far as implementation is concerned, and cross-pollination will help to take the whole agenda forward. So we keep on working on how do we take the whole agenda forward. At the end, let me say healthcare is a very important agenda for the country, and our group, healthcare group, as well as healthcare industry leaders, as well as IIM Ahmedabad, will continue to contribute this important priority for the nation. Thank you once again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. And we can see that the efforts behind this success have really been grateful. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this third IIMA Healthcare Summit. But before we depart, we have some token of appreciation for all the startups who were part of our startup showcase. So I would request the concerned members who are there to please accept this token of appreciation from our side. So do we have Sakshi Gaur with us? Mr. Aditya Oza, I think we have done. Mr. Amit Bhayani. Mr. Anand Pavan Mandala, Ms. Sheetal Joshi, and Mr. Dushyant Sapre. Do we have you have me? Okay, so we have Ms. Sheetal. Okay, so we have Mr. Anand from Jivika. Okay. Okay. So we have Mr. Dushyant from SwishX, right? Okay, so Mr. Ayush from IQ Line Private Limited. Okay. So with that, we conclude the IIMA Healthcare Summit, 3rd edition.
Thank you very much to two of our compares, Harish and Tanisha. Let's give a big round of applause to them. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoyed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
May I request all the startup people to have a group photograph with us?